Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super is now available in PUBG Mobile. In this mode, players will experience a whole new kind of combat. Players can play as several Dragon Ball characters, compete in intense battles to see who will be the final victor. If you're trying to win, try going to an energy zone and see what random buff you get. If you get a health recovery buff, then it's a good idea to stick around and fight. Even without any recovery items, you'll be able to maintain a decent amount of health. During a match, players can also use attacks while battling with others. These attacks require ki. Players can collect ki from the map. They can also choose to replenish ki by charging it up themselves. Players also need to be on the lookout for upgrade materials. These are used to level up attacks. Attacks have a total of 5 levels. Level 1 to 2 only require basic upgrade materials to level up. Level 3 and above require advanced upgrade materials. The higher an attack's level, the more damage it will deal. There's also various support items that can be found in the map. For example, the Buku Capsule and Smoke Capsule. After using a Buku Capsule, you'll be able to fly a certain distance. It's really useful for initiating battles or running away. But be careful when you run into Piccolo. He has an attack that can snipe you from far away, as well as a dash that can quickly close the distance. Smoke Capsules release ball-shaped smoke, which can obscure enemy vision. This smoke screen can help you retreat or relocate. Don't forget about accessories. Accessories can also make your attacks stronger. More advanced accessories provide better buffs. If you play as Vegeta or Ultimate Gohan, who can already attack pretty quickly, you can enhance it with an accessory for an even greater advantage. If you want to increase your chance of survival, look no further than the Armor item. Armor provides extra health, which gives you an edge in combat. It has a total of 4 levels, and the higher the level, the more extra health it provides. Be sure to pick it up when you come across it. So, do you understand the gameplay and items a little better now? Let's play Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super together!
The depths of the ocean can be beautiful and terrifying. We all have a dark side that's always a part of us, but we can control it. I don't care what others think. I'm only concerned with my one. The weak are always eliminated.
for you. Join the airdrop carnival with Alu Walker. Grab the airdrop crate and head out together.
Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super is now available in PUBG Mobile. In this mode, players will experience a whole new kind of combat. Players can play as several Dragon Ball characters, compete in intense battles to see who will be the final victor. If you're trying to win, try going to an energy zone and see what random buff you get. If you get a health recovery buff, then it's a good idea to stick around and fight. Even without any recovery items, you'll be able to maintain a decent amount of health. During a match, players can also use attacks while battling with others. These attacks require ki. Players can collect ki from the map. They can also choose to replenish ki by charging it up themselves. Players also need to be on the lookout for upgrade materials. These are used to level up attacks. Attacks have a total of 5 levels. Level 1 to 2 only require basic upgrade materials to level up. Level 3 and above require advanced upgrade materials. The higher an attack's level, the more damage it will deal. There's also various support items that can be found in the map. For example, the Buku Capsule and Smoke Capsule. After using a Buku Capsule, you'll be able to fly a certain distance. It's really useful for initiating battles or running away. But be careful when you run into Piccolo. He has an attack that can snipe you from far away, as well as a dash that can quickly close the distance. Smoke Capsules release ball-shaped smoke, which can obscure enemy vision. This smoke screen can help you retreat or relocate. Don't forget about accessories. Accessories can also make your attack stronger. More advanced accessories provide better buffs. If you play as Vegeta or Ultimate Gohan, who can already attack pretty quickly, you can enhance it with an accessory for an even greater advantage. If you want to increase your chance of survival, look no further than the Armor item. Armor provides extra health, which gives you an edge in combat. It has a total of 4 levels, and the higher the level, the more extra health it provides. Be sure to pick it up when you come across it. So, do you understand the gameplay and items a little better now? Let's play Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super together!
depths of the ocean can be beautiful and terrifying. We all have a dark side that's always a part of us, but we can control it. I don't care what others think. I'm only concerned with my wants. The weak are always eliminated. Only the strong can survive.
Hi! Here's a ticket for you. Join the airdrop carnival with Alu Walker. Grab the airdrop crate and head out together.
Today is the second last day of week 3 of the PMSL SEA Fall 2023. I'm Tash Mithni. With me on stage, I have Damn Rude from GEEK Fam Malaysia on stage. And we know that GEEK Fam has had one of the most insane comebacks we've seen this week. Now, let's talk a little bit about your performance last week. You guys didn't play yesterday and you still managed to stay in 4th place. Are you surprised and why? So, semalam GEEK Fam tak main. Tapi korang still maintain tempat keempat. Korang terkejut tak and kenapa?
Bagi saya terkejut lah, tapi tak terkejut sangat sebab kita orang dah macam buat prediction gitu yang mungkin tim ni tak berapa perform sangat, and then itulah, tak terkejut pun.
Tim mana tu?
Tim yang terlebih match.
Nak bagi tahu nama. He doesn't want to share the name, and that's totally okay. So if you guys don't know, being a fan of GEEK Fam comes with heart attacks, and you guys tend to spike up in terms of points in the last few days. And why does this always happen? Kalau kita jadi fan GEEK Fam ni macam sakit jantung tau. Sebab korang asyik-asyik macam mula-mula slow, lepas tu tiba-tiba ons. So kenapa selalu jadi macam ni?
So kalau untuk minggu ni biasanya first day tu kita orang macam slow sikit lah, and then day by day gitu. Sebelum match start, Khairul akan brief macam teruskan momentum gitu, and then bagi tactical gitu. So apa yang dia cakap tu, then kami macam ikutlah gitu. Ya.
Oh, kiranya kalau Khairul tak on, korang pun tak on sah?
On juga.
So I was telling him, if Khairul doesn't perform, doesn't mean they don't perform, and they say they do still perform. So it does show that dynamic-wise, the team does have the chemistry as well as teamwork, but understanding is very, very important to them. Now let's talk a little bit about the league points here, where for you to overtake DX in the league ranking, you guys need to achieve the top 3 for this week, whether it's going to be 20 points, 19, 18, and so on. Is this what you're going for, or are you confident enough to go to the grand finals without the extra league ranking points? So kalau korang nak overtake DX dalam ranking points, korang kena achieve top 3 pada minggu ni. So, ini korang cuba dapat top 3 minggu ni ke korang tak kisah dah sangat pasal league points sebab korang confident boleh masuk grand finals tanpa mempunyai mata-mata yang lebih?
Kalau pasal league point, bonus point tu, kami tak kisah dengan DX. Asalkan kita orang lebih atas dari UHI, dari BTR.
Oh, cerita kita sikit. Kita nak tahu sikit drama antara you and UHI Boy. We want to know the drama between you and UHI Boy. Why do you want to beat UHI Boy so bad? Kenapa korang nak kalahkan UHI Boy?
Sebab kami selalu membahan kan. Then bila tiap hari tu habis match semua, then kami tunggu keluar. Lepas tu bercerita lah pasal poin. Kenapa poin hari ni rendah dari kami gitu. Saya membahan.
So he says that they love to just banter with each other and they always meet up after each day, after each match, just to talk a little bit about points and why each other doesn't perform. So in a way, their banter is really healthy competition and we love to see it. Now, last question. In your opinion, which team will be grabbing the 16th place and why? Bagi pendapat Damrud, team mana akan dapat tempat ke-16 dalam Grand Finals dan kenapa?
Tempat ke-16?
Untuk masuk ke Grand Finals.
Soalan ni susah, tapi saya rasa
lama dah fikir tu.
apa? DVD ya.
DVD.
Ya.
Kenapa?
Sebab saya tahu orang boleh macam main lebih bagus lah. Dan orang pun ada macam capability untuk macam mana bagi fight dengan tim yang lain. Gitu lah.
Alright, so he says that it's going to be DBD because he knows they have the potential to play better and fight with the other teams. So let's see whether or not his prediction will be making it through this week. And for now, we're going to toss it over to the casters to start the day. We'll see you guys in a little while. Goodbye, everyone.
Wow, it's a love-hate relationship, I guess, between GEEK Fam and BTR right now, since they're very close friends. Yeah, we're back for our second last day, the final week of the league PMSL SEA 2023. We meet you in XERXIA. Today is the day for Box. Please score 1 chicken.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Choo Choo. Happy birthday to you. Yay!
What do you mean? It's hey, we got the same cat by the way, bro. But speaking of which, it's not my birthday. What do you mean?
It's okay, I was just trying my luck, you know.
Are you still trying to figure out what happened yesterday? Are you serious?
Yeah, that's why. I was just trying. If you reacted with the right reaction to it, then it's if not, then I need to try something else.
Wow, speaking of random, that's pretty bizarre random. Speaking of which, I'm still gonna let it float as a mystery for now for what happened yesterday. Hopefully the awkward moment for the ending, you guys don't actually see it. But speaking of which, today, Cloud, like seriously, do you think they have a shot, especially Group D? They're playing last day here today when it comes to the entirety of the league. Sam9, Vampire Esports, XERXIA and Box Gaming.
Or let's see here. So for Box Gaming to score the chicken dinner, well, I mean, if they could, they would have done it earlier. But yeah, but 6 more games to go. I mean, it's random to a certain extent, right? Especially the circle and all that. So I mean, as long as there's still a game, so Box Gaming has still the chance to do.
I don't know. I don't want to get disappointed by the end of the entire league. But also speaking of the league itself, we're down to the second last day. Tomorrow will be the last day indeed for week 3. We're heading into the grand finals later on. We do have 2 more days for 20 teams to battle it out with 4 groups in between the matches. But we do know the total prize pool is going to be $250,000 worth.
$250,000 worth. You know, you can do a lot of things with that money, you know, including celebrating an anniversary, you know, just
You're not letting this go, do you?
Nope, I already got my answer. We'll tell
Okay,
everyone
but
a little more.
Yeah, but at the same time, when it comes to the team that will be relegated, I do know you guys are confused when it comes to weekly rankings and what is the league ranking points. Don't forget, this is the one that's the most important, because if the teams have to be in the bottom 4 with this league ranking points based on their weekly performance, they will get relegated.
And speaking about relegation, well, gaming, they're in a position that is almost pretty much impossible for them to be in the top 16. And today's the last day for them to play for this week. A Group D that is signed, Vampire Esports as well as XERXIA will be playing their last set of games today. Group E will return tomorrow. And inside Group E, we have Boom Esports currently in trouble if they don't do something about it.
Now, speaking of the grouping and also the teams not playing it, at least for Group E, right, they have a bit of redemption day tomorrow, where even though they're having a break today, including Boom in that, so we can expect Boom to be pushed down by end of today, since the gap between them and XERXIA is not that big. And XERXIA is playing their last day here, so it's crucial for them to push their numbers up. Same goes for the South Samna, who plays themselves 6th place. But on the other side, we do have DBD, Team Secret, PBE. All these teams will still be playing with 2 more days to go.
Yeah, I mean, PBE now, if we just look at the current ranking, right? The PBE is in the bottom 4 together with DBD. So they need to really do it today as well as tomorrow, since they got the last 2 days to play. But before we get into our first game, we'll be comparing our 2 teams who have been performing well yesterday, especially FaZe Clan, who is now fighting for their life. And if they can continue to stay there, then FaZe Clan can make the great escape.
How they really bring it hot when it comes to second last day. We talk about FaZe, we'll be playing for the next 2 days still. And Tony K, when it comes to top 4 elimination, still standing at number 1. We do have the next contender, Epic, with just 8 points different of elimination. Well, we can see a bit of a gap between Canny and Epico for now. And Yummy from Boom plays themselves at 4th. We don't have any Vietnam team coming up for top 4 eliminations today.
Yeah, and also anyone from Myanmar and also from the Philippines in the top 4 eliminations. But it's okay. Objective right now is to get a wildcard team in the grand finals as well. Of course, for GE, looking pretty nice, although not 100% safe yet because they need to maintain their performance. But we're getting into Sandhawk after this, so we're going to see XERXIA, BTR, TBD, and BN United playing after this, in which not all, but the 1, 2, 3 will be playing today. United is taking a break, so XERXIA, BTR, and DBD will like that.
Yep, and today is going to be the XERXIA's day, I assume. We kind of miss Week 1 XERXIA. They're building up the momentum towards their Week 1 performance, but still not like how they used to be in Week 1. I think they're saving it for the best for later, which is going to be the grand finals, and they just want to play it a bit more safer this time, being in the middle pack. They're trying to pushing up too high, but at the same time, they have quite got themselves a number up there with 124 as the start of today. But speaking of FaZe Clan, can they break it through? Now, FaZe Clan coming up from Group B, they definitely will be playing 2 more days to go. So do you think it will be happening? FaZe, a shot at relegation, managed to have the great escape in the very last minute. And also, since FaZe, if that will happen, it means that maybe 2 or 3 teams will be pushed down later today.
Okay, so I made the calculations. The current standing, FaZe Clan is at number 16. As of now, only weekly points being about. PBE 17, but they have the same amount of weekly points as of now, 52 points. But FaZe Clan has the chicken dinner tiebreaker against PBE. They got 5 chicken dinner, PBE got 4. So whatever it takes, PBE don't want to play with the tiebreaker at this moment. They want to get the points in to go up on top of FaZe Clan. And FaZe Clan want to maintain on top of PBE. Well, they not only need to maintain, but they need to do better than their current spot.
Now, I do know you guys quite wondering why we focus too much on FaZe Clan right now, because out of the 3 teams, when it comes to the recap, XERXIA and Semna definitely have no problem advancing towards the grand finals. We're not talking about the PMGC yet. We're talking about advancing to PMSL grand finals. FaZe is actually in the red zone, but they might actually get relegated. But if they make a breakthrough in the final 2 days here, things will change. Major change will be happening throughout the entirety of the overall rankings.
Yeah, and DVD has 20 points, by the way. So they also need to perform well. Today's matches is going to be the same, ladies and gentlemen. Sandhawk game number 1, followed by 2 Rango matches before we head on to a Margaret break. And we'll come back for a final Rango today before we end the day with 2 Miramas. So this will be the schedule. Nothing has changed, including our PSA for you guys. The PMSL Asia Limited Skin Series, the Dream Chaser, in-game right now. Join the IF and get the suit, mask, as well as the M16 gun skin.
And also the Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super available for you guys. It's going to be a limited amount of time. We waited this for way too long. So this is the time for you to try it out. Don't forget the Ultimate set already available for you guys, which is going to be the first draw at only 10. You see the Dender Grooves. So in case you guys got any of those skins that we mentioned just now, don't forget to tag us so we get to see the real effect in the game. Back to our serious business we go. Can they make it in the very last minute? And boom, they do have tomorrow. Still, they are keeping it quiet today. Coming up from the side of GE, we do know they've been pushed all the way down. They've been contending against Boom earlier this week to get that number 16, that top 16 spot. But the gap is quite significant here since they're being pulled all the way to its top 8.
Yeah, and actually, if you think about based on the current standing, there could be a major swap. There could be potentially, because if PBE and DVD takes the bottom 2 slots, other than Team Secret, then both Boom and GE can make it. So to a certain extent, Boom and GE, yes, they're competing with each other not to be the bottom, but they are also competing with PB and DVD to be on top. So both of them get through. This is gonna be crazy. But it's also the last day for Box Gaming. Please score a chicken dinner. I've been counting down the games, and now it's 6 games.
You know, surprisingly, out of Group D, the only team that facing relegation is just going to be Box Gaming. Sem9, they make it through for the grand finals. Vampires, definitely. XERXIA are standing up pretty much at the top place right now. The only one in Group D, surprisingly, is it because of how ferocious the firepower of 3 out of 4 teams in Group D make it super difficult for Box, since they're kind of stuck together for the final week here, because they are the only one that's not performing in Group D.
Well, it's a potential as well, because look at Group D. Box Gaming is the type of team that normally plays a little bit later. So same goes for Vampire Esports, XERXIA, and Sem9. 3 teams, they like to play a little bit later from the outside of the circle coming in. So you have the same sort of trend of play style or philosophy that the other teams like to play in Group D together with Box Gaming. So that is where there's a constant blockage for Box Gaming.
They have to figure out now today. I mean, like, some teams still try to find their footings. One of it is going to be Team Secret and DBD, one of them. And I hate to break it, but Boom, even though they are at number 1 for now, and they're not playing here today, but we can see they're not stable enough just yet compared to the previous season, where we do have major swaps and shuffles keep happening almost every single map. That did not happen in the final week when it comes to Boom in last season.
Yeah, I mean, that's where it gets scary, right? I mean, this is okay. If you remember last, it was dramatic at pretty much the last day, but this like dramatic like the entire week, and it involves so many teams, including that you just mentioned. So it is just, I don't know, this season, okay, to an extent that also tells the story that this season is even more competitive than before.
That's kind of true, and it's getting even harder. Usually when we talked about every single week, right? Every single season of the league, it gets even easier, and all the teams start to have the momentum. They got themselves the dynamics that they needed. They got the strategy, kind of everyone working as a unit. They know exactly the best formula that works out for the entire squad. But for this season, surprisingly, until the end of the final week here, teams are still struggling to find what works best for the team. That's just how difficult it is, and how fast the other teams start to counter-attack, counter-strategize about all the other teams that they've been competing all this while. These all 20 teams, they really have to have quick thinking, very witty, and have to be very creative with their strategy and how they play and navigate themselves on the map.
Including how they adapt to the current meta, since the meta shift since week 2 onwards, and it is still continuing. So we can see that teams who kind of ride with the meta are doing fairly well, but teams who try to stick with their philosophy, I think that's wrong. But they don't reap the same rewards as before. So like what I was saying, the interview yesterday is all about like, okay, you don't need to really follow the meta, but you can adapt some of that, do a little bit of fine tuning, and then bring the best return for you and your team based on what you're comfortable with. But let's see what will happen inside the Sandhawk, the outlier map, I always call it.
And finally, we're back into the second last day. This will be your second last Sunhawk to witness throughout the entirety of the league here. And heading off tomorrow, that's going to be the last Sunhawk. Now, keep your eyes out. And this is going to be the best spot and the best chance for the teams that's striving and just struggling in Miramar or Erangel. This is the best map and best shot for them to get those chicken. I'm eyeing out towards Box Gaming, specifically them.
Yeah, Box Gaming drop in Hatin. So this is also with the absence of PERSIJA EVOS that normally drops there. So they are going a little bit on the side, and similar to their strategy of playing a little bit safe. Well, Kwang will be taking the high hill house just outside of Paradise Resort. It's normally the checkpoint for PERSIJA EVOS as well. But since we have both GE and Xavier playing, this is a fight that we can expect.
Oh, but gee, a lot at stake here. We're talking about the Xaviers, happen to be the #1 team in the bonus standings right now. And we do know for a fact they don't have anything to lose, even if they lose this one. But for GE, if they happen to be making some mistakes here, there's no room for error for them. They cannot afford to lose this fight. Every single point, every single elimination will be a dime for them, including if they accidentally donated their points to the hands of the Xaviers.
Yeah, they can't afford to drop points, even though right now DVD and PB is not really performed, but you can't bank on that. You still got to work to get your points. Be in control of your own destiny, in other words. You cannot control the destiny of PBE and DBD, not directly at least, but you can control how you play the game, how you want to collect the points. So this is where they really need to be careful of not dropping any further points. But unfortunately, as we speak about it, Smart got knocked down.
Oh, this is not great. GE still fighting since day one on top of Paradise Resort just to contest the Xaviers, even when a lot will be gambled on their side. I do wish they were part ways. It's not worth fighting for. Now, we did talk a lot when it comes to DBD. What about MORPH here, Cloud? Are they pretty safe when it comes to this week?
So MORPH GPX, as of now, they are number 13 with 29 points. So for the drop, they have to go down further, like a lot more down, because this week they are doing okay. So as long as they can maintain okay, they are fine. And the fact that PB and DBD is not so well, MORPH GPX, that's their lifeline.
At least MORPH is not playing it today. They can observe what's going to happen tomorrow, since they will be playing the last day tomorrow. Backs on the side of GE versus the Xaviers. Smart cannot be revived. Surprising. Nobody wants or willing to take a risk just to pick him up. But Master ET spotted out. Lamborghini clipped quite a number of clips on top of it. That UMP. But it's going to be 2v1. Device spot him out. There's going to be another one bites the dust. Down to only 2 players. This is not what GE is supposed to be doing when so much at stake for them currently.
Yeah, it is. Oh, man. 2 players left. I mean, the fight inside of Paradise has always been 50-50 between DX and GE. but they still want to take this risk. I think it is like the mafia of PUBG Mobile, right? It's like, I would challenge you at your spot because I want it. Same inside of Rosa, they show out Boom. Same inside of San Martin in Miramar, they show out United and Team Secret. GE is just still sticking to their guns. And well, for Paradise Resort, unfortunately, it's a 50-50 for them. And it's no longer 50-50. It is a deficit for GE against Xavier.
It's 80% on side of the Xaviers to win this one. 20% of that clutch that they have to rely on seems pretty slim on the side of GE. Make it only 10% since there's only one more player left. Oh boy, GE. This is not going to be any sort of benefit when they spot them out. And it's too late for them to realize that they have to play for position right now. And aside from that, I mean, GE, I have a lot of respect for them, that they are sticking to their guns, yes, quite right, but not the way that it should be. Knowing the fact they already lost 1 minute early on, it's best to exit out when they still had a tree, when they can salvage and do some control damage out of what one person being knocked out early on. But GE, based on the past history of our interviews before, a lot of team having such high respect towards GE right now because of how they've been progressing. Last season and this season is totally different team of GE.
Yeah, it is. It is. Even like during one of the interviews yesterday, I believe one of the did mention they have respect for GE in terms of how they progress. And like the GE players, they're like 16, 17, not even 20 years old, but they can still get this sort of achievement. So can you imagine, like at this age, with that level of experience, you're still able to get a double MPL wildcard champion and also have an improvement in PMSL.
True, and that was PERSIJA, EVOS, and Vampires mentioned that they have high respect for GE just because how much they have the drive to push themselves even further for this season. If you compare with last season, totally 180 degrees of a flip down there. But on the side of Box Gaming, this used to be one of the best in South Asia teams. But they are the one that feels like going down the drain, and with one man lost, still fighting for it. Another one bites the dust as Alter Ego will try to rush into the corner, spot out Kwang, but at least he got one knockdown, still a bit of a trading done. But where are the rest of Box? Here comes the entire cavalry, and that's going to be one team out, even though we do have GE left with only one player. First one to be out is going to be Box, and unfortunately, this is the map that should focus on Box to get that chicken dinner.
Well, it is an EV map, but it's not about the circle, the way they combinated. It's about how the fight was taken. So, and they crashed into the compound near a window. So that is actually a clear shot for Alter Ego. The moment they move in, they jump out of the vehicle, they're all shot through the window. So even if the crash, like there are different angles to crash in actually, but somehow they took approach. I guess it was just like stepping onto the gas, pedal to the metal, and not really thinking about it. And unfortunately, it didn't work out for them.
Speaking of not working out, BTR. This is going to be the rivalry. We have the pre-match interview early on. Now, it's not really a rivalry. We do know there's a love story more than the hate story between these two teams. BTR and GEEK have such a close, tight-knit relationship, but it's going to be fun to watch them having a go against each other. Speaking of the next circle, Infinity and Dezave is leaving Paradise Resort possibly, but I have a feeling Infinity want to avoid DX and just go in through BAM, cutting across where they only have one contender, which is going to be GE at that one solo player.
What interests me is the circle. This is where the EV map is taking its place. We still have a 50-50 between the main peninsula and also the Ruins Island. So it's going to be a guess where the players will need to go. But I noticed also in Painan that there's nobody there. I guess it's also partly because of the BN United that nobody choose to take Painan. So happened. And that area is empty. So if any team wants to go there, ain't a bad idea since now the circle is as such.
I agree. Painan is too vacant right now. I have a feeling Vampires will step themselves into it since FaZe Clan already coming up out of both camp. Or maybe FaZe Clan is actually heading to it that way since they were driving a car which was, I saw Mela was driving a car on top of a map before, driving towards the direction of Painan. If they're being a bit early, then FaZe Clan can actually gatekeep against Vampire to tap into Painan, which is one of the most hottest compound right now. And surprisingly, it's still vacant. But not just that, a bit downside, a bit on the southern side of Painan. That's where all the teams happen to be gathering around early on. We have XERXIA, we have BTR, GEEK Fam is around that same corner. Same goes for our RRQ, where Chem Charlie RRQ is living over that side. PBE coming up from the south as well. Sam9 still around top of Cave. Team Secret try to pass across Cave. But speaking of the Blues and Alter Ego, I feel like there's going to be 3 teams possibly hovering around Painan. That's going to be Vampires, Alter Ego, probably FaZe.
The only thing not nice about Painan is that either exit, you will face a high ground. So that is if anyone wants to go inside of Painan. Vampire Esports not a fan of that. Playing by the edge of the circle. And Ravenclaw managed to escape in the process. They managed to get a knockdown onto one member of Alter Ego. So nice cover fire from the rest of Vampire.
Now, Vampires, they opt out to go for the high grounds and within these woods, try to get into the forest. For Alter Ego, barely make it in. Just got himself at the edge of the circle, still not crossing that bridge on top of Painan. Now, the circle happened to be more on the southern side. It's going to be a lot of choke points since it's divided by that river, Painan River in the center. Now, whoever picked the wrong side, and the circle, when it comes to stage 4 and 5th, then we do know who will be favored by the circle by the end of the day. We get to know almost 80% of certainty to get those chicken dinner. So when it comes to this divided kind of circle, it's down to the IGL to call the shots.
Yeah, that's where I think because the circle is still kind of 50-50, right? Like most of us would stay on their comfort side. So like we see here, Yoodo's Team Secret still on the main peninsula, fine. Probably on the left side, we might see, okay, GEEK Fam is still there, Vampire is still there because they normally drop in Ruins, Alter Ego, so they're not really like committing to one side first. This circle is just ridiculous right now. Even at this stage, the circle is still kind of 50-50 on either side.
Oh man, I feel like Chem Charlie will be occupied by possibly PBE. They got themselves a clear one. Team Secret and Yoodo Alliance, the purples, going against each other. Ryza knocked down on his knees, but I think Team Secret still can pick him up. But I have a feeling Iftar will try to toss those nades right into this window, or possibly not. Putra, this is a shot to take. Can he actually pin down on Iftar and just making sure Yoodo Alliance at bay? Here comes another Molly, try to flush the entirety of Team Secret out. They're scattered about for Team Secret, broken their formation. They're pulled back all the way to his back line. But the other two, Ryza and also Putra, still having the front line. But Zral, you have to give it to this guy. He opened up such a big swing for Team Secret to win over this.
Yeah, nice flank from Zral. Gotta give it to him. But Yoodo Alliance, not a team that goes down without a fight. Iftar knocks down Putra. He has a couple more. Leo's together with him on the other side. Iftar moves in. Almost getting another down. DBS gameplay, but now they need to do with Zral, who's flanking them. But thanks to the brilliant, smart play from Zral, flanking Yoodo Alliance, Team Secret won the fight.
That was one of the few nice, clean execution coming from Team Secret. What they need is just a tiny dash of confidence. That's going to be more than enough. Thanks to Team Secret players, who was it again just now, open up the angles. It was significant. It was so important, and that was the main factor they're winning just now.
Yeah, indeed. With
Zral,
them opening it, then it's going to be high. But that was really brilliant play by Zral. Got to give him. And now we move over to D Xavier, who came from Paradise Resort, fighting against DD. This is the northern side fight, but the Infinity spending time in the blue, also knocked down by another opponent.
PERSIJA and the rest of these agents want to reposition themselves. Team Secret cannot even have a breakdown there. I feel like they might actually jump into another fight. But Bear coming in with the DBS. But wait a second. DBD got two! No, he was infinite. Wait, what? How? Lobby? Bear? Hello? What is happening? What? Why is this happening now?
Yeah, they went to the same location. When Xavier was that. So the second nade was kind of obvious way to land. But speaking about nades now, Venturas damaged by the nade, knocked down by the DBS. Now XERXIA against FaZe Clan. XERXIA seems to be winning the fight. FaZe Clan only has 2 members left. Mega knockdown. FaZe Clan fighting back. RNJ really low. But RNJ put the vehicle behind them, eliminating FaZe Clan.
He clutched, but they don't have time because M9 is eyeing out to the side of XERXIA. They need a bit of a reset. DBD coming in. This is going to be crucial for XERXIA. Every second, they cannot let it go to waste. They need to just reset, pick up, and have a go. Infinity coming in. Amstar driving all the way to the side of DBD. DBD and DX as well, Team Secret. And also Manay's in between there, down there somewhere. Oh boy, GE. The last player there is being spotted by Ryza. It's a bit clustered as heck down there. And GE being spotted. Oh, not like this. Oh, GE.
Nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. Inside of Quarry itself is really, really difficult to play. And GE as well eliminated. Boom Esports watching from the accommodation, clapping their hands right now, because if they can stay top of GE, pretty much they're through. Of course, that also depends on teams, but yeah, there's a whole different formula to that. And DBD also in the fight to stay away from the bottom 4. Now they have 2 in hand, but unfortunately they also only have 2 players left.
For these Xaviers, they're still having a trio. DBD now taking a bit of a blue zone. There's going to be 1 second per 1% of HP being deducted every single time it ticks down for the time. Jimmy OP barely got enough for the first 8. Spotted out lobby. A bit of a blunder on side of Infinity before. Can he have a bit of a redemption before he goes down? No, that's not going to be. No, but Jimmy OP down on the ground as well. But it is secure, but that's going to be the last of it. As XERXIA winning over 2 teams at the same time. 2 teams go down. That's going to be Infinity and DBD both losing. The one winning is going to be the one cheering at the sidelines.
4 points for BD will not be a significant change for them, since Alter Ego has 49 points. That's 4 eliminations as of now. So, and it doesn't help the fact DBE is still alive, so they can still collect points.
What is happening?
DBD is sweating in the right now, looking at the other team's play.
BTR just punished XERXIA after trying to be the gatekeeper and also finish off DBD, and also coming up from the side of the other team just now. Feels like XERXIA in the same boat, just like how they finished off DBD early on. 7-9 down to only 2 players. 1 person being knocked down. Ria's playing here, bleeding out. Nobody can save him. But RNJ will try to fight back. BTR try to regain what he's lost. That's going to be his teammate bleeding out. LZ is still crying for help, as RNJ has to pull it off for the entire team. But they're being hammed down 2 ways here for XERXIA. DX coming on the other side of the angle, and BTR closing in the distance. Same goes for the side of 7-9, Team Secret and Alter Ego. There's going to be a lot of 3-way war, while GEEK fan being gatekept before they get to enter the safe zone. It's going to be another one bite the dust down there, where XERXIA will be eliminated. But on the side of BTR and DX, it's going to be another fight between these 2 teams.
Well, BTR going to secure the inner side of the circle so they can try to hold this area from the opponent. As they move over to the other side, we got Alter Ego on screen right now, shooting range onto Xavier, but instead of Xavier, they should be worried about Team Secret, who is just below them, who can potentially block them from getting in.
Homeboy, spot it out. Clear view for PB and RAQ to pin down of Empires. Kind of stuck at the bridge right now, but lucky they still got themselves some smokes to take covers from. It's barely got any structures for them. They need to pass across the bridge for Vampires. Nepeko spotted out BTR players at the back line. They need to finish off their business with Vampires as soon as possible, but GEEK fan got finished off by the blue zone. Plays themselves at 8th place, down to 7 teams. Nepeko still keeping the pressure on side of Empires. Alter Ego as well on the other end. And Alva spotted out Fluke. He's down on his knees. RRQ, not knowing there's another contender on the other end of the bridge here. Quite hesitant to make any push.
Well, RRQ right now don't really need to push, since they have the compound, they have the circle pretty much in the middle. So they have a spot to just defend their ground, try to take elimination points from afar, just like what DJ is doing right now. But The difference, of course, is that Xavier is playing by the edge of the circle and they still need to move forward by the next stage. And they need to deal with another team. On the right, there's going to be Team Secret. Xavier has a good side of them.
And Alva keeping the pressure on the side of Vampires, and he got punished instead and we finish off in an instant. A clean one from the side of Vampires, but Team Secret, they're in trouble. Down to only one last player, which could be Helton, playing along and across Rosemary. They're just next to each other, but Rosemary just caught himself in an open space. Chua finished the job off. That's going to be the savior. DX is saving Team Secret indirectly in that sense, leaving Helton all by himself.
Oh, Okta tanking out the zone, but he won't be able to tank for long. So he will heal up as much as he can at this moment. Okay, Helton keeping an eye on Xavier. He wants to revenge, but Helton 50% of health left. Lamborghini from the side. And Helton is taken out. Team Secret aided. Number 7 with 6 elimination points. Playing from the side. And now we also noticed that a PBE Raimon knocked down by the hands of Vampire.
Now, LT could have been gatekeeping that bridge and scored himself 10 eliminations for now, but that leaves out only Oktar coming up on the side of LT eager to hang on. He can still score a couple of eliminations in the very last minute, but Vampires, they barely cut across that bridge, and now will be gatekeep hard by the hands of RQ, who got himself the compound, who got himself the circle. They got everything in hand for RQ. There's no excuse for them to not getting this chicken dinner.
Well, Artigo got 10 elimination points as they are at number 6. And I do agree though, RRQ in a good position to secure this chicken dinner, but it's defend their compound against Vampire Esports now. Nate tossed out by Fluke. It does steer the member of RRQ, but not knocking anyone down just yet. But speaking about knock, we RRQ onto Vampire Esports instead.
It's a task spotted out Mumboy. PBE in trouble. There's going to be last player that's left on the side of PBE. On the other hand, Mombo will be finished on. Might be stolen away by another team. Lamborghini managed to secure Raven. Claw RQ take it away. Momboy down there. And these Xaviers marching as a trio, moving in unison, while RQ taking a compound, each one of their building respectively. But it's still going to be their circle and their compound to hold on to. They managed to keep Vampires at bay and obliterate the entirety of Vampires, leaving out down to 4. But range, can he swim over to the other side? RQ is watching closely to the side of PBE and DX at the same time.
Yeah, this stage 7 circle must have been anticipated by the teams just because of how the esport mode works. But for Rage, don't think he can do anything about it. He might deny himself to the blue. So we might see the top 3 teams, Xavier, RRQ, and BTR for this chicken. And yeah, Rage is definitely not going to go. You don't want to give the point away. Xavier knocks down Lapa. Lapa's beaker exploded, but Lapa's not out just yet. Sata, however, there's nothing much he can do about it. There's nothing much he can do to get to Lapa to him.
I have to give it for Chua and also Lamborghini. What a splendid play coming up from these two. Stellar performance for middle players, but we will talk about that later. Since Sata spotted loophole, 2 of them knocked down. PUBGM may finish off. Lamborghini will be picked up by Chua. He's playing in the back line. Boy, Hexa's coming out the other end. Oh boy, Lamborghini being left by themselves. DX, they managed to find themselves a loophole against RRQ before, but they got himself a reset. Nepeka be spotted out, but Lamborghini got finished off by the blue, and Sata got the final damage on top on the side of DX down to RRQ. There's no way Sata can pull this off against the entire squad. RRQ, clean execution, well read on that circle, got themselves all conditions on their favors down there. That's not an excuse for them to not get a chicken in, and definitely they secured this one now.
Yeah, since they should have gotten the chicken dinner yesterday, but they let it go to Boom. Boom's brilliance as well. This time RRQ will not let the chicken dinner go, and Sai is theirs to claim for game number 1. RRQ, and in the process of getting the chicken dinner, I believe they got a decent amount of elimination points as well.
Now they'll be gatekeeping. One of it is going to be Vampires. I'm not sure if they managed to secure all 4 points from Vampires after they got over that bridge, but more this time come from RRQ is going to be the MVP. Every single person of RRQ this time played their role to the max. We're talking about everybody can see different angles, taking different buildings, guarding all 360 degrees of each of their own respective angles, and they secure it well. Defended their fortress strong enough. Nobody can penetrate through. It was an impenetrable fortress where RRQ was standing. Vampires being scouted out. DZ's been shot down. BTL being caught up. And also coming up from PBE can't even swim over. RRQ, that was a very intelligent move coming up from the IGL to spot out where's the best possible place to just take the circle. And they didn't even have to travel that far.
Yeah, they drop a nearby down south, so they made the call to go to the main peninsula and into that compound. That is actually really good because whichever angle that you come from, that compound is able to see, especially if you want to swim across, obviously, or even if you take the south bridge across, it's already like open area between them and also that bridge. Vampire Esports had a hard time, and Vampire Esports had to get a knock before they can rush in. Unfortunately, they couldn't. Instead, RRQ knocked onto Vampire Esports and the rest was history. Other than that, up north is the same case. So that house is a pretty about the whole.
I agree. And they were dropping themselves on top of Bantai. Camp Charlie was quite vacant when the circle was moving. And it was definitely their circle. They know every nook and cranny, that was their forte, and they know where to stand and play it patiently, not pushing it out like you mentioned before. When one of the players of Empire is being knocked down on top of that bridge, they're not willing to push out because knowing the fact how important it is for them to stand where they're at, because that might be the last circle. And Alter Ego, despite leaving only Octa for the last member, but they managed to got over the side of Empires as well. But by the end of the day, they do score quite a hectic amount of volume of eliminations. 11 for the side of Xaviers for eliminations, 10 for Alter Ego, even though they're being eliminated early on, still placing themselves in the top 5. And it's actually a tie between RIQ and Xaviers up there. Just the difference is going to be the chicken.
Yeah, but at the bottom, we got 5 teams without a point in this round. FaZe Clan, 7-9. 7-9 did for GE, Yoodo Alliance, and Boss Gaming. And GE, who's fighting for survival, no points. But teams that's fighting for survival, DBD, 4 points for them. PBE, 6 points. But that also means that PBE will be on top of DBD. Now, this is official stats here. PBE, yes, they are on top of DBD with a 2 point. So this is also very crucial. But it's not only DBD they need to worry about. They need to worry about their performance, because if they and DBD still remains at 18 and 19 by the end of the week, they are the bottom 4 together with DBD.
I kind of agree. Both PB and DBD kind of stuck into one corner here, and MORPH slowly being pushed down as well. There's 3 teams definitely not being saved on the sort of box. I think it's kind of safe for us to say they couldn't make it to the grand finals by now based on their current standings. But still, we're waiting for that chicken, just that one single chicken to happen. Coming up for our head-to-head between these two players, I love this comparison. Lamborghini and Rosemary, both when it comes to the firepower, one of the best high caliber players out there. But when it comes to damage in this map, you have to give it more to DX. They last longer than Alter Ego.
Yeah, and they got, however, Alter Ego got 10 eliminated points before they went out. 6 of them from Rosemary. That is more than, that's like 60% of it. So Rosemary himself doing well this round, helping his team to get the points. But we wrap up Sandhawk, jumping into Erangel. Here are our top Erangel performers: 7-9, Vampire Esports, Xavier, and MORPH GPX. Out of all these 4 teams, only MORPH GPX is taking a break today. So I might see a good showing from 7-9, Vampire Esports, and Xavier.
I do love the fact that 7-9 really mastered the wrangle. For now, we do witness 7-9 compared with Marama. You don't see too often of them. Not that frequent, their names popping up in surviving in the top 5 on top of Marama. But when it comes to wrangle, that's where they keep their numbers pushed up. And they know for a fact wrangle will be the most map be played here. So they really try to specialize on top of this map. You can see the eliminations and the placement ranking is more heavily favored on the side of 7-9. This is the best time for them to really take the numbers up to get themselves in the top 3 by end of today.
Yeah, 7-9. Okay, they'll definitely see the grand finals. It's just that they want to get a better start at the grand final. So it's all about that now. But it's all about this as well for you guys. Who's your PSA? The first PMSL Southeast Asia Limited Skin Series, which is called Gazer, the set, the suit, the mask, the M16 gun skin available event inside the game for you to obtain.
And also speaking of another new stuff coming up, which is going to be the Memorial Zack suit available for you guys. It will be available since the start of the August, which is 4th of August, and it will be available until the 5th of October. So you have time to get yourself and try to save up your money for that as well.
Yeah, and you gotta save up for this too, because you gotta get this collaboration with Aston Martin available right now for a limited amount. And as we show you this advertisement day by day, there's only less than a month for you to get it. So do not regret it. Get it right now before it goes away.
Everything eventually goes away. Now that's going to be a sad ending. But speaking of the next one, the one that's still not going away, it's still going to be the one that's just staying at top. Now we do know for a fact Boom is not playing it today. I have a feeling when it comes to the overall rankings later, they will be pushed down either way. And there's a high chance for the side of GE to still keep their numbers up, but all down to the last few days here. They're not really in the most comfortable zone just yet for GE. They really need to get those chickens, and even if they couldn't score chicken, they have to be consistently getting themselves in the top 5.
Well, and 5 more games to go. Our very good friend here, Mr. Box Gaming, to score that chicken. 5 more games to go. If Sanhok is an outlier, fine. So was far away for them, fine. Circle was pretty fine. But now we got Erangel, supposedly a balanced map, unless, well, Circle scam. But that will be different. That will be a different conversation. Right now, Erangel, Mirama must be the game that they scored the chicken dinner. Come on, 5 more, just 5 more game mode.
The only team throughout the entirety of 3 weeks long, that's 15 days of league for almost the entire month. Don't they miss the taste of a chicken? I mean, fine if you're fasting chicken, but you will be some sort of miss the feeling by the end of the day, right?
I'm sure they do. It's sometimes unexplainable by this point. So I don't know. It's really down to the execution, because the sign-out execution, I felt that it was quite lackluster on how they execute. I think they would reflect on themselves on how they did that compound crash, and like, yeah, we could have played it a little bit different and so a better chance of winning the fight at least.
And instead of Empires, outstanding player, which could be Tony K. Straps, it's been a while. It's only week 1 that we kind of see him playing like a two different monster. But other than that, we kind of miss Straps. If only Tony K and Straps can push their levels that to the max at the same time. Now that's going to be incredible. I'm waiting for that to happen. But XERXIA, I think they're pretty safe when it comes to the grand finals. We do know we're waiting. Like, let's just give it a go, all right?
Yeah.
I think like the teams confirmed to get into the grand finals is going to be Xavier's, Vampires, RRQ, and XERXIA is going to be one of them. Babanam United possibly, Sem9, PERSIJA, EVOS, and BTR. Now the rest of them not so safe still.
Yeah. Oh, okay. That's early swap here for Sem9. So Mikkel is out. Instead, they're gonna put back the IGL Tam into the lineup. So Real, they have Dab, and they have Kenny playing. This is the similar lineup that played the second half of yesterday. And for you guys who are fans of Shrubs, just information, it's very unlikely we'll see Shrubs play today. So does suddenly show up is going to be a surprise, if you ask me. So I suppose that if there's any other swap, highly likely we might see either Nuzi or who's the other player again? To play, basically.
I mean, Nuzi or a Fluke?
Or Fluke. Fluke was playing. So Nuzi or... Okay. Oh, so it's Nuzi, yeah, because the other one is Shrubs. So yeah, got my brain there.
Yeah, okay. But you talked about PBE, like Mumbai will not play for the entire week, but we see a lot of Mumbai here today. Hopefully that's not the case for Vampires as well. But back to us, our original map that is the most balanced map of them all, which is going to be Erangel. We're going to head over to our first Erangel of the day and get your gears ready, ladies and gents, because this might be a hectic one. because we do know a lot of teams are craving for the numbers to go up. They're dying to see how they will actually shift from the very bottom up to the top 3, because today will be the judgment day for most of the teams down there, including Group D. Today will be the last day playing as well. Don't forget, that's going to be 7-9, Vampire Esports, XERXIA and Box Gaming. Today will be the last day of the entirety of the league itself. Now Group E tomorrow, and the rest of them will be playing tomorrow. So we're heading into a wrangle right here and right now, a first wrangle of the day.
Wow, check out that timing. But anyway, here we go. Oh, it's going to start for Saverni, down south to Novo. Ooh, okay, we got some absentees here. So obviously, group is not playing. So without PERSIJA EVOS, that means Yasnaya Polyana empty, because there's no PERSIJA EVOS, there's no PN United. Fox might consider to go there. And we also have the absence of MORPH GPX. Saverni is empty. And I guess that's where Vampire East is heading to. Oh no, they're still going to North Jogopu, so that's fine. And for Boom, they're anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
But it's all down to the circle when it comes to Wrangle. No matter how and where you drop yourself, by the end of the day, the circle just being the devil behind the scene when it comes to this season of PMSL, honestly. But coming up from the side of Saverni, like you mentioned, is quite empty. So Ravenclaw dropped straight down when the moment the flight path just crossed over Saverni. Found himself some vehicle to work with. Now that's great. Vampire spread it across all the northern sides, since nobody will be taking over that side for now. FaZe, as per usual, Hospital and South Jogopool might go up, but it's all down to the next circle. We might actually have another Medusa intersection circle, just like how we did multiple times yesterday.
Yeah, it's going to be a similar one like yesterday. So fairly kind circle, say. So we can expect like maybe a slow one, but then again today we got this sort of similar center circle, but by stage 2 we only have like 9 teams. So I don't know, teams yesterday in that map, it was just saying something went wrong with the teams, that they just flip and just go all out like in that one game, and then the following game it was all okay again.
I guess it's something that they've been waiting for, a very generous circle. And everybody finally get to loot all their equipment and get to go for a hunt. Because before this, way past, like, since the day like in week 1 and week 2, most of them don't have the time to lit up when they start to open fire. So finally they get to have all their gears equipped and try to get some sprays on. And that's kind of something that they're missing for almost the entirety of PMSL, because of how crazy and insane the circle can get. But Auric, as usual, is going to take over school. Now, school is a very, very extremely significant spot right now, because we do know it quite in the center of the circle. And also we talked about the farm, shelter, prison, mansion area, and we do have the bunkers over shelter side. There's been a lot of fights on top of that every time this circle just happens.
But yeah, it is quite open, so it's easy for scouting work to be done in farm. So I guess that's where we can see a lot of more potential. But I would expect like teams to go try to take high ground on the right side of shelter. I think it will be one of the key positions, exactly where Rosemary is at. So this area is kind of nice as well to play with. In of prison, where Kenny is, there's only pretty much one way in, one way out. As long as Rosemary doesn't know that Kenny is there, Kenny should be fine. But if Rosemary knows, then they can call in the cavalry and Kenny will be stuck.
It's kind of true. We've seen that before, coming out from 7, and they got stuck and their backs were being covered by mountains. Couldn't get out. That was literally yesterday. Now Rosemary happens to be very aggressive today. He's playing like there's no tomorrow for now, based on the last Sunhawk map. Definitely gotten some information regarding Kenny just now. So he'll be joining in with the rest of the crew and will relay the information back to his teammate and maybe have some sort of idea what they plan to do next. Team Secret on the other hand. Now I have to say Team Secret, when it comes to the last few days, then only we see some progress of their tactical and their strategy coming up when it comes to fight, approaching mid to CQC fight. Just like how we saw in the Sanhok before. If you notice Team Secret when it comes to the past 2 weeks, and even an earlier final week here, they barely move when somebody tried to ambush them or try to rush in. It feels like they kind of panic, frozen in their own places, stuck in a corner, not willing to open up the angles. But just now we see some progress. Will it be? I think it's just tiny bit too late now. But at least there's some progress throughout the entirety of PMSL.
Yeah, and that progress will not fare well for PBE and DD. Gotta tell you that they don't want to be pushed down any further. Because if they do, we all know what's gonna happen, right? So I do agree that at least based on sample, I really like the way they took the fight, like flanking and surprising the enemy, defending their compound. That was really nice. If it comes out of fights that they lost before this, it was either two. One, they in a straight line. Number two is that they go in one by one. And naturally, if that happens, then your chances of winning fights are low, considering that all these teams have really good gun skill and they can punch you by making those mistakes.
It's kind of true. Speaking of mistake, they cannot afford to make any mistake. Any team happens to be not in the safe zone. We're talking about the one in bottom, I assume it's around bottom 8 that's not safe right now when it comes to the bonus standing points. They cannot even have any small mistake. We saw Infinity made it before with that grenade. But for Infinity, I think they're pretty safe right now, right? They don't have the pressure to get into the grand finals. I think they're going to be okay. So it's for the teams actually the top 10 when it comes to the bonus standing points. They still can experiment some stuff, still have the luxury to have some of a bit of a fun. But the bottom 8, no. All they have is the pressure mounting their back and knowing the fact they might actually have a shot at relegation. Because right now, the confirmed 2 teams is going to be Team Secret and Box. Who'll be joining in this too?
Yeah, of course, we already have our nominees, right? So at this point, it is still BD and PLAYBOOK Esports at the bottom 4 at the very moment. Just because both of them didn't move. They're still at number 18 and number 9. So this is where it's going to get scary for the both of them. And obviously there are games. The good news is that they're still playing tomorrow, but you don't want to leave it to tomorrow. You got to right now and at least have your last few games in the comfort zone.
You can leave it to tomorrow if you're confident enough. You can score at least a minimum of 20 points every single round, a single map tomorrow. And why not? If you have that much confidence, go ahead. But we do know there's not just skills in here. It's about teamwork. It's about a tiny bit of luck. The 5% of luck do play a big part by the end of the day. There's so many factors that will affect your performance. Even though you have different play-by-play in your mind, different sort of scenario in your mind, it's not going to happen exactly as you planned. Like how PBE Momboy didn't see this one coming because out of nowhere, Octa happened to be here, dropping himself. The rest of Alter Egos joining, but Octa managed to clutch down on 2 of PBE plays by himself.
Yeah, around the area of Mansion, range will be punished as well. Octa actually clutched the entire PB. Okay, he has backup, and now they have a drive. Goes up to the second floor, sprays with the Scar L. Nobody is there. The Molly will stop him, but there's only one PB player left. Okay, he sees. There you go. Rage eliminated. Oh no. Oh no. PBE, another 0-point round.
And what's worse, Circle happened to be in a 50-50 mode again. Why is this not a surprise? PBE, they are in danger zone right now. They cannot afford to lose any more maps there with a 0 point this time. Not making a progress when it comes to overall ranking. They are shook to the core. I promise you that. Because they're barely getting to the grand finals now if this keeps going. But Infinity come out from SMB all by themselves. They have to cross over because we do know there's going to be 90% of probability it's going to be still in the main peninsula for the last few circles. With Cinders, exactly how it was, just like yesterday.
Yep, so teams who like in the middle with this kind of circle well, in general, any circle, but we've seen this before. BTR likes to go there. PERSIJA, EVOS ain't playing. But BTR had one compound just by the bridge that has a divider of 2 different buildings. That is where they like to play the other day. So I would expect BTR to go there again and try to get success out of that. Whereas on the side, you will have the high hill that normally Team Secret likes to play. But because this time Team Secret dropped in Novo, so change their strategy instead and to play things a little bit differently. DBD might have a good spot because they also like to play by the high hills on this base. So it will be a good spot for them. They defended well the last round. So I would expect DBD there as their checkpoint.
Speaking of DBD, right, I feel like all the Malaysian teams do have the same mindset. It feels like all of them are playing around the coastline. There's going to be DBD, GEEK Fam, Yoodo Alliance, and Team Secret. Happy to be around the coastline of the main island or main peninsula down there. And the ones that's creeping in nearby towards each other, which going to be DBD and GEEK Fam, might actually have a go. But Team Secret spotted XERXIA, who's coming out of a shelter and tried to cut across this side to get into the circle. And we stop and gatekeep by them. We've seen Team Secret did a very well, clean execution in the first few fights early on, but this time it feels like they're a bit clustered in. Nobody have any sort of information the whereabouts of XERXIA players happen to be on the outskirts.
Yeah, and this is the area that I mentioned earlier on that is quite key, and teams will want to go there. So happen we got Team Secret as well as XERXIA, both teams trading off with each other at this moment. XERXIA even has a player banger, but he's going to come in to join his teammates on a CQC against Team Secret. Putra on his knees though, but I believe they should be able to revive him, but we need good visual just to be sure. But FZ, he's not going to let Team Secret go. He has Helton right on him. He kind of knows he's there, keeps his nade, goes in for the frontal fight, backs off with the nade again.
And they need to open up the angles for Team Secret to wrap around XERXIA, because XERXIA will not willing easily give in away. Zalton soak in quite a number of damage, down to 10% of HP. Zral tried to do what he did before. But the problem this time, if you open up the flank side, it's not just going to be them. Box is closing in the distance. Now, Team Secret, if they do not rep this fast as they can, that's going to be trouble breathing behind their backs, which is going to be Box Gaming Trongs in with those SLRs start to pick out and tapping on top of Team Secret at the same time. Now, these two teams happen to be in the same compound, XERXIA and Team Secret, but the third party, which is going to be Kwang and the rest of Box Gaming, start to be interested in this fight as well. They need to finish off fast for both teams.
At least the good news is that they managed to wake up Putra, and with that, Putra immediately punished XERXIA. One knockdown, but the trade back from Urzi, taking out Helter as well as Ryzai. Wait, 2 knocks, beautifully done. Nice trade, but Putra is not going to back there. He tosses a nade off himself. He has the DBS in hand. They're going to go in for him. Putra knocked down for the second time. And now Team Secret, 2 players left active. The spray coming from Mega Mind. It's one. Can he get a second one? No, not yet. Urzi moves in. And he has one target for him. And that's going to be the final member of Team Secret. They are out.
He pretty much clutched out the entirety of Team Secret, even though they're being outnumbered. It was a 3v4, and Team Secret got that compound, but they couldn't defend it because of how LZ got a discount on 1 for 2 with that Kobe just now. It was a huge nade and an opening for XERXIA to have the green light go, but we're not done yet. Box Gaming, before this, they were focusing to XERXIA versus Team Secret, but now switching over their vision and focus to a side of Alter Ego's leaving the compound, not wanting to take any risk too early on. Next, we have 79 versus Yoodo Alliance. I assume that these two teams don't have anybody guarding over that side, but it feels like there's somebody behind them as well that they switch over. Maybe probably it's going to be GE from afar. The 79 try to shoot people out from getting in the circle.
Ooh, speaking of against circle, right? So we got DBD who play by this hilltop, so to speak, and it's going to be the same spot that they normally play. So it's kind of like that comfort zone, but the Infinity will not make it comfortable for them. But look at the current situation, they might want to hold this spot for now, waiting for the next phase of circle, since it's about 18 more seconds anyway before deciding what to do next. Obviously, if they still get the circle, they might still hold on to it, but if they don't, then DBD to be prepared to fight against the Infinity.
I don't say they might have to hold that ground. They must. They need to at this point. Based on the circle. Will it move away up north? It does actually. Now they have to leave. But before they leave, they must hold his ground because FaZe coming in that side as well. Infinity at the same time. They have to pick their points, and but the rest of DBD, they want to move as soon as possible. All hopped onto their vehicles, all crashing into FaZe at the same time while they're leaving Infinity behind. But GE, how to cut across? The Xavier's Gate keeping it on the northern side. FaZe managed to squeeze in between BTI and DBD at the same time, and crashing into Yoodo Alliance, punked himself in the center out of nowhere. Oh, FaZe, what a bold move there.
Yeah, as much as you say some DBD to hold their ground, they will say, nope, we're going to move. We're going to go down to the compound, down lower ground. So that is the decision there to hold from the inner side of the circle instead. But speaking about holding, it's going to be FaZe that actually holding the Infinity now, since they're on the inside as well. DBD comes out, looking at the movement of the Infinity. Now, defend from the inner side with an advantage on their side.
His BTR shot down inside of FaZe. They kind of got hauled down and have to have a bit of a pause from their transition towards the circle. Infinity caught up in the process because of DBD Gate keeping them on the other hand. GEEK fam spot out FaZe at the same time. Too many eyes on top of FaZe. They are in the middle of a flat plain, in an open space. Nothing to take cover except for those rocks. And Moment, it's just too open right now. Anybody can shoot him down. There's nowhere for them to hide. FaZe, it's a big misfortune for them to just park in the center where the shack taken over by Infinity. At least they have a shack. On the side of FaZe, they left with only Onzens on that end. How to survive for Onzens when he's been surrounded 360 degrees by so many teams now?
Yes, he is definitely surrounded. Not in a good position. Ormstar is close, but Ormstar is probably going to leave the best that he can do about that shack at this point. If he continues to go to that shack, then well, all will be on to him. But speaking about all eyes, we're going to keep our eye on to GE now against GEEK on the left side of the circle. Smart knocks down Sonics. GEEK fam hitting back with GE. Mernat on his knees, but Smart will finish off Sonics. There's a nade. Okay, could it land? No, not.
Damn, Rude, that was your teammate. He's aiming for the wrong guy. He can see some silhouette through the window, but it was his teammate. The rest of the team that is fighting against, which is going to be GE, is actually on the ground floor or in the first floor. GE on the other hand, they lost Monday now. Down to only 3 players. Slim Zai, a bit hectic, a bit panicky because DX coming at their end. They're being clustered, they're being hammed down by GEEK fam, Vampires, and DX. A fatal 4-way for GE now.
GE can't afford to lose this fight though. They didn't get a single point this round, so there's not a round that they can lose points. Vampire Esports slowly but surely creeping in from the lower ground. We got Xavier monitoring the movement of Eagle, and now they're going to take the fight against them with Fnatic at the lower ground.
Well, for the side of Alter Ego, they hand down the X, but Lamborghini is fighting back. But Ravenclaw hoping it would toss a Kobe. But GEEK fam, damn rude, barely hanging on. Down to only 1% HP. He couldn't hold on. That Molly will burn him quite alive. That's going to be the last of GEEK fam members. Well, GE still try to defend their fortress. They will hold on, even though it was a 4-way wall just now. But GE still surviving.
And the circle moved away from the compound, but Vampire is not a team that will back out for a fight. So expect them to continue this against GE. Whereas GE, they're on the outer side, so they still need to win the fight anyway. Over to Box Gaming now. Box Gaming having a fight of their own against XERXIA right in front of them. TN2K with a name. Will toss out the Urzi. Urzi's in trouble. He could be knocked down. No, not yet. Second name been prepped up. We switch over to Kwang. As Kwang now will need to take down Megamind.
It's actually Yoodo Alliance from all the way on downtown, back line, to almost 150 meters apart that shoot down Urzi from behind. Now XERXIA, they're being hammed down between 2 teams right now. It's going to be boxing them out alongside with Yoodo Alliance. But for Trongzin to open up the angle, go all the way towards the flank side, taking a small shot. GE couldn't hold on much longer to be eliminated next. But XERXIA, Megamind, tried to spot out Trongzin, and Kwang is down. Megamind to only 2% and 3% of HP left. He needs a bit of a reset, but Repo by Yoodo Alliance. Nasty shot there, but incredible plays. No, exactly the off angle for the teams that not having enough cautious when moving into the circle.
Oh, and notice that GE eliminated 2 elimination points for GE. Not a good round for them as well. Only 2 points in 2 rounds so far for GE. 4 more to go today. 7-9 on the other hand, on the other side, tosses a nade to their opponent. We can see our teams close by with each other. Just based on the minimap, we've got 5 teams. No, make that 6 teams that we can see on the minimap. That is just cluster it is. Now Vampire will not take cluster for an excuse. They will take the fight.
Tony K barely hanging on, just tried to reset himself alongside with the window, but Mercy coming in from the flank out of nowhere, swing it! Just finish off the entirety of Vampires on the sidelines down there, leaving Vampires down to only 1 player. Stone to reach out is too far with only 30% of HP left. How Stone can do this? Tony K screaming for help, but Auric is not showing any mercy on that side, and they won that fight. They're down to only Stone on the side of Vampires, but still got pinned down by RQ. Here comes the Telco. He's pushing it.
Okay, 1 more to go for Vampire. Stone is trying to get away. Can he survive? He's cutting through the middle, but we got the Infinity waiting for him. That is it for Vampire Esports at number 11 for elimination points. Now we come back to DBD, the crucial position against BTR, and DBD is on the outside of the zone. We'll be on top of them.
DBD going full assault against BTR, going around the corners. The rock will be a bit of a hindrance for their side. But BTR ring around the Rosie, but the Blues are coming in. They don't have much time. DBD slowly being chipped off 1 by 1. Down to only Echo to pull off the clutch. It's a bit difficult, and DBD being decimated by the hands of BTR. And Lapar will have the time, all the time he needs to revive his teammate. But DX will be the next contender, and they start to fight against them.
Ooh, Set has the circle with a compound. Definitely going to be enough for us. It's looking good now for 7-9, but they need to wrap things up. They need to defend their area. Yoodo Alliance just next to them. Alter Ego on top of 7-9. RRQ side, but 7-9, they know that they're there. They just need to keep an eye on RRQ. Just sure that they don't crash in. But at the same time, they need to manage Yoodo Alliance, which is the closest to them.
Yoodo Alliance have been super sneaky for the entire day here. Look at the elimination. 7 for the side of RRQ. They've been bulldozing people and demolishing all teams 1 by 1. Well, that's 7 in the back as well. BTR scored a 6. Alter Ego with a 5. But FaZe spotted out Infinity. Yoodo Alliance being spotted out by Box. 1 knockdown from afar. 7-9 is just next to Yoodo Alliance as well. 7-9 having a 0, surprisingly this time, is start to put their plans in motion. Finally, after being quite such a long time. But Yoodo Alliance scored another. They scored an 8. But they down to trio due to 7-9 next to them. They have to be extra careful as well. But 7-9 a bit occupied against Alter Ego. Fnatic try to flush them out. They're working as a trio. Got Reels on the ground. It's a 50-50 fight once more for Alter Ego versus 7-9.
Aha, and with that knockdown, Alter Ego has an entry point. Now they managed to get the highest peak of this area. The compound as well. They just need to find the rest of members of 7-9 just to be sure that they know where to guard. Okay, the other members of 7-9, they're on the lower buildings instead. But speaking about the other team, Box Gaming out again. So 4 more games to go for them to get a chicken dinner.
For the side of 7-9, capitalizing over Alter Ego slowly but surely. But Alter Ego is actually coming up, the one that's coming a bit later on the northern side. Taking over this compound from 7-9's hand. Infinity being eliminated finally. It's going to be down to 6 teams there who will get the top 5. The one that coming up from the north, all 3 of them are quite occupied. Alter Ego, Yoodo Alliance, and 7-9 happen to be in a straight line down there. BTR coming up on the different side entirely. Same goes for the side of RRQ. Happen to be coming all the way from south. Spot out the last player of FaZe Clan. Onzens in Japanese. Down to 1 HP. And Boy Chill secured it out.
Ooh, that is it. FaZe Clan number 6. At least they got a couple of points. But we are in our top 5 teams. BTR just need to wait to get across, and they should be fine. Okay, they're creating the smoke bridge right now. They should have vehicle. They should be okay because now the attention is on the top where Alter Ego and Yoodo Alliance is at.
Tom, can see a bit of a silhouette across that wall just now. See a bit of a hat that been peeking out. Reprobate at mini 14 tapping up towards those actually in the flat field. On the outskirts, there's going to be BTR being gatekept by the hands of Yoodo Alliance. Yoodo Alliance, they got the compound, they got the circle, but they need to defend it because Sem9 start to closing the gap. But Alter Ego will stop Sem9 from moving and pushing forward. Dab down to last few HP, still holding on, hugging the corners. Fnatic, it's going to be him finish off the loss of Sem9 just now, but at a cost. Heavy casualty, but here comes RRQ.
Yeah, joining into the party now. RRQ closest to Alter Ego. Yoodo Alliance taking this time to reset. And Yoodo Alliance might be busy with BTR on the south side of it. And yes, they are. Right now, long range, putting pressure on the BTR, not allowing them to come BTR. They are on foot, no vehicle. So it's going to be hard for BTR with Yoodo Alliance high ground advantage.
Yoodo Alliance, spot out Lapaz out in the open. There's going to be a piece of cake for Adit Look to just secure those eliminations and those knockdowns. Make sure BTR cannot breach in here. Boy Chill and Jan Force. Iftar try to revive and Repo Boy, but Adit Look have to open up the space for the revival to happen. But Boychi got burned off by that Molly. He goes up to the second floor. They already breach in the fortress of Yoodo Alliance in jeopardy. Boy Chill healed up, going for a reset, but Ripper Boy's pretty low still. Janforce only got himself a micro Uzi to work. Boy just spotted Addict Luke. They didn't realize he's already in. And Addict Luke opened up for shots. It's down to 2. It's going to be 3v2 now. Yoodo Alliance, they are in deficit. And this is going to be a bit of a problem for them to hold on much longer.
BTR still space to reset, but we're back on Alter Ego. And RRQ, door open by Fnatic. Ace with the Thompson, he gets his target. No mercy on his knees. One more to go from the side of RRQ. That's still active at this moment, probably on the second floor. Fnatic and Co find their target. But Alter Ego has 10 elimination points now. Hexas is the man for RRQ to defend.
He heard those footsteps around the stairs just now, switched over to DBS in an instant. But Rosemary tried to flush out and clear the angles towards the stairs, but a bit of steps, a bit too more steps than what Rosemary and the others think about. Hexas can read out the mindset of Alter Ego, but can he clutch it out? Satar spot out Rapper Boy. Hexas finish off 1. Rosemary, that's going to be the frag, the main frag of Alter Ego down. Hexas still fighting for his life here. 1v1 against Alter Ego, and they had a 2v1 before. Whilst Yoodo Alliance going down. At least they got 8 elimination, but Fnatic and Hexas, a bit of a 1v1, but Hexas clutching out with a big DBS moment. My God, he still shows such fight and such tenacity displayed by Hexas.
Well, it will be a bigger moment if we can clutch with the DBS, the entire BTR squad, who cleanly wiped out Yoodo Alliance. BTR now moving across. They know that there's only one player left. Look at the cover fire from Lap. They're sending only one player in, which is okay at this moment. Boys still with the DBS of his own. BTR, well-coordinated fight. That will bring them the chicken dinner.
Now, despite BTR, they are quite comfortably already advancing towards the grand finals. Wait, what? Huh? Is it Boom or BTR? I think the screen's broken. But speaking of BTR, right? They are comfortably in the top 5 when it comes to the standing points. But it just shows that they're not leaving any room to cut some slack down there. And they just push all the way, not showing any mercy. We don't care if you're at the bottom, you need the points. We want to be the best out of all the teams down there. And speaking of BTR, that was not an easy chicken. They fought their way in after one fight to the other. But speaking of which, a lot of teams secures around 8 to 7 eliminations, Cloud. So I assume there'll be a lot of zeros down there.
And that's Tatar. I mean, this guy, multiple awards, MVP. He's also sharing it with his teammates. I can tell that. He's sharing it. Okay, he's doing the. Come on, do it, man. Nah, read that. Come on, I know how that feels.
Satar, he's a bit puzzled. He's confused right now. Why am I the MVP? But yeah, I'll take it. There you go, smiling with some of his dimples showing off down there. Quite an adorable guy. But Satar, he is one of the underrated guys, really. I mean, like, the entire team of BTR is just star-studded lineup, not because the name of the player is big. The way they play shows how gigantic they are as an individual player in the game. Everybody pull their weight down there. So many knocks across the board with 3 and 2s going in, but definitely secures more than 10 eliminations up there.
And you gotta think about it, it's not only about them performing as a team, it's also about them performing as individuals, because they will also want to secure their first team lineup slot in the grand finals later on. So it's a way for them to show that the management that put me in the main lineup, because it's an offline event. I'll be up there on stage playing in front of the crowd, and a BTR in this, at least all of them are showing it. Of course, hats off to the MVP Sata, multiple MVPs for BTR now. He would definitely be a mainstay.
And you have to give credit for the Indonesian region, showing their prowess when it comes to the top 4 teams across the top performing team just now. Out of 4, it was 3 out of a 3 coming up from the side of Indonesian team. There's going to be REGUM, and also Alter Ego, and as well as BTR. And all of them almost survived till the very end. XERXIA SC, there was a big nade just now, by the way.
Yeah, that double knockdown to Team Secret just stated them, and from then on it was just them mowing Team Secret with their numbers. Nothing much that Team Secret can do with that double knockdown. It came at the wrong timing for Alter Ego here. Fnatic, he played well. Towards the end, of course, it's going to be BTR, played really clean and had a rough path. They had to run towards Yoodo Alliance's compound, clear them off, going up to that second floor on top of that hill just to get this chicken. So it was a tough one for BTR, and well-deserved chicken dinner.
It sounds the alarm for the side of PBE right now, since they barely got any points progress throughout the entire day when he walked to the second match just now. Ended up with another 0 on top of the on top of the scoreboard right at the very bottom. Team Secret, at least they scored a 1. And I was expecting a lot of 0s. Surprisingly, a lot of teams actually scored themselves some elimination before they went down, including GE with a 2. But 3 teams scoring a double digit this time. There's quite a number up there, and all 3 of them coming up from the Indonesian teams. Sam9 scored himself a 1. They've been quiet on the northern side, and they have not participating and engaging in any of this fight early on. But with the moment they want to step in the plans in motion, they caught themselves in a crossfire, just like how FaZe did just now. They were trying to transition, cutting across Infinity and DX to get into the center, but because of the bullets, there's just too much. That the damage soaked in by the vehicles too much. They're being forced to land themselves pull over in the middle of an open street.
Okay, this is where it all matters, right? Because we're talking about the drop. FaZe Clan not moving, so that means they still at this point have 16 weekly points. DBD went up onto PBE, but not making a difference. It is still the same. They are still in the bottom 4. G, however, goes down. Need to tabulate that a little bit more, but PB and DBD, because they didn't do that well either. Well, for PBE 0, DBD got like points. It's not enough for them to be safe yet.
I hate to break it, but PBE is definitely in the danger zone right now. Same goes for the side of GE. They need more than what they just got 2 points of the map just now. We're talking about the must-do for the side of GE and Boom this week is going to be being in the top 3 if they want to make it happen to secure and solidify the position in the grand final slot. Now, coming up from PBE, MORPH not playing, so PBE do have a shot to take the numbers up, but the problem is right now they're heading nowhere.
Yeah, it's they themselves not getting the points in the round, so quite a missed opportunity for PBE to run into another team early on. They're not a team that is good at taking early fights, so if that happened to happen, it's just too bad for them. But maybe let's hear it from the players themselves. We're talking with our host Tash Bunny. Here we go.
Well, the last map may be a civil war between all of the Indonesian teams playing today, but let's move our attention to another region, Thailand, who has been very consistent in their plays today. With me on stage, I have Boruto from XERXIA, Thailand coming on, and this is their first time actually not only making it to PMSL, but also making it into the grand final. So first of all, congratulations, and let's talk a little bit about your game plan, because for you guys have overtaken Boom Esports on the first place with only one chicken dinner. But when we look at the eliminations, you guys have a massive amount of eliminations. So how do you guys maintain this aggressive style of play and still manage to survive?
ดูเหมือนว่าการเก็บ elimination ในเกมเนี่ยน่าจะเป็นเป้าหมายหลักของคุณแล้วก็ตอนนี้เนี่ยทีมคุณก็ได้แซงทีมบูมขึ้นไปแล้วโดยการที่คุณกินไก่มากกว่าเขา1แต้มอยากทราบว่าทีมคุณเนี่ยสามารถรักษาระดับการเล่นนี้ได้ยังไงครับ
ก็รักษาระดับด้วยการเล่นเหมือนที่เราฝึกซ้อมกันมาครับผมแล้วก็แก้ไขข้อผิดพลาดกันครับเกมต่อเกมครับผม
So they've been playing refer to what they've planned and also they try to figure out what the mistakes that they did they made game by game. Yeah.
So it's a lot of learning and as well as I would say adjusting, which I love to hear from you guys, and it really shows in your game style and gameplay, which really I would say you guys deserve to go to grand finals. So congratulations once again. Now that you're in a very, very comfortable position to qualify for grand finals, 8th place currently in the league rankings, what's your target for today since the last day that you guys are playing today?
ก็คือวันนี้ก็เป็นวันสุดท้ายในการเก็บคะแนนของทีมคุณแล้วก็ตอนนี้ก็น่าจะมั่นใจในระดับหนึ่งแล้วนะครับว่าทีมคุณเนี่ยน่าจะได้ไปสู่รอบไฟนอลอยากทราบว่าวันนี้เป้าหมายของคุณคืออะไร
เป้าหมายวันนี้นะครับผมอยากให้น้องๆเล่นไม่กดดันครับผมเพิ่มความมั่นใจเข้าไปเล่นในรอบไฟนอลครับ
Okay, they just want their team to be more relaxed today in order to not pressurize themselves, and to make sure that they can go to the finals.
Right, so they're just planning to just have fun and just relax. They're already pretty much sure to be in the grand finals. So I have a question. So you guys, this is your first time making it into the PMSL finals, coming in through PMPL Thailand. How does it feel making it here? Can you share with us your journey, your struggles, and is this your first time actually competing outside of your country?
นี่ก็เป็นครั้งแรกเลยใช่ไหมครับที่ทีมคุณเนี่ยได้เข้ามาร่วมการแข่งขันของ PMSL League อยากจะทราบว่ามีความรู้สึกอย่างไรบ้างพอจะแชร์ได้ไหมว่าระหว่างทางเนี่ยเจออุปสรรคหรือว่ามีอะไรที่เราอยากจะแชร์ให้ทุกคนได้รับรู้ไหมครับ
ที่ผ่านมาอุปสรรคพวกเราก็เยอะอยู่ครับอันนี้ก็เป็นรายการที่เราเข้าไฟนอลได้รอบแรกครับผมก็เราทำงานหนักกันมาครับแล้วก็ฝึกซ้อมกันหนักครับผมเพื่อที่จะมาเอาแชมป์รายการนี้ครับ
So they've been practicing really hard to get a champion title for this league, and for the struggles, I think he believes that all the team kind of face those struggles. So yeah, he just want to make sure that he could get the champion title for this league also.
Right, so is this his first time competing outside of Thailand?
นี่เป็นครั้งแรกที่คุณได้มาแข่งนอกประเทศไหมครับหรือว่าก่อนหน้านี้เคยไปแข่งที่อื่นมาแล้ว
ก่อนหน้านี้เป็นอีกสังกัดหนึ่งครับมาแข่งที่นี่เหมือนกันมาเลเซีย
Oh, so this is his second time in Malaysia, but in different team.
Right, second time Malaysia in different teams. So before we go, final question. Now that you've been twice to Malaysia, what's your favorite food you've tried here?
มีอาหารอะไรของประจำชาตินี้ไหมที่คุณชอบเป็นพิเศษเนื่องจากครั้งนี้ก็มาเป็นครั้งที่2แล้วได้ลองชิมอะไรที่ชิมแล้วเรารู้สึกว่าเราชอบบ้างไหมครับ
อาหารอร่อยครับอร่อยทุกอย่างเลยครับ
He said everything's good here.
Everything's good here. Coming from Thailand, that is an honor. Thank you very much for your time. And for now, we're going to go back to the casters to kick off our next game. We'll see you guys very soon. Bye, everyone.
And thank you so much for the interview, Tash. And we do know for a fact that XERXIA used to known as Hail Esports, majority of the players down there, right? So they competed in PMPL South Asia before we actually have PMSL as a start. It's a very different format back in the days. I feel old now. I've seen so many formats throughout the entirety of competition in PUBG Mobile. I feel old. But last year was a different story since they got a different team entirely. And this time they're under the banner of XERXIA. I feel like they're way stronger than they used to be.
You know what else can make you feel older?
Can you not?
It's when you celebrate an anniversary.
Yeah, guys, I admit it's actually my 2nd year anniversary for you know, the flowers. So yeah, you got it right. Thank you so much, Cloud, for just, you know, just giving out the mystery done and just not a mystery anymore. It's gone into poof dust.
Well,
speaking of which,
to be fair, you
another
didn't
mystery.
exactly say what anniversary, right? So,
But let's solve another mystery here.
okay.
How can we help Box to finally have a taste of a chicken for PMSL?
Every drop into Pochinki except Box. Yeah, everyone drop Pochinki except Box, cancel each other, and all of a sudden, no Box Gaming gets chicken dinner.
And I mean, there's a lot of communication that have to work out down there for all the other teams, not just within the roster itself, but for sorry, it's broken me. But for our top performers in the previous map just now, you have to give it to all the Indonesian teams. Alter Ego and BTL just plays their hats out, and this is just exactly how yesterday starting off after the Independence Day. A bit delayed gift come out from Indonesian teams here today, but again a back-to-back coming out from Indonesia. REGUM and BTR got himself the first 2 chickens of the day. But when it comes to the second last Erangel, we do know for a fact it will be a bit quiet usually compared to the Erangel in the second half of the day, where everybody just going crazy and chaotic. That's how we got the only 9 teams in the second stage yesterday. But when it comes to the middle of the Erangel today, I have a feeling this is where the fights really matter for the teams happen to be down there.
Oh yeah, I mean, DVD, PBE, the usual suspects, doing the usual kind of performance. Just like our usual promo for you guys, the PMSL Southeast Asian Limited Skin Series in-game now. Join in the event, get the skin that comes with an entire chaser set, the suit, the mask, as well as the M16 gun skin.
And also don't forget being your favorite characters of the Dragon Ball Super, because we have the Battle Royale of Dragon Ball Super available for you guys right now. Pick any character, choose any of you want, and also try it out, because every single one of them have different skills.
Yeah, and there's your different skills as well if you get it. The Dandy Grooves that excites the battleground comes with 2-4 skin, as well as this entire set that looks like some playing a concert. First draw only at 10 UC. Try it out right now. It's only 10 UC, and who knows, you might get lucky.
Now, speaking of getting lucky, right, I'm trying to think about the drop spot for the initial drop spot coming up from the side of Box Gaming. How is it possible for them to actually finally score 1? Is there any way for them to make it through? Because right now I'm looking at, they love to drop themselves in the middle of the crossfire. They love to drop themselves where a lot of teams with high firepower and craving for this blood just force the fight against them. So maybe try to go for SMB. That might be the case for the side of Box Gaming, but it also depends on the flight path.
Wow, okay. Putting aside the flight path, if they go for SMB, then they need to fight with Infinity. So I know which is worse if that's the theory, right? If you want to go, but because they have the entire year for themselves already, considering that PERSIJA EVOS has stopped playing, so initial drop is fine.
Baonam is not playing. Nova is quite vacant. Why not?
In theory, yes, but of course, if we look at like the game, this is of course dependent by the flight path, Team Secret drop there. But they already have Yasnaya, so I don't see a reason why they need to change the initial drop spot. I would say that if anything were to change, it's just how they take fights. There's a lot of flaw in how they take fight, and I guess they should really want to start. That's the point that they should start off with.
I don't know, man. I feel like they need a major haul when it comes to their mindset here, coming from the side of Box Gaming, nothing seems to be working for them. That's the only thing that I can think of right now. Maybe if they drop themselves at a different drop spot entirely, give them a bit of uncertainty, so they're being a bit more aware, a bit more cautious about the surrounding. Maybe that's how they start to be a bit more engaging with those fights, a bit more, how do I use the right word in this? A bit more cautious approaching those fights since they are in unfamiliar territory.
Then the risk will be the boom might happen. The boom in the bad way is basically you start off in a territory that you're unfamiliar with. So there is that con there as well. For me, I don't think it's about the initial drop. I just feel that they just taking fights, that's all. And if they want to get the chicken dinner, they have to take fights to a certain extent. And that's how I see it. Like, so looking at how they've been taking fights, like not only today but in the past few days, I still feel that that's the biggest gap that they need to work out on.
Hopefully, I think they try to work too many things at one time here for Box. Really, it's not like we do see some slow progress. An example here is going to be Team Secret, right? But at least they take one step at a time. But if you try to perfect everything at once, now that's where the pressure hits. That's where the communications start to go haywire, and at the same time, feels that everybody is doing all different things at the same time. Not everybody is actually on the same page. That's what really happened when it comes to yesterday first map that we saw and realized in the first wrangle. They kind of stuck it about and they don't know what their priority is during the critical situation of being pushed in by teams. So I just wish they try to take it slow and one step at a time for the side of Box and not trying to pushing it too hard. Because sometimes we push somebody too hard. Because if you notice, all the interviews when it comes to the final week here, coming up from the coaches, all of them have the same sort of objective for the players. Play it as calm as possible, have fun, and not pressurize yourself with those unnecessary thoughts and overthinking. That's maybe one of the main factors of Box Gaming. They overthink themselves too much.
Yeah, well, it's kind of hard to evaluate that, right? Third party's perspective, especially if you don't get to hear from them. But I do agree, you in a competitive scene, you need to have a certain level of relaxation so that you'll be able to make the decisions and have a clear mind, especially in a game that is 360 and you have a lot of other teams to deal with. Not only like one team, but like 15 other teams. So a clean is definitely needed to make that right decision. Whether it's CQC, compound, or whether it's rotating from a macro level, it all needs a clear mind to be able to execute well. And this is not only for Box, but especially for all the other teams. In order to be a successful team, confidence is one thing, have a clear mind, able to make the right decisions, execute well, it's also another thing. Same goes for teams in Irrago.
Now, the best exercise to have a very clear mind is don't forget to breathe. Breathe in and out, 4 seconds in and 4 seconds out. That will clear up your mind, tremendously making an improvement. Hopefully that's going to be the case for the teams down there. We're talking about, like Box and Team Secret definitely couldn't have a shot at the grand finals. But at least for the side of PBE, MORPH, who's not playing it today, GE, Boom was also not playing it today, but GE and PBE definitely needed that. Because GE, they did not play yesterday. Boom already kind of missed opportunity for them yesterday since they didn't score as much as we hoped for. Now this can be the greatest opportunity for GE to having a go again. Because since Boom not playing, even if it's getting themselves in the top 3 on second or third place is more than enough for GE to get themselves the slot in the grand finals. They have to have the right mindset, have to focus on one thing at a time. And because right now we're looking at GE forcing the fight way too much, where they caught themselves in a trap. That's how the entire team being eliminated without breaking any sweat by 2 teams who happen to be sandwiched them in both sides.
Well, looking at the drop, at least for a start, right on top of Rossall is the flight path. So not going to be caught out yet, but who knows? After they rotate, then that might be the case. Yeah, that kind of happened before. kind of nice circle again. We're gonna get a middle path, middle kind of ish circle. So that's gonna be a start for this round. Other than that, because of the flight path is far away from PN United as well as Infinity, one other thing that I'll be looking forward to is that are they going to change their spot? Are they going to drop somewhere that is vacant because of the athleticism of some of the teams, or are they going to get a vehicle and go straight down onto the base again? We'll probably get an answer on that later. But we'll put our focus onto Uzi and Rosemary now. Both of them in the same compound, but at the same time, the two teams are nearby.
The SS in the hands of Rosemary, not the best gun there is in this situation. Got himself a pistol and that's it. Barely got enough. XERXIA on the other hand, I'm not sure about their gun and weaponry. It feels like a bit more solid than that of Rosemary right now. Mega Mind spot out. Sharper got Fnatic down on the ground. Fnatic and the rest of Alter Ego start to lose men. He's still alive, but barely. Alva only got a pistol on him. Couldn't actually make the shot and couldn't spread it out. Sharper finish of Alva. That's leaving Alter Ego down to one. Punch it out and as him get it. But it's Rosemary. No, it's my favorite player. But back on the side of SE and XERXIA team doing well. They're not willing to commit to it, even though Alva is bleeding out. Surprisingly, nobody tried to finish him off. Leaving only Octa once more as the last player. But we've seen Octa clutch it out before. He can't live by himself.
Yeah, but he's definitely not going to continue to fight. I don't think he is well looted up just yet, so he would just leave that. Yeah, he has nothing on him except for that sword. So he's just going to continue on by his own. And Alva is just left as some sort of like a bait, hoping for the last Alter Ego to bite. But obviously, with the current situation, he's definitely not for it. So that 3 points is going to be the most that XERXIA is going to get as a start.
I mentioned about Infinity before. They're definitely dropping themselves on the far left of the map here. We do know when it comes to the sort of flight path we've seen just now is favoring more towards the north. That's where Infinity not going to drop himself in SMB. They're taking the left side of the map. It might be cutting across ruins. That's how their usual rotation when it comes to this sort of a drop spot. But FaZe might actually be interested taking on top of ruins at their second checkpoint as well. Well, Vampires, I have a feeling they will actually go up to shooting range since they're dropping themselves in the north side of Joggle Pool. So I assume they will have a clear path getting in the circle later on. And speaking of the circle, right, we've seen this on the outskirts of Pochinki before. So I assume Pochinki Potato Hills will be quite a heated up space there on. Because last time we saw BATR, maybe Semnon interested to take it. RRQ possibly try to get themselves on top of it as fast as they can as well. But if the circle moving down south again, you might actually have a crowded coastline once more.
Yeah, including Alter Ego had in Potato here before, but with only one player left, they're definitely going to let that go. So it's an opportunity for the other teams that you mentioned to kind of take it. Other than that, I would say one popular spot will be the high ground south of school. I'm a fan of that spot. I think that spot is really nice to defend, really nice to sort of give other teams, especially from the school area, school apartment area. So I would expect some teams to go there as well. But if it does go down to, again, the far-ish by the Bay Area, we'll see the usual suspects in pretty much the same.
But speaking of around farm, previously Team Secret dropped himself there because of a flight path. It's reachable to his side of Farm Milta area. But this time Team Secret dropping himself on the outskirts of Gatka. So we do know Gatka DX taking Pochinki. I'm not sure if they will bump into each other way early on. GEEK fam is around that corner as well. Same goes for the side of DBD, who dropping himself on the outskirts of Primos and Ferry Pier. And so far, we haven't seen a lot of clashes coming out from on top of Pochinki, which TS is cutting across. But DX, I'm not sure if they left Pochinki or still around the corner.
Interesting. Maybe, yeah, not too sure right now. Probably they would have left it. Or maybe not. Now that I thought it, like D-Xavier, a team that also likes to play a little bit later from the outside, try to get as eliminations as possible. So potentially, maybe not. But after looking at the elimination feed and knowing that, hey, Alter Ego only has one player, Potato Hill is kind of open. Potentially, based on that information, they might head there too. So we'll keep an eye on that as we pan over some of the teams. maybe still in Pachinki, maybe onto Potato, or maybe somewhere else. So there are a few variables to what Xavier could do.
Also, there's a shot that we might actually ended up on top of Gatka Field. So I assume a lot of teams will try to get into the trenches. Or we've seen Infinity took that before and get themselves around the bunkers area nearby the trenches of Gatka and Pachinki. So that might actually happen now. On the side of PBE, coming down from Starboard towards Yasnaya, Poliana, might actually bump into Box Gaming if they still lingering around there. Team Secret and DBD not too far off, possibly around 400 meters apart right now. Still not able to visualize each other out, but I assume Team Secret expected to see DBD from here, from this particular angle.
Yeah, Pachinki High Ground, this is one of my favorites to be a checkpoint. And knowing that they will come from this direction, DBD from Quarry and Team Secret from here. So based on this timing, Team Secret made it first to this high ground, which is a good spot to try to gatekeep teams coming in from the left side. F9 on the other hand, they made it into this area around. This should be a Medusa intersection, and they're taking a fight against PBE. Long range though, PBE cannot afford to lose anything.
I agree, but the problem is, it's not just them. I have a feeling XERXIA and Box might actually bump into them very soon. So we're talking about the team coming up from the northern side. And Sam9 and the side of PBE, they do have Box Gaming, but I feel like Box Gaming will go up north. Still cutting across Roshok. We do have that circle later on, but it's going to be on top of Ruins, where I expect Infinity taking over Ruins, but FaZe already passed by Ruins, so we can expect Infinity to be the third party coming in a bit later, while the side of GEEK, Alter Ego Octa going across Yasnaya, all the way by himself, coming up to the top of Roshok, and from northern side of Roshok, will get into the circle and try to be safe. XERXIA, on the other hand, retaining their latest one into Milta and will squeeze into the right side of the circle a bit later than the rest. But RRQ, this is their turf. So they definitely know every nook and cranny around this terrain and around about how to fight against Box. But Box still fighting back. His Namkut got Hexus down his knees. A bit of a 1-to-1 trade, but no mercy. Surprised by Sam9 from the back.
Yeah, the school high ground is a popular spot now, including Sam9 will come in, and they're surrounding RRQ with the knockdown. They're confident enough to take that fight head on. They're trying to get the knockdown to Tam, but not able to get it because of the buggy. Most of the shots head on to the buggy. The buggy became the protector of Tam, and with that, Tam counters. But now, after the trades, it's going to be no mercy and Tam. 1v1, no mercy. Jump shot from this building onto Tam, taking out Sam9.
Incredible shot. He pulled an Air Jordan just now. We call it an Air Jordan now for jump shot. And that was incredible spray. Great tracking. A neat swing. A big one coming up from No Mercy. Winning that fight over the side of Sam9. Well, we do saw early on Team Secret were fighting against another team before. I'm not sure who that was. But it feels like both teams want to part ways. Possibly the Xaviers in that case. Because it feels like these Xaviers have their focus, tunnel vision to the side of Team Secret just now. But they have to be extra careful. Yes, they do have those elevations coming from these Xaviers, but they are in between Team Secret and BTR currently.
At least these Xaviers' position is kind of nice as well. I do like this position too. It's the church on the left side of Pachinki. Good place to hold, good place to get information as well. At the same time, if you really need to retreat inside of this church, it's going to be okay. You can do it and reset there as well. So with this kind of position, they would definitely hold it for now. And it's somewhat in the middle of the circle, so they're likely to get the next stage as well.
Levi spotting out Team Secret, giving a bit of a warning shot. Now Smile on the other and open up the angles for GE. Spotting out Box Gaming. Now they barely got any cover since they are in the middle of nowhere for the side of Box Gaming. It's an open field, but the terrain is uneven. They will buy them some time for now, but GE closing up as Small just relaying those information away, but the circle happy to be popping now. It's going to be on top of Gatka Fields and on top of Pachinki. We might actually do have an urban warfare.
Ooh, urban warfare or maybe Pachinki high ground. Gonna be interesting here. let's see what's going to happen. You can expect a lot of teams to go inside of Pachinki since it's pretty much in the middle of the circle. And if a lot of teams are there coming out, if the circle shifts away, it's going to be hard. It might be hard for Box Gaming now. 10-2K, 10% of health. Vico smoking up. Might blow. Guang in the open. Ventoris is there. 10-2K now. Only 10% of health left. Ventoris will pick up the point. 2 points for FaZe Clan as Box Gaming has 3 more games to go to score the chicken dinner.
What a blunder for Box Gaming, having a flip of a car right in the center of the crosshair for your openings just now. But this is supposed to be the Xavier's circle. This is their turf. This is their initial drop spot. Spot out Onzen. A bit of clip done. Got some headshots down there to the side of Onzen's. Mela is on his right side. But Persijan and the rest of these Xaviers know exactly how to play alongside. This is their usual drop spot. So there's nothing unfamiliar about it. Yoodo Alliance, on the other hand, taking a bit of elevations against GEEK Fam. Funny enough, GEEK Fam, Yoodo Alliance, M9 happen to be always butting their heads against each other quite early on, having the same right mindset for the Malaysian teams. But damn root, he soaked in quite a number of damage, but already trying to open up the flank all the way, walking this towards this angle, towards this direction. If they're not being aware about Audrey's position, now that's going to be tough for Yoodo Alliance to hold their grounds. But the spot out BTR do have still the luxury to take a bit of a long fight, even though GEEK Fam is closing by.
Wow. Rotating farm to the Pachinki high hill. This gives me a throwback feeling of Team Bapa back in the days who used this kind of rotation to their advantage. It's a nice hole, not gonna lie, and so happened there's another team there, but just look at this. Based on their position, even GEEK Fam can't directly take them out. That is how nice that terrain is. And they also still get that information that GEEK Fam is there. They know how to manage it of their own. GEEK Fam has interest on the Yoodo Alliance pool, but you don't see a direct confrontation till now.
Yep, both teams are walking on eggshells right now, being extra careful. Whilst PB Sports have Vampires barely make it in. Not enough covers. They got the warehouses that's nearby towards the edge of a circle of Vampires hanging on this terrain with one tree to take covers from. Lucky there's some elevation towards the ground. They can actually just hide over that side, but they have to be extra careful. Their back is just way too open. We saw GE coming out on the flank side as well. FaZe happened to be in the center between GE, Vampires, and PBA, and the circle shifted away. We're gonna have Pachinki fight this time.
Oh, Yoodo Alliance 2-2 split, but time for them to get together because we still got 13 teams. This kind of circle, it's time to stick together because all these teams will start to go and they will start to crash into each other. Now PBE on the outside trying to stop a rotation Vampire Esports, but not able to get a clear shot. Vampire Esports, beautiful rotation by them, avoiding the shots from PBE, and now they're on the clear.
Cutting across the gut field on the side of Vampires, hoping nobody's shooting on their side. Lucky the other end is actually fighting against each other, so they have a clear in. But BTR did spot this one. Now they got themselves the trenches to work with. Vampire Stone already parked himself in instead of a tunnel. Alter Ego being eliminated for entirety of it. Okta couldn't last long enough. It's down to only 12 teams, 4 teams out. Boy Chill spotted out the trenches, but nobody can actually have the other angle where they're supposed to have one person guarding over the entry of the trenches early on. BTR did not see this one coming this early. Now Fluke, Ravenclaw and Vampires happen to be clustered up together in those trenches. They have no information about what's happening outside. They need to place a watchman on the outside as well, but to climb out those trenches is going to be difficult.
Luckily enough, they have a circle, so they might want to hold that for now. As for Yoodo Alliance, yes, they have the circle, but by this age, stage 5, it might go away for them. So it's important for Yoodo Alliance right now to try to clear the flanks. But Yoodo Alliance still in the 2-2, so if they want to take the fight against FaZe Clan, it's going to be for very engaged this information, but they cannot stay there too long without facing a pressure.
Pachinki knowing that Pachinki will be the last few circles. To penetrate the fortress, but down on the ground, Arjun managed to slip through the problem is, for him alone to take up the entire Team Secret is still not going to be easy. Chua cannot be helped for now. Put pressure on Serge and Chua. These is right now. One down, and the other one, I'm not sure where he's at. Possibly helping to the full and GEEK to as well the northern. But spotted out Vampires. Tony K being dropped to his knees.
Ooh, okay, the Pachinki fight is happening now, but it's an urban warfare. So at some point it might stalemate. But we move over to FaZe Clan on the outside of the circle now against RRQ. Hexas on his Mela opening up the space together with Ventores. Mela with a nade in hand. Ventores knocked down the Pekko. Only No Mercy left. They're gonna go in. No Mercy. All alone. Defense ground. But I got Moment on the other side as well with the DBS in hand. Moment with a nade. He charging with the DBS. Spraying into the smoke. Hoping to knock No Mercy. No Mercy shows himself. Moment not there. They're jumping left and right. Trying to land the target.
No Mercy tried to change his repositioning himself up towards the left side here entirely, but he barely hanging on to the smoke. They can see through the silhouette, but he still got Mela on the ground. Onzen's trying to spray and pray. He still managed to pin it down. RQ is out as FaZe will have a bit of a revival to be done.
Oh, but they need to do it quick because now Ventores on his knees. But a Yoodo Alliance. Now Yoodo Alliance knowing that FaZe Clan, they're going to be the third party on the FaZe. Ventores just too far away for his teammate. The smoke will be used to try to buy time. But because XERXIA joining the party!
Oh, here comes a splat here. XERXIA is a piece of cake for them as he just running down Mormon. He just steals away, cleaning up crew, but can they clean things up? As FaZe still have the fight in them, but XERXIA, oh, Sharper coming out from the back. FaZe, they trying for a bit, but not much long, because XERXIA happen to be, they're cleaning up crew and just wipe off the map clean, but they're not done yet. Next we have GE versus Infinity.
Oh, the Infinity is spraying onto Murder. Murder wins the fight, but then again counted from the other side. Now GE only has side together with his other teammate. He's saving a long range for the Infinity as well as GE. Zai now in trouble, 50% health left, but Zai has to work with. Smile on the other hand, uses a nade to try to get the members of the Infinity now. Could they stand onto Lobby? Lobby could be in trouble. Lobby almost knocked down, but they take down Beer. Lobby heals up. Lobby goes in. 80% health. Not down to body because of the nade. Smile with the DBS. He might take down Lobby. And yes, he will. He'll not botch it.
Oh, here comes Smile. Infinity couldn't make it through, but GE still hanging on, but they barely get themselves into the circle. They have to cut across two teams at the same time. One of it is going to be GEEK Fam. Team Secret Putra leaving himself in the trench, but it's not in the circle still. While the rest of XERXIA have to cut across PB and Yoodo Alliance at the same time. PB split it themselves. The formation is all over the place here. With Megamind spotted out the trenches, Momboy and Raimon in there. While the one last player, which is going to be cool, happened to be in the center of everybody else. This is going to be tough for PBE since they're lacking manpower and quite split apart.
PBE is still without any elimination points. If they get eliminated at 8th place, it's going to be hard. Another tough round. Yoodo Alliance, are they look, not letting XERXIA go as they have 2 players left. They see the movement from Ifta, they see the silhouette. We can see as well, Yoodo Alliance is really not going to let go of XERXIA. XERXIA must win the fight. They get the knockdown onto Ade Luke. 2 more to go onto the hands of the Yoodo Alliance. Can they take out XERXIA or will XERXIA prevail?
LZ still holding on, working alongside with Megamind, who happened to be got himself on that vehicle. Iftar tried to keep them at bay and hoping to buy space for him to revive his teammate. But at the same time, XERXIA's not willing to go down easily. Megamind on his knees, down to only FZ. Open up his off angle. Rapper Boy find a loophole. They finish XERXIA. Next is a fish. Fish wall out there. Yoodo Alliance, they're not done yet because the next contender is going to be PBE right across them and right on top of them.
Well, PBE busy with BTR from afar, taking out Raimon. So it looks like PBE, they will not go in. They probably have only 2 players left, but they must circle. Circle moved away from PBE. Goes up to the high ground of Pachinki. Where GE is at. GEEK Fam's not too far as well. And GE, if they can secure the ground, it's going to be a prime position for them.
And Circle just did it again. Landed on no man's land. GE got most of the left side covered, but GEEK Fam coming up from the north. But Master Ichi interested to take a fight against GEEK Fam down there. Look at how he's scouting over this side. And Mika is playing it smart, hiding himself at the foot of the hill, not being noticed by Master Ichi, but he can hear all the footsteps, all the information given away by GE here. But Mika slowly approaching, crawling down, proning, snake-like, trying to find himself some target to shoot against. But Master Ichi, his hunches told him, his gut telling him to move away, but he's coming back here. Can Mika spot him out? Now he's playing a very dangerous game. Master Ichi didn't spot him out. Here comes the spray, down on his knees.
Surprise by Mika! Mika will get a first knock. That will alert the rest of GE right now to come towards Master Ichi. Ichi still bleeding. Mika will finish him off. No, not yet. Use someone as a bait, but he has only about 20 health left. And the rest of GE will need to come and back him up. At the same time, Vampire Esports out at number 7 elimination point. Didn't get to see too much of them as they were busy with BTR on the other side.
We're down to 5 here with GEEK Fam, BTR, Yoodo Alliance having a full squad, whilst the side of GMPB down to only 2 players left, respectively. Now GEEK Fam and Yoodo Alliance both pinned down on GE, both sides. Zai couldn't even pick out. Instant knockdown if that happens. BTR taking a fight against the side of GEEK Fam, but GE Smart fighting back. He knocked on Nifta. But the problem is how to save Zai. They're out in the open. PBE Kwame nothing to cover himself with, only the terrain, hoping the uneven terrain will buy him time. But cool, there's no way out. Momboy is a bit too far, only got 1 tree to take covers from, but the fires, the bullets flying his way is tremendously too much of a pressure.
Oh, about pressure. Momboy doesn't have the zone, so he'll be pressured by the blue as well. Find a way to get in, but look at this. BTR hasn't locked in, or more like locked out, as Momboy eliminated by Gen Force. No elimination points. Dependent on placement points this time for PBE. And now we still have BTR a full squad. Could BTR score a back-to-back?
They got 1 man knocked down. Yoodo Alliance a bit far. That's going to be around 50 meters apart. Lapa and Gen Force try to open up the angle, fanning out. And the airdrop happened to be just taunting all the players in the center. GEEK Fam spotted out by Rebel Boy, but a dangerous giveaway by Rebel Boy since they do have a bit of lower ground and they might have to cross the street before they open fire, but they opened before. So that's just going to be difficult for them to cross over to his Adik Luke to help him in case GEEK Fam trying to push. But Smile not being spotted out by GEEK Fam yet. Same goes for Yoodo Alliance. It's playing this as low as possible. But earlier, again, giving the pressure aside of GEEK Fam. Not aware that BTR is scouting over Olio's side right now.
Oh, so onto the high ground. Here we go. Yoodo Alliance is only look on the other side. He has to wait for his other teammates to come and back him up, including Olio, who's on the other side too. But crossing the road is going to be hard for Yoodo Alliance. GE on that now. Only Smile left. So he will hold on as long as possible, hoping for us to be cancelled in order to get more placement points.
Oh, Yoodo Alliance a bit too late for them to cross the road now since BTR got himself to stop and gatekeep them from the insides. GE taking advantage of the position, and now he is not doing well either because all the GEEK Fam turning down vision onto his side of GE, but surprisingly he got 2 knock. Master Small trying to make miracles run by himself here with Audrey right across him. Damn reposition, tunnel focusing to his side of GE Small. He got himself a bit of a reset. Here comes another nade. Can he toss himself a Kobe 1? And it seems like a perfect angle. Might actually adjust himself for Mika and Damroot, but sprays open to Damroot. But Smalls barely hanging on. The Blizzard closing in. Yoodo Alliance coming up from the back. GEEK Fam in shambles.
Oh, they kind of help Smile. My goodness, now Smile still survives. Okay, now the chance is for Smile to get into the circle because he's still on the outside of it. Smile needs to find the right timing. He's on the lower ground. Yoodo Alliance overtake the high ground out of GEEK Fam. Thanks to Smile as well. Smile, we need to find a way to get in. No space for him. He in the next fight. He has a nade in hand. He knows Rebel Boy's behind his tree. His nade up, tossing on the Rebel Boy. Rebel Boy alerted now by Smile.
So next to reposition, Mika barely hanging on. They're down to 2 players due to how much the Small just disrupt the entire lineup of GEEK fam just now. Now, Yoodo Alliance have no clue. Smile's just next to him, and Rapper Boy is a clear shot for Master Smile right now. He's definitely tempted to take it, and here comes the spray, but couldn't make it through because Adik Look in an instant spotted out in the very last minute. Valiant effort coming out from the side of GE. What a play by Master Smile, but we're down to 3 with numbers on the hands of BTR. They have the advantage, they have the circle, and they are waiting for GEEK fam and Yoodo Alliance to crouch over to their side.
Oh, yeah, BTR now. They kind of had the circle as well. And they're waiting to be the third party. They're waiting for the fight between Yoodo Alliance and GEEK fam to continue before they come in. Yoodo Alliance, they are of their surroundings. They know that BTR is below them, so they're covering their back by popping up this smoke. At the same time, Adilu keeping an eye on them. But at the same time, they need to also manage GEEK fam. I mean, there's so many things that Yoodo Alliance needs to do now, being the center of attention.
A bit to transition himself on top of that heals, but Lapa managed to get his hands on that airdrop. That's going to be a ghillie stood tricky for the eyes to see. BTR split it into 2-2 formation with Jamforce and the, I think it's going to be Satar and also Lapa taking the front line, Jamforce taking the support fire at the back. Sonics and Yoodo Alliance, the rest of GEEK fam, too close against Yoodo Alliance. Just one heal of a difference. Boychill alongside with Jamforce giving cover fires towards Lapa and Boychill at the front. But Sonics going for the push. Adik Look down on his knees. Almost even. It's going to be a 1-2-1 trade. Almost both of them. GEEK fam still have the fight in them. Fighting back. Adik Look bleeding out. Olio barely hanging on. But GEEK fam down to last player. Repperboy climbing up. Mika is not aware of the position. GEEK fam goes down first. It's down to this 2 team. 2v4. And 2 is on the side of Yoodo Alliance.
Guess what? That fight sounded the signal to BTR to come in. Yoodo Alliance push out into the blue. And now Yoodo Alliance is fired. BTR still putting pressure onto Yoodo Alliance, not letting it go at all. With Red Bull down on the seas, they will move in, they will wipe them out, and BTR will score a back chicken dinner.
Incredible form here today, BTR. What a performance for Northern. Even a back dinner with the flawless run, still having a full squad intact and alive. That says something, and this is not their best yet because we're waiting for them in the grand finals. Imagine how will they perform in the grand finals.
Yeah, it's going to be real interesting now. I expect this lineup for BTR in the grand finals later on. It's probably going to be, it's a scary message to the other teams. Do not mess with BTR at this moment. They are performing. Previously it was Satar. Now it's Lap with the MVP. 3 eliminations, 479 damage in the hand of our MVP for this round. Mr. Lapa, who used to play for Void. What transfer he is for BTR?
He didn't know he was MVP. He was asking the cameraman, it's me? I can read his lips just now. But yeah, that was not something that's surprising for Lapa to get an MVP. We know how much of a value each of the player of BTR. They're just crazy, insane individual skills, each of them. And when they work things out and the teams, that's even more scarier. Look at how solid of a lineup when it comes to this 4 right now. I feel like they don't need to change, but they need the swap of a player because they have been scoring themselves wide volume of eliminations. And not just that, they're trying.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, there's no reason based on this performance to make a substitution for BTR right now. Looking real nice for them. Not dropping any point to any other team. But what's looking nice as well is GE. Smile. How he held on for the longest time. That was insane. He got some help from Alliance against GEEK fam. But it's still his effort to be able to survive long.
I cannot help but keep on thinking the fact that so many things can change at the very last minute. If Yoodo Alliance were to make a faster rotation into the circle when it was in the top 5 just now, they are the only one that can able to stop BTR from marching through across that street to climb up those hills where GEEK fam was standing before. And since they take a bit of a late rotation, the moment they want to rotate in, BTR already crossed over that side and can gatekeep Yoodo Alliance from marching forward. That's such a crucial moment for IGL of Yoodo Alliance to make the call, but it was just a tiny bit short at that very moment. And BTR, they're coming up from the right side of the circle, slowly but surely, quietly even, not being spotted by GEEK, who's a bit occupied against Yoodo Alliance and GE at the same time. But Master Smile, he was the game changer for GEEK at the very last second.
Oh, and with that game day performance, this time GE scored 11 points. Boom, obviously happy with that. But then again, it's GE just putting a showing here with 7 elimination points in the hands. PBE, on the other hand, 3 eliminations, 3 placement points, only not that great of a number. But what's worse is DBD now, 0 points. That means PBE will still maintain on top of DBD.
And don't forget about PBE, didn't score as much as well today. But DBD, it's time to wake up now. Both Team PBE and DBD both in the same, they both need to push up the numbers, since not just BTR is going great this time, just taking all the people down, but DBD and PBE both pretty much in 90 and 20 spot. If this keeps going on, I mean, they have to start said that and the slot to be warm up for the finals.
Exactly. Look at Team Secret pushing them down. And on the other side, you got FaZe Clan going up to a meaning that they gain an extra weekly point now. As of it is still PBE and DBD at the bottom 4. And also GE, well, although they went down, but oh man, need to make the calculations again, right? But because GE did okay this time, despite their okay performance, but because of other teams, they went down a little bit. But it's really scary for both PB and DBD now that they are at the real bottom of the ranking.
Now, so speaking of the first page, right, we talked a lot when it comes to the bottom. And the first page, the only one actually in the top 10 without any chicken so far, it's going to be just Yoodo Alliance. It just shows how much they're craving for the eliminations, other than the bonus points coming up from the chicken dinner. That speaks a lot. I mean, it's okay if you don't score any chicken if you're on the first page, but that's not the case for Box Gaming.
Well, thanks for reminding.
Just insult more the rune for them. Just add the salt in the rune for the side of Box. I'm sorry, but we're waiting for it.
Well, it is 3 more games to go for Box Gaming. So, 1 day wrap, 2 Mirama, and that's it. It's a wrap for Box Gaming. There's no way they can collect points to go into top 16 for sure. So, it is now down to these 3 games for Box Gaming to score their chicken dinner in the MSL. As of now, ladies and gentlemen, if you just joined us for some reason in the PL, they're the only team without a chicken dinner. We'll need to wait further after before we see whether they can score that chicken dinner or not. Now we'll head on to one, guys, after this break.
Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super is now available in PUBG Mobile. In this mode, players will experience a whole new kind of combat. Players can play as several Dragon Ball characters, compete in intense battles to see who will be the final victor. If you're trying to win, try going to an energy zone and see what random buff you get. If you get a health recovery buff, then it's a good idea to stick around and fight. Even without any recovery items, you'll be able to maintain a decent amount of health. During a match, players can also use attacks while battling with others. These attacks require ki. Players can collect ki from the map. They can also choose to replenish ki by charging it up themselves. Players also need to be on the lookout for upgrade materials. These are used to level up attacks. Attacks have a total of 5 levels. Level 1 to 2 only require basic upgrade materials to level up. Level 3 and above require advanced upgrade materials. The higher an attack's level, the more damage it will deal. There's also various support items that can be found in the map. For example, the Buku Capsule and Smoke Capsule. After using a Buku Capsule, you'll be able to fly a certain distance. It's really useful for initiating battles or running away. But be careful when you run into Piccolo. He has an attack that can snipe you from far away, as well as a dash that can quickly close the distance. Smoke capsules release ball-shaped smoke, which can obscure enemy vision. This smoke screen can help you retreat or relocate. Don't forget about accessories. Accessories can also make your attack stronger. More advanced accessories provide better buffs. If you play as Vegeta or Ultimate Gohan, who can already attack pretty quickly, you can enhance it with an accessory for an even greater advantage. If you want to increase your chance of survival, look no further than the Armor item. Armor provides extra health, which gives you an edge in combat. It has a total of 4 levels, and the higher the level, the more extra extra health it provides. Be sure to pick it up when you come across it. So, do you understand the gameplay and items a little better now? Let's play Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super together.
The depths of the ocean can be beautiful and terrifying. We all have a dark side that's always a part of us, but we can control it. I don't care what others think. I'm only concerned with my wants. The weak are always eliminated. Only the strong can survive.
you. Join the airdrop carnival with Alan Walker. Grab the airdrop crate and head out together.
In an incredible feat, we saw a back-to-back chicken dinner today by BTR, who is on the stage with me. Tash Bunny here, though, first for the PMSL SEA Fall 2023. And today, while it's the second last day, we want to talk to two players from two different teams on two different countries. From BTR, I have... sorry about that. From BTR, I have Boy Chill, and from Yoodo Alliance, I have Flax OP. Now, first of all, let's talk a little bit more with BTR because they did get that double chicken dinner just now. Congratulations, first of all. And a lot of fans were asking for when exactly is the domination of BTR going to come back, and could this be the start for it?
Oke, jadi pertama selamat atas back-to-back WWCD-nya. Oke, jadi kita di sini ataupun fans di luar sana itu pada penasaran kapan BTR itu bakal dominasi lah PMSL. Apakah ini starting point-nya? Kayak ini, apakah ini titik permulaan buat BTR mendominasi lobby PMSL ini?
Itu aja?
Iya, itu aja.
Ya mungkin ya mulai dari hari ini karena coach sudah bilang tadi kita fokus, anggap ini mulai dari hari ini sama kemarin final. Ini mulai dari hari kemarin final. Ya pokoknya intinya gitu. Jadi kita fokus untuk mendominasi sampai final nanti, sampai akhir final.
Okay, so basically, yes, this could be the start of our domination is because of our coach told us that just pretend that yesterday and today until next day is the final day so that they can like visualize what's going to happen on grand final, and yes, that's why they can get a back-to-back chicken dinner.
Right, so does that mean that you guys are already starting to use, I would say, your hidden strats already this week?
Jadi apakah kalian udah menggunakan senjata-senjata rahasianya gitu? Taktik-taktik rahasia gitu?
Taktik-taktik rahasia, mungkin taktik-taktik rahasianya kita doa. Itu aja. Doa. Ya, doa sama hoki-hoki.
So basically, we don't use our like secret weapon yet, but still one of our secret weapon is pray and of course luck as well.
Prayers and luck is, I would say, some of the best ingredients for some winnings. So last week, BTR also managed to come back on day number 4. And today, it seems like, you're doing it again. Is there any reason why both these weeks, your team, I mean, you did say is you're going to play like grand finals, but what changed? Why is it so different from the beginning till now?
Oke, jadi kalau dilihat-lihat, kalian BTR itu sering comeback di hari Sabtu lah permainannya. Dari minggu lalu sampai minggu ini juga hari Sabtu itu yang bakal kalian comeback. Apakah itu, kenapa hari Sabtu? Bisa cerita nggak? Kenapa hari Sabtu? Ataupun itu cuma hoki ataupun ya gimana?
Kenapa hari Sabtu? Nggak tahu juga sih. Mungkin karena sudah dijadwalkan sama coach.
Okay. So basically, he have no idea about it. He have no comment about it. But it's just like, or maybe the coach asked us specifically, okay, Saturday you need to perform better or what? I also don't understand.
Honestly, it's very scary when you think about it. It's like ordering food, right? Like today I want to eat a pizza. Today I want a chicken dinner. So they delivered. So props to them for that. So I also noticed that you guys have been shuffling rosters. Sometimes you high boy plays, sometimes you high boy doesn't play. Is that part of the strat?
Jadi kadang-kadang kita bisa lihat yang terkadang Yuhai main, terkadang Yuhai nggak main. Apakah itu salah satu bagian daripada strat kalian sendiri?
Ya mungkin yang dipikirkan coachku itu adalah strategi bagaimana menyusun riset-risetnya pemain juga.
Okay. Alright. So basically, from Boy Chill perspective is, it could be one of the strategy that the coach are trying to get the best formula for the grand final. So that's his opinion basically.
That's actually very interesting because it's as though the coach is hiding the secret strat from the team themselves. So that's very, very fun. Now, we also had an interview with Damroot from Geek Fam this morning, earlier today. And he did mention that him and Yuhai Boy have been comparing scores. They've been having a lot of banter. Do you think that they have a chance, do you have a chance to chase them in terms of their scores?
Okay, jadi pas interview awal-awal tadi, sama Damroot itu kayak terlihat bacot ke BTR lah. Apakah BTR ini bakal incar Damroot di in-game ntar?
Kita nggak suka mengincar orang, kita mau membunuh
Fokus.
Pokoknya yang bacot itu bantai aja semua.
Oke. So basically So we don't actually care about what others people talk about us. We don't chase them inside the game. We're just gonna focus on ourselves. So it's just us being us. We just play our game. That's all.
I also heard Bantai Saja, which also means we just kill everyone. So love that for you guys. So now thank you so much for that, by the way. Let's talk a little bit now with Flax OP from Yoodo Alliance. Now, currently, you guys are in 11th place in the league rankings. Do you think that your team is pretty much safe right now into the grand finals? Do you think there's a chance that you guys might be knocked out by any chance?
Okay, so Flex, kalau ikutkan sekarang Yoodo Alliance dekat nombor 11 overall liga, korang rasa dengan skor korang sekarang ni, korang boleh layak tak ke grand final? Seberapa yakin korang rasa yang korang akan layak ke grand final?
Saya yakin dorang boleh buat 100% dorang layak untuk grand final.
Okay, so for Flex, what his opinion saying is they are 100% confident that Yoodo Alliance is going to make it to the grand final.
Right, and on top of that, I think you start to see all those teams at the bottom tier starting to really chase up this week, like FaZe. And are they like threatened by these teams by any chance?
Okay, so kalau tengok skor tim-tim bawah sekarang semua dah start naik atas, macam FaZe, macam Boom, banyak tim lagi yang dah start naik ke atas. Adakah korang rasa tercabar dengan kenaikan tim-tim yang dekat bawah korang?
Tak.
Wow.
So basically, what's Flex trying to say is like he don't feel threatened by the team's performance for this week.
That's right. Now, when coming back to the placements for this week, you guys are currently at number 5 from number 11 with only just 3 matches and nearly got a chicken dinner just now with against BTR. So in match number 3, you guys got 10 eliminations. Can you walk us through what was going on through your minds in that game?
Okay, so Flex, dekat game ketiga tadi, kau tengok dorang dapat 10 kill kan? Sebab kau pun baru masuk. And kau rasa apa yang berada di fikiran dorang waktu tu?
Bagi saya, dorang dah mula confident dengan liga ni untuk bawa ke grand final. Dan saya yakin dorang boleh buat yang terbaik untuk grand final ni.
Okay, so basically what Flex trying to say is because he don't actually play on the map 3 just now. And for his perspective, he thought that, okay, finally the boys already started to play like themselves, like that how they're supposed to play. So yeah, he really confident that the boys gonna make it to the grand final and gonna perform better in grand final as well.
Actually, this is really good, the timing when you think about it, because this is a situation where next week is already grand finals. So hopefully that momentum keeps going. Now let's talk a little bit about Adit Look. I think in the beginning, in week number 1, Adit Look challenged all of the teams to fight him. And now we're here in week 3, almost the end of the week. What do you think of your team's performance after that call to challenge?
Okay, so basically lepas Adit Look taunting semua team yang katakan, okay, jom akan cari saya dan sebagainya kan. Kau rasa dengan performance korang sekarang, kau puas hati tak dengan performance Yoodo Alliance sekarang? Selepas apa yang dikatakan oleh Adik Luke?
Bagi saya, Adik Luke kata tu betul. Bagi saya, kat grand final ni, korang boleh tengoklah gameplay kita orang macam mana. Sebab liga ni biasa-biasa je. Grand final nanti kita orang bantai.
Okay, so basically what is Adik Luke trying to say is actually true for me, for Flex as well. He also challenged the other teams, which is like, okay, in this league we're just gonna play like how we used to play, but in grand final you're gonna see the real Yoodo Alliance.
It's very fun when we hear all of these players really challenge other teams, their secret weapons, the way they play, and it's making me super excited for next week. But before that, we still have a few more matches to go for today, so don't go anywhere. We're going to toss it back to the casters to start off the second half. We'll see you guys in a little bit. Bye-bye.
I love that interview. I love to see how Jiang's so flexible to the point he just translates 2 different languages entirely at the same time.
Yeah, make that 3 if you want to add another one to make it sound sexier, right? Like, oh, 3 languages, that's cool. Well, not like Tash needed, but I guess, Tash is like, hey, be a gentleman, help me out. So, okay, I'll do it. But in that interview, we can clearly see that, based on the interview, I would say that we can clearly see Yoodo's definitely going into the grand finals. I really don't see them dropping the ball. Surely they'll be there. And looking at the current state of Yoodo Alliance, they are keeping with the trend of like the team that needs a bit of warm-up at the start. But once they warm up, they just go all the way.
Yeah, I kind of agree. I mean, Yoodo Alliance is definitely sitting at a very comfortable position right now. Same goes for the side of BTR. I love the question that being pointed towards them, that are they being threatened due to the teams that we thought they are at the very bottom, since they are rising up the occasion, just pushing the different level entirely of play when it comes to the final week here. And that's something to be, something to be concerned with for the teams, even though they are up there, because we know for a fact every single time we view the league champion, we do know the league champion will not take away the throne of the grand finals. That's usually the case. Correct me if I'm wrong, but maybe that's also a curse, or maybe something, just a trend coming up for the league, and it's a very different play when it comes to the grand finals. But when it comes to our top performer just now, it's going to be GE Smart. I mean, he played so brilliantly just now.
Oh yeah, he helped GE get maximum placement points. And argue that he got some help from Yoodo Alliance and all that, but it was also because of how he played the game, being in a position that was very difficult to still gain those points for GE, and GE definitely need the points in. So looking good so far for GE. Well, 50-50, right? But at least in that round, they managed to find a footing. Hopefully that will transfer onto the following round. But what is looking even better is that so far we're getting all Indonesian flags up. Could this be the Indonesian?
We might actually speak that too early, but hopefully that's the case, because they needed a banger ending for the side of BTR, and also REGUM so far waving the banners up there. Back-to-back chicken, and with a full squad still alive, that's something else coming from BTR. But don't forget, it's going to be a reminder PSA for you guys again to take the advantage of this season, and also this is going to be the first ever PMSL skin, which is going to be the Dream Chaser. It's going to be a rare occasion, but once you got it, you're going to be proud of it.
Yeah, just like how you'll be proud if you get this as well, because it is looking fine. Beach and pool party theme in the game right now, available up until 13th of September. Get it right now. It comes together with the upgradable firearm evolution, the UMP.
And also don't forget the Aston Martin collaboration with PUBG Mobile this time, which is going to be the Drive the Power. Also have its exclusive color schemes, not just 13, it's going to be more than that. Back to our business here. I do have a point just now I want to mention now. They did mention something about, BTR coach mentioned about how they want to push himself on Saturday, specifically on Saturday, right? I love that mindset, because the grand finals happen to be fall on Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So they train their players to have a feel like today's Saturday, it is the grand finals. Every single day it feels like a grand final for them when it comes to Saturday and Sunday.
Yeah, it would make sense for Coach Cap, who is the coach for BT, to have that sort of mindset, because he is a performance coach first, so he knows what he's doing there. But I'm just wondering, is Box knowing what they're doing now? Because 3 more games to go. Mr. Box, 3 more games. Don't be that one team who hasn't got it. Don't be that one team who don't get the chicken dinner all the entire PMSL. Come on.
No, I don't know. I just hope it will not be a bit of a bitter taste for the aftertaste or in the mouth of Box Gaming by end of today, since today is their last day for the league. I mean, relegation is something that's inevitable for them for now, but they still can change the course of how people remember Box Gaming by end of this league, and hopefully they can score one for themselves.
Yep, play with pride. Whatever the end result is, we all know, like what you say, is inevitable that they will be eliminated. But play for pride is now the key for Box Gaming. They gotta just do the business, do it for the fans, especially. Box Gaming, they do have big support in Vietnam. The supporters are definitely rooting for them. But Box Gaming, do it. But who else is gonna do it? It's gonna be Newsy, and for Vampire Esports, coming in for the second half of the day with a new hairstyle.
We can expect a lot of swaps here when it comes to the second half of the day. One of it Vampires. I'm not sure the others though. DBD feels like they're heading into a brick wall here, because we do know DBD PvE both are actually at the very bottom right now. They cannot afford to lose this one. 3 more maps to go. But we don't have any more other swaps since we don't have Boom playing today. That's one of the many reasons. But I expect Alter Ego even to have some of his swaps. Apparently not. Seeing this for the sort of BTR, which the question being posed for them earlier, where we don't have Keenan and a Yuhai playing for this one. But Mikael and Real do have a bit of a swap for Sem 9.
Yeah, so Real only played like 2 rounds. So, or 3 rounds. So now Mikael is coming back after taking a 2-round break. After replaced by Tam. So we're back the lineup of Sem 9 that we saw majority of the PMSL. Whether it will bring them the results, well, we'll need to wait and see. Sem 9, I wouldn't be too worried about them. They are definitely through. I'll be worried about the teams at the bottom.
Surprisingly, now, I don't know. I mean, like, all the players of Yoodo Alliance pretty good themselves, but I didn't expect them to actually have a swap based on the last performance. Maybe the swap is due to the focus in Miramar later on and try to give the swap or the player that does sub in a bit of a warming up to do for this final wrangle. But speaking of the final wrangle of the day here, this is going to be a final wrangle for Group D as well, which is going to be Sem 9, Vampire, XERXIA and Box Gaming. They will not be playing tomorrow. This will be their last wrangle for the entire league.
Oh, yeah, good point there. And that it's going to be break time for them until the grand finals. They will have a lot of an extra day to prepare as compared to some of the other teams, because they are through to the grand finals. So this will be the final angle in day number 4. Here we go.
We're coming up from the north this time, a bit more towards the right side of the map for our last wrangle of the day, and it's quite difficult for FaZe, for Vampires, to drop on top of Hospital or Jogo Pool at this rate, since the flight path a bit just heavily towards the right side all day long. Unless if they can score themselves some vehicles, maybe they have a shot at it. Maybe try to drop themselves on shooting range before find those vehicles to go down to Jogo Pool or Hospital.
Shooting range, interesting. Yeah, Vampire Esports definitely will go past by there. Or maybe they want to stop at Saverni instead and they don't need to travel since we don't have MORPH GPX today. Let's see what they're going to do. But for the other drops, we're going to see the regular ones. Boxing going to take Yastaya and they're even going to spread out around Yastaya just because their EVOS is not there. And GE is going to go back to Rozhawk. So that's going to be standard as of now. But since this flight path is here, Team Secret going to Novo again with the absence of BN United. So it's going to be them and the Infinity inside of the military base. The Infinity, I thought that, okay, they want to be funny with Team Secret, but it looks like not. They're going to drop inside of military base itself.
That's a cruel circle for the guys and the players, all the teams down there, and you happen to be contradicting entirely for the flight path, and the circle just moved towards the left side entirely. And not just that, the circle comprises of around 30% of water in it, which not even in the map.
Yeah, but expect that stage 2. Okay, by now it's kind of hard, right? It could go like to the left side beach. If it's on the beach, then it's one of the toughest places to play because there's such open space there. And there's a limited amount of compound on the left side of the beach that is good. There's probably like, 2 or 3. If you're the first team to get it, great. But if you come in later and you want to try to contest it very hard because it is very open and it's easy for whoever who is occupying the compound to shoot from that angle.
And also, speaking of which, this is a great time for the Xaviers to farm up those eliminations because a lot of teams will cut across Pochinki later on. And not just that, if they got themselves that Gatka Mountains for some teams, that's a crucial point of farming as well from the vintage view of those Gatka Mountains. Now, I do expect Infinity will go to the left side of the bridge later on top of Ferry Pier. Maybe try to wait it out for the next couple of circles there. But I do want to see how crowded or how rowdy it will get on Pochinki, and might even be Rozhawk at this point because a lot of team will try to pass through that. But coming out from the side of Vampires, like I mentioned before, they will go from shooting range towards the Jogo Pool, north side of Jogo Pool, then go down to hospital, possibly just going to wait it out down there, or maybe go towards Galka Mountain as well. But I do know for a fact for the Pochinki Potato Hills is also one of the good places to stop teams from getting into the circle.
Yeah, thanks to this circle, surely not Silverny now. North will be their regular home. For them to come in, they need to be aware of the timing of FaZe Clan, because FaZe Clan will be in the South Joel, so that's something that they need to be aware of in case FaZe Clan wants to be funny, because they could take extra points to stay on top. Maybe they might play the gatekeeping role against Vamp Esports, knowing that Vampire is the type of team that likes to come in a little bit later.
But back to it, saluting you guys per usual. PUBG Mobile is all about survival as well. When you drop down from the aircraft, you just go down with a parachute, drop into your compound, loot up, and try to find as much gears and utilities as fast as you can. Also, don't forget about the vehicle. The vehicle will be surely a compulsory component due to the circle just heavily towards the left side, entirely left this time. And there's going to be a massive one, I assume, in stage 2 or 3, possibly around mid stage 2 or later stage 2. We got to see some first contact made by some of these teams, because yesterday, when it comes to the last wrangle of the day, we do have one of the fastest rotation and teams being brought down quite early in the second stage. I assume we might actually have the same sort of momentum when it comes to this map.
Yeah, I think it's possible as well, since it's like main peninsula still kind of circle. So there is generally a lot more space to play with. And even like the Infinity, since they Team Secret to deal with, Team Secret drop and be a United spot in Novo, so they would have easy access on left bridge. So now they are through. The other question is maybe Team Secret, but looking at the Infinity, not stopping to try to stop Team Secret. Team Secret, they should still have an okay access into the circle.
And quite early rotation coming up from Infinity. I think they kind of know exactly what they have in mind and their plan when the circles start to pop in. I assume a lot of teams want to get a sort of early transition, navigating themselves quite early into the center. Now we do have Infinity passing over to Quarry. I'm not sure how many teams are there right now, right on top of Gatka Hospital, but I do know there's only one that coming in on the north, the fastest one, which is going to be Vampires. FaZe, I have my eyes on them right now at the exact time, because they love to cut across ruins when they used to drop on top of Hospital. Now GE happen to be passing by here, but I have a feeling they want to pull over in just to wait it out on Gatka Mountains. Every single team that want to have their numbers up there, that's included for GE, PBE possibly, or even a side of FaZe, will try to rotate as fast as possible to be the gatekeepers waiting for teams to coming in from the other side.
And it's not the first time GE plays the Kaka Mountain, so no surprises here that they take the spot. But if we kind of remember as well, if we look at like a GE from the previous PMPL wildcard, one of the things that they're really good at is playing the long range game. So if they can reap that sort of performance from the PMPL wildcard of last season and using that to their advantage of being on top of Gatka Mountain, they'll be awesome.
It's kind of true. But at the same time, we will expect the Gatka Mountain will not be taken by only one team. I have a feeling there will be a lot of interchangeable factor up there, because there will be a couple of teams trying to take over those high grounds of Gokten at the same time. We've seen that before. It's shareable from the north, from the upper side of Gatka Mountain to its lower side. But there are teams also who love to play at the foot of the mountain of Gatka. So I don't know if there's a lot of teams want to pass through that, since they know for a fact there's going to be one of the most highly sorted players by teams that will try to farm things up. Some of them will resort to possibly go down to Ferropier and just shoot up north in case Gatka happen to be the last few circles. So speaking of not getting into the circle, we do have XERXIA coming in late. They drop themselves right on top of Milta Power. That's possibly one of the furthest one away from the circle, including Kamishki here. PBE will have to force themselves come a bit later because of how far they drop themselves.
Yeah, and they're already a team that naturally likes to play a little bit later, so you can expect that to continue on. And for BB's current status, it's very likely they will cut across past Severny, knowing also MORPH GPX isn't playing, so they should be using that route in. And they don't even okay, oh, interesting. Okay, PBE play closer to them. So they're switching their strategies this time, hoping for something different. And I love them for doing that because they are in desperate need of points.
Well, they definitely try to push themselves a bit more above the usual limit here for the side of GE. But last map just now, I have to give it to Small. Definitely an adrenaline rush run for him. But on the side of RRQ, just cutting across Gatka, going to the side of a mountain. FaZe already on top of Hospital. Supposedly, Hospital will be one of the hottest shot down there. It's supposed to be FaZe's drop spot, but the flight path a bit too far. So this is their turf. They should know every nook and cranny, every exit and every entrance as well. PBE, even though they're a bit further than the rest, but they managed to squeeze in on time when it comes to the circle in this stage.
Yeah, so this is the one that was that I mentioned previously. They changed their strategy. They try to play as mid as possible. I think they want to try to gain the same success as the other teams who play the same strat. So good enough for them because they're in desperate need. What they played before didn't work. But now for BTR, they're gonna get first contact with DZ, and it's going to be GenForce all alone here. But his teammates on their way.
Here comes one, knockdown, finish off. That was a clean execution coming up from the side of Chua. Rapid spray with a crunchy one ending at that. Xavier's Lamborghini opened up the angle at the flank side, giving a lot of information from the outskirts, from the outdoors. While the rest of them taking those indoors fighting with the CQC, BTR happened to be struggling here. Lost 2 men in the process. Borchil and Satar left, there is, but Borchil almost got burned off by that Molotov just now. While Borchil being surrounded. Where is the last player of BTR? He parted his way, abandoned the ship entirely, and Borja will have to force a sacrifice here because there's no way out for them. He knows that for a fact. Ready to take a fight, but not willing to go down yet. Having a bit of a trading done, but that's not going to be enough as he's going to be standing alone since his partner already go out and into the center of the circle.
And Satar on the other being alone, and it's just too far for him to travel, too open, too risky. Perhaps the consideration, and that's why he did not join on the fight. And for placements instead, he is the last man for BTR, but there is another team. XERXIA is on the other building, so he'll be okay for now, but he needs to be prepared for other teams to into his compound because it's quite a popular area.
Porridge low for Lamborghini, managed to reset an open view again for RNG. That's going to be a knockdown in an open space of a Gatka field, flat plane with one rock in between. We do have DBD on top of the Xaviers just now. You talk about the coastline around the beach area on the left side. Feels like we might actually head into that.
Okay. Hold your horses. If we do, it's going to be hard to play there. A lot of open space. Okay, so it's going to go on to 100% instead. So that is a real side for a lot of this team. Because playing by the coastline is very, very difficult. And with the circle, we got a lot of teams in there. But GE will need to leave their high ground.
It's going to be tough terrain. I mean, like, here's the usual circle back in the days of the classical days. Ancient times of PUBG Mobile back at it. But RRQ spotted out by FaZe. That's going to be a fast elimination inside of Venturas. Not even a blink. We're done with one. It's going to be one of the many places that's quite famous for the teams that do know this sort of circle back in the days there. And do have a bit of a curve, concave curve in for this side. And it's quite in the middle of Gatka field as well. Spot out No Mercy. The taps seems to be connecting. No Mercy going on a reverse all day long, but taking me quite a bit of time. Valiant effort, Bill and Brazen. Nolans are still trying to tap it out to the side of RQ, and unfortunately couldn't make it through. But the rest of FaZe, look at how widespread they are out there.
Well, they sent one out, probably just to do observation work, feeding back information. So stage 3, it's okay, but I guess it will be a matter of time before they get there. But for a team that needs to get together, 7-9 now needs to get together. And yes, they are together now. And with numbers bring strength. With that knockdown brings maybe a crashing from FaZe Clan.
Bit hot of a fight here on the northern side of the circle just now. Everybody was trying to leave Jogopur and Guk Mountain happened to be landing himself here. And not just that, RQ got himself in the center. We do have the Xaviers and BTR coming on the right side. XERXIA also coming on the right side with Alter Ego coming in the latest. With Yoodo Alliance coming out from the southern side. GE taking this compound on top of Gakka after leaving those Gakka mountains early on. They managed to secure this compound right now, but sharing alongside with BTR player, which is going to be Lapad. That's going to be the last one, by the way. But Team Secret spraying over to Namkyut, but they are being surrounded left, right, and center. They're not being aware of that, and nothing to cover themselves for Team Secret here. As Team 2K go off for the rush and straight pushing in for the kill. But the other remaining of Team Secret, though, they're a bit too far apart at the backside of those small mountains.
Well, boxing doing fairly okay now. They shooed away Team Secret, and now they got one of Vampire Esports. They just need to revive Kwang on the other side of the road, in which they're trying to clear entry in. Ooh, right now. Okay, oh, Kwang is back up already. Okay, that's it. But they need to deal with the zone that's on top of them right now. At the same time, dealing with Vampire Team Secret, they need to either zoom straight in and pray that their vehicle doesn't get exploded, or clear one of their sides.
I have a feeling we might actually have another 2 chickens in the day, including that's going to be RRQ. They got themselves in the center. Quite a solid place there is. But the problem is, when you're in the center, there's going to be 360 degrees of angle they have to cover from. Box Gaming spot out Team Secret from afar. They tried to keep them at bay, but both teams not really right into the circle. Barely touching it. It's going to be Box Gaming gatekeeping Team Secret from pushing and advancing forward. Well, we do have another team on their right side, if I'm not mistaken, on North. And not just Box versus Team Secret here. If I'm not mistaken, that's possibly going to be his pink color again. Or is it Box? Not really Box. Is it Infinity? No, Infinity is red.
Oh,
FaZe.
Okay, we should get a visual on them soon. But I'm also concerned about Box surviving this now. Okay, need to clear their flanks, because if they move further forward, then they'll have more to deal with. And that is where FaZe Clan, as what you mentioned, might be waiting for them in the circle. We only see Ventoris. We don't see the other members of FaZe Clan. So Ventoris hopefully has a good cover. But Box is the first one to knock down Team Secret, as Team Secret tries to transition into the circle, leaving Team Secret with only one player on the outside.
Northern side is just a massive place, but now he's a bit more chaotic on the southern side as well, as Yoodo Alliance trying to shut down on Alter Ego just beneath him. It's going to be Oleo going against the entirety of Alter Ego by himself just now, but Flax arrived. It comes down to Alva and Fnatic, but Fnatic going to be too far from Alva. There goes the entirety of Alter Ego, leaving only Alva a bit too late to do some damage control right now, and giving away his position even. Earlier spotting him out, they're chasing the heck out of him, and that spray, that track almost caught Alva in an accident. Smoke off vehicle, oh boy, where should he run off to? The more he heads into the circle, there's nobody here. It's good to pull over here. You can rest for a bit now, Alva. If you keep moving forward, he's going to crash into GEEK Fam next.
Well, for time around, Alpha is going to hold on for positioning points for Alter Ego. And now, PE, not only positioning points, but they need everything to survive. Now against these areas a duo. PUBG shot from the other side. Levi still at full health. He has a nade in hand. He's currently on his knees. Levi's, if he can land a nade nicely on the PBE, he should get a knockdown. Looks like he will. Onto Rage, eliminating him, as well as Raimon on his now. Levi's to go with the back that they know that they have the man advantage, but Levi's now counter. He's kind of low, but he still goes in. M4 in hand, surprises his opponent from the, but he trades it back. But Cole is there to win the fight. He defended their ground.
Here comes XERXIA, here comes XERXIA. XERXIA's the one actually knocked down to his side of Xaviers from the back just now. And XERXIA's want to clean off the job, what the Axe have offered to them freely. And surely they want some extra points out of this area. And Momboy, even though he's being revived just now, but finally Cool, the one who helped him before, have to go down as well. That's going to be the entirety of PBE. But at least they scored themselves 3 points this time. And the circle happened to be shrinking at the very moment as well. As BTR, that's going to be last player, Satar, still surviving, but XERXIA can gatekeep him. FaZe versus GE going up on the northern side. Sam9 taking the center. Now, Sam9, we haven't seen the best of them just yet. Will this beat their chicken this time?
Okay, Satar taking out the blue. 2 first hits last we saw, but that nade from Uzi finishing off Kwang. Throngs in, and now DN2K all alone for Boss Gaming. Newsy, is he at his best? We got Namkyo on the other side providing cover fire, so Box Gaming is not out of it just yet. And before, it was when Esports trying to stop Box Gaming. Now we're trying to counter Satar. Okay, the only man standing for
No,
PTR.
Megamind spawning.
Is he going to take the shot here? He has a clear Megamind.
Megamind didn't have a clue. No kidding! You're joking! No way! This is going down for Megamind. My God, Satar surprised motherfucker. And now, back on his knees. RNJ finishing off. He takes a bit of his own medicine down there. But what a valiant effort coming on for the side of Satar just now. Oh, was it Red Face? Sorry. But GE, Marta Smile, playing alongside with the blue zone. I don't think he can survive this one. He's the last player of GE as well. Barely make it out alive, but XERXIA, they are damn alive. They're just going on bulldozing people around. Run and gun all this while RNJ challenge Yoodo Alliance flags. But they do have Olio at the backline. I don't think XERXIA knows this.
Oh, okay, now they do. Oh, Leo knocks down RNJ for saving flags. And now he can join back with his compatriot. Buff busy with ROQ on the other side. That Chopper below him, the Flags will finish our Chopper. Beautifully done. Nice teamwork between Flags and Olio.
Flags working a duo with Olio alongside each other. There's nobody nearby. So it's a good news for Yoodo Alliance, but it will be just temporary since they still need to get into the circle, which heavily guarded by 2 teams. Spot Alva knocks him down in an instant. There's going to be the last of Alter Ego as well. So many teams going down at stage 4 and 5 here. Ark spot out. GE Master Smile is there. Can he still hold on by himself as long as he needs to? Down to a few HP, but Infinity saved GE in the very last minute.
Wow, and not only that, Smart secured that 1 extra point. Nicely done. Opportunity taken out. And now we can see the movement here from Morty goes up to the high ground, trying to evade the shots. You guys just right behind him. But Smile not smiling for long. He got eliminated, but he takes out 2 points with him.
Well, at least he got some progress. But back to a sort of Box Gaming, down to 2 players. Mormon cooking up the nade. Surprisingly, none of them willing to get out to see what's happening outside. Even though they are outnumbering Mormon. But I'm not sure where are the rest of FaZe. Definitely they are around here somewhere. That's why it's a bit hesitant for the side of Box to see what's happening outside. But Box, they're being hammed down in 2 ways. Not just the Vampires coming up from the back, FaZe coming up from the front. There's no way out for them to go. And the circle happened to be just in the center between Sam9 and Vampires. On the side of Box Gaming, they're losing men quickly now. That's left only 1 player, and Kwang needs to bail out. He needs to go for the survival.
Here we go, Kwang. I mean, he is the last man for Boss Gaming. I'm worried for him right now, especially for classes of security chicken dinner. Ooh, man. FaZe Clan, they will want the point as well. They will be hungry for it. If only they know that Kwang is right below them. But for side, they know that Vampire Esports is on the other side. Tony K on his knees. Stone is inside the building. Tony K falling towards Stone. And Stone popping out the smoke should be able to revive his teammate.
Kenny tapping out to his Tony K. Lucky they are indoors, so they can actually get a bit of a revive. Vampire down to 3 players. Box Kwang now going straight head on in the left phase. My God, he's not backing out. That was an easy short piece of cake for Mormon. Not even try to see it through the smoke. Randomly just open fire and triggers out, and that definitely 1 point. But DBD fighting against GEEK fam Nax. Mika, this might be a Kobe. Feels like a perfect angle, but Aizen returns the favor. But Sonix, he finished off the entirety alongside with Mika for the entire DBD down with only 1 point of elimination.
Oh man, 1 point, putting them down at number 20 still after this. Whew, it's going to be a hard race till the finish for survival teams. It's going to be insane here. And also 2 more games to go now for Boss Gaming to a chicken dinner. Now we transition over to 7-9 in the middle of the circle. They do know where the position of 7-9 of GEEK Fam is at. And they exploded the vehicle. Now, GEEK Fam will be playing the round without that one Desia. Only a buggy in hand.
7-9 took the center of the swamp area, that compound. Whoever want to cut across will have to go through the waters first. Brilliant choice of plays coming up from the side of 7-9, easily guarding over whoever comes over that side. Not easily being pushed out to. But Mikhail spot out Infinity. Bear is actually on the run. Bullets right into the eyes of Mikhail the moment he picks out. GEEK Fam try to finish off the last member of the Yoodo Alliance and make it 2 of them still. Flag still standing. But they do have another team right on top, which is going to be RRQ. Yoodo Alliance land themselves the middle ground. If MORPH happen to be interested here, there's going to be a bit of a problem. But GEEK Fam, their telling vision towards the side of Yoodo Alliance just now cost them dearly. Because Vampire's been shooting them from the back line.
Wow, look at this. GEEK Fam just right below flags. Okay, but Oleo's busy with RRQ as well. Okay, no mercy. Here we go. This name could take out Oleo. Can he toss it nicely to Oleo? Ooh, Oleo down to 20 health. No mercy. Knew he hit it. He's going to prepare the next nade. But Damroot naded down by flat. Oleo knocked down by No Mercy. 3-way wall here. We're talking about Mercy wants to collect the point out of Oleo, but Flags is there. But Flags shut down by Mega. This is what happens if you have a 3-way relationship. Nobody.
100 meters shot from the side of Mika just now. A smart coming out from the side of GEEK Fam Mika. Open up the angles to find all those off-angle position and open up the flank for the team. But for the side of Empires, barely got a shack to hang on to. But FaZe closing in the distance. Managed to knock down on one. Tony K needs help. Multiple times Tony K being knocked down by now. But Ventoris, he is reckless. He's going in, but he's being knocked down instead. Mela is here for the help. Switch over to DPS. Stone with the rifle. Squeeze over, but Mela lost with a DPS Stone down to only 3% of HP. They made it through with FaZe being eliminated next.
That's what happened. Good looks. You can clutch. There you go, Mr. Stone. You got the point. Team Vampire Esports taking out FaZe Clan. And now we're down to 5 teams, including the Infinity, the only team with still an entire squad in.
But Vampires definitely feels interested to take a fight against Infinity right now. Beer, I love his positioning. Hugging over the corners of the that ground that he's holding on to, just at the edge of the circle. But RRQ playing alongside with the swamp area. The rock will hide them well. Not being spotted out by GEEK Fam, giving the pressure due to the smoke. He can't visualize him. But RRQ taking advantage with the smoke that's been popped out early on. And Damroot being spotted out by No Mercy. Stone even taking it out on GEEK Fam. GEEK Fam left, right, center. The bullets flying onto their side. The throwables are unbearable. But more caught up in the process where Damroot shot him down. I don't know why he turns his back towards the side of GEEK Fam before. But definitely because of Sam 9 at this point. And they won over 2 teams at the same time.
Well, Sam 9 says thank you very much for distracting GEEK Fam. And they will pocket the point. And looking at the circle, we still have stage 8, so these teams got to be prepared for where we will go next. It's probably going to be hard for Vampire Esports as 2 of their players need to cross the road, and they need to deal with the Infinity just in front. They don't have the numbers since they have a full squad still, but the circle, yes, Vampire Esports will need to fight against the Infinity.
It's nobody's circle for now. Tony is slowly snaking his way to his side of lobby. He didn't spot him out. If he managed to just squeeze into as a bit of a lab, but he spotted him out, just going to toss a nade. It was the Kobe coming out from the side of Tony K. Here comes the push. They need to push now as the Blues will close on their side first. But I'm kind of confused right now. They got the knock to the side of Infinity. But they're not going to take the chances to go for the fight. They reposition themselves all the way to make sure they would not be too close to the side of Infinity. But got shot down anyhow by Shirty S. They didn't follow up and follow through with his knocks.
Yeah, that's also because they don't be third party by 7-9. That's why they don't want to be that one team to fight with another team just to be wiped out by 7-9 later on. I guess they positioned themselves, but they prioritized the circle instead, and they went down south. And all that gunshot onto them, they still maintain, they still survive. So far, so good by Esports.
Empires, a bit shaky. Feels like an equal feel here. All three teams remain with the trio. All three of them still survive. But for the side of Vampires, repositioning, I'm not sure if they're regretting it now because it's not the sweetest spot there is for them. And the Blues will start to close in any second now. With Tony K and Stone. Stone managed to reset himself. Can he revive on Tony K? Infinity spot out. Can he come out from off angle? Shot him down, but now on his knees. Arms are in trouble. Mika and the rest of Sen 9 shift over their focus towards the side of Infinity just for a bit. But can he need help? Can he spot out Vampires? Feels like everybody can win this game now.
Yeah, anyone, including Vampire, who made that rotation down, and they even left one player, Newsy, with an off angle, caught the Infinity out, eliminating them. Now it's either Vampire Esports or Sem9 for the chair.
One that's going to be the difference, the one that separates them is going to be the River and Tony K barely hanging on the boo. And that's going to be the last first aid that he can possibly use right now. Stone on there, then spray over to the side of Sem9. But Mika to stand down to only Dap. Dap got 40% HP, but healed up. He's spotted out for Dap. Stone trying to tap away from afar, but Sem9 bleeding out. Dap! Stone made it through! He made it happen, Vampires! Discorded despite the reposition in the worst place possible. But they made it happen.
Well, that is the strategy from Vampire Esports. They don't want to be over-focused onto the indie just to be third-partied by Sem9. They prioritize the circle instead. And not only prioritizing the circle, but they left Newsy as an off-angle. This brilliant play from Vampire Esports. The IGL call it out. I mean, this is just top-notch. It caught teams off guard. And we have Newsy back. The Infinity. MVP Newsy. 5 eliminations. 987 damage with that off-angle shot onto Infinity.
I love seeing this side of Newsy is back. It's been a while. He got himself the MVP. Barely get to see playing as the role of entry fragger these days. I'm loving that he's taking the role back at easy, and it seems very tough just now for Vampires. They're being knocked down so many times, especially Tony K. He barely gets to stand on his 2 feet. Always been knocked down. True. Now. Get that taken by Tony K. And he's been playing the bait all day long since he finished off by the season, and distract all Sem9 players to focus on him.
And who gets the last laugh? It's going to be Stone. You know why? Come on, ask me why.
I'm asking.
Because his damage is ha ha ha. 5-5 translated into Thai language is ha. So I think a lot of people know that. So yeah, he got the last laugh because of that, and we also got the chicken dinner. Family Esports. It feels like it's been a while since we last saw them getting a chicken dinner, so it's nice to see them back up.
And I think it's a big one as well. For the full-time squad, I mean, they didn't last long enough with 4 players or full squad till the end and working things out as a trio all the time. But man, that was such an unusual circle to ended up right on top of a swamp. And GEEK fam also kind of struggles, and I have a feeling they can't visualize Vampires. I mean, that was a risky thing to do for Vampires to reposition himself, but I have to agree with you. It was worth taking the chances down there, because if they've been staying around the same area, GEEK definitely can actually secure that chicken dinner because they know exactly where they stand. But the moment they switch over to the other side, that leaves GEEK fam a bit confused. Where are they? Where they should aim for?
Yeah, and the fact that they didn't know Newsy is there as well, so that helped, because Newsy, when they made the transition, he was staying behind, so like the terrain covered his presence from Sem9, so that's why they focus on to like, okay, Tony K and Stone, thinking that the entire Vampire is, but they were surprised by Newsy, who was still at an off angle just because he was behind when the transition moved. So without no presence there, his off-angle surprised not only Sem9 but also infinity.
And also, when it comes to the circle for the last one, when the blue zone hits, I love the fact that it hits both teams at the same time, because both Sam9 and Vampires happened to be closed off by the blue zone and were struggling with it. But Vampires, they headed back this time with 12 eliminations, and it's been a while we've seen them as the number one in any map for the past few days. And coming up from the side of GEEK Fam and XERXIA both scored 7, if the XERXIA being eliminated early. But I managed to see quite a number of eliminations down there. We should worry about PBE and DBD since they are in the same boat right now.
Yeah, only 1 point different. That won't change the overall score. So a DBD will still be below PBE. In fact, they go up on top of Team Secret for PBE. Interesting. As for G, now they are on second page. And boom, looking at this is like, But in case that PBE and DBD still stays there, then it might be both Boom and GE going through. I mean, this is a drama that will only unfold by the end of tomorrow.
And also, speaking of the scores, right, I feel like final week is way more aggressive when it comes to the points there than week 1, because week 1 we do have the most points out of it. If I'm not mistaken, it was around 176 for week 1, and we're closing the gap even faster now. We're not even heading to our final day here, and XERXIA stands at number 1, but we do have our focus more towards the bottom rankings right now, because there will be teams to be relegated by end of tomorrow. But Vampires, 2 players up there, Newsy and Stone. I love the combination between these 2 players. Mika, he plays splendidly well with the off angle, but Levi coming in from the Xaviers. I mean, the Xaviers, they've been the silent assassin, and very consistent every single week. Always got themselves 3rd place, and feel like they are at number 1 for the bonus point standing for now.
Yeah, it's very likely that these but now they are like somewhere in the middle pack though. I need to tabulate this again, but I think very likely they will be the champions of the entire league. We'll see what happens tomorrow. But we'll need to see what happens after this as well. A top performers here, D Xavier is there. That's a signal. Then we have PERSIJA EVOS isn't playing, and we have RRQ. Obviously, we don't have Box up here. So Box, come on. Last 2 games. Come on, Box.
So leave it up to Miramar. That's going to be difficult for Box, because we do know it's not their strongest forte to play the long range fights. But across the board, the only team that will be securing the most eliminations, despite their placement is not so high up there, is going to be XERXIA. Now watch out for XERXIA, because they always surprise us. Week 2 they have been super quiet, super silent. But when it comes to week 1 and week 3, I mean, week 1's definitely just a total different XERXIA entirely. We expect that to see them like that in the grand final. If it's not like that, it may be even more than week 1 XERXIA. But also, we're ending up our day with double Miramar there is. But don't forget also, this is your time to shine, because it's your tournament as well. Get your hands onto it as the first ever exclusive PMSL sets of a Dream Chaser suit.
Yeah, be part of the PMSL by having that suit. And be part of the PUBG family by getting your own Dandy Cruiser Excites the Battleground, the new outfit available right now for a limited amount of time. First spin, 10 UC.
Also, as always, I can remind you guys enough, there's a new mode coming into the game, which is going to be the Battle Royale, the Dragon Ball Super, available for you guys to try and test things out and just relive your childhood nostalgic anime. But back towards our map for today, which is remaining with Miramar here. So far, a lot of Indonesian teams, not really a lot, there's 2 teams of Indonesian teams stepping up the game here. There's going to be BTR and RRQ, and Vampire just finish off that one with a big one for that last wrangle. Coming up to its Miramar, we do know it's not really the strongest map even for Box Gaming. Now, do they still have shot?
As long as there's still games, anything happen when it comes to Chicken Dinner. We're talking about 16 teams. It's a domino effect. So what changes, everything can change. Circle effect, yada yada. So as long as there's games, basically. Box Gaming, I'm starting to lose my breath right now. Okay, so Box Gaming, come on. The 2 more rounds. Can you not be that team that goes MSL without Chicken Dinner?
it's not just about a chicken, guys. The thing is, you want to have the screenshot where that's a proof that you're being part of PMSL, right? When the moment the chicken dinner banner just opens up across the screen, that is one of the proof that you're in the tournament, you achieved something. Outside of Box, not just they lost their slot into the grand finals, they don't have that memory of their banner flying across our screen that they scored that chicken. Imagine how it feels.
Yeah, I've got to ask DBD that question. Because that happened to this PMSL. So definitely not going to feel good. Yeah, to be that outlier. So come on, Box. I mean, this is like down to last games. Oh man, just feeling enough for Box. Just like how DBD felt last season. It's a devastating feeling, definitely. But if DBD don't make the cut to the grand finals, it's again also the same feeling that they have for multiple seasons now in the Southeast Asia stage. And it's never a good feeling, I can tell you that. PBE in the same situation, and that's why they make this change.
It feels like they're rotating around for the players there. I do agree that Mix actually do fare better. And with this lineup, I feel like it's a bit more solid for the side of PBE. But I just hope they don't hit a brick wall and don't have a mental block right now, because they need whatever they can to push themselves up. But at least for the side of PBE, right, they still have a shot for tomorrow because they'll still be playing.
Yeah, so yeah, still have games in hand, so that is a little bit of hope for them. Same goes for G. They have tomorrow as well, but now the gap between them and also Boom is like 20-ish points. Of course, it's between them. Unless both DBD and GE and PBE out, then it's a different conversation altogether. But for them to have that safety net, of course, their aim is to just be on top of Boom.
GEEK fam, you know what they're planning, definitely have a bit of discussion there. On the side of XERXIA, they're very comfortable right now for XERXIA. Definitely nothing stopping them from getting those #1 spot. But I do worry for GE right now. Will be enough for them since they've fallen off the chart. Even though Boom is not playing yet, even though Boom kind of missed their opportunity yesterday with multiple times they scored themselves 0 in a lot of maps. I did not expect GE to not able to push themselves up there today.
Yeah, I mean, GE looked at this game yesterday and thought to them that, hey, you know, Boom dropping the ball, but somehow it's happening to them now. So I don't know. GE, let's not let that happen too, because there's also another reason, right? We want to see a wild card team in the grand finals. I mean, I can't even if both PBE and GE is out of the grand finals again. Then there's no card team in the grand finals. Though we will see GE in the PMGC, but that's another different conversation. Grand finals, it'll be nice to have a variety of different region teams.
Speaking of different region teams, so far we have been flying a lot of same flags here, and the Indonesian has spoken out and spoken loud. Well, they do got themselves their recent Independence Day, so congratulations again for Indonesians. But will the Indonesian teams run just ended up right on top of Erangel? We have a different results here in Miramar. I think it's going to be a remake of a lobby for now because all the players seems to be laid back and chill just for a tiny bit. But speaking of which, right, we still have the conversation about the team that's not playing here today, which is going to be MORPH. And for MORPH, last week and both week of week 1, week 2, their overall rankings of bonus standing points, they're just right on top of DBD. And it happened to be a tie as well. But when you add up the numbers of this week, it will be enough for them.
I think they're also riding on the misfortune of DBD being there. And their decent performance plus the misfortune of DBD, then it does look like, hey, you know what, MORPH GPX looking okay. And again, they have a road to play, so they have games in hand as well to try to change their destiny. I expect to see them going through as well. That also means that all the Indonesian teams will be through.
We're gonna have to wait and see. So far, I can say that Team Secret definitely a no-go for them. Box Gaming will follow pursuit. But between PBE, DBD, Boom, as well as GE. Now, I do want GE to go for the grand finals. It's such a tremendous progress after last season. But we're going to head into our first Mirama of the day. Let's head into it.
Two more rounds for Box. We're gonna start it off with Mirama now. Here we go. Fly path all the way down south. Oh no. So for Box to drop straight into San Martin is going to take a bit for them. Hopefully they'll be able to survive the travel onto San Martin at least. But teams like PE, DBD will be happy with this flight path. Impala, Chumacera, just right on top of it. So it will be a straightforward drop for them. For GEEK fam, going to Elbows, going to take a bit as well. So expect them to drop into Puerto Paraiso as their secondary drop spot.
It's going to be more to the southern part of the map for now in the flight path. It means that you should expect and anticipate Circle might actually go the other way around entirely, just like how the last Wrangle map kind of showcased to us what they have to offer. The Circle has been the pure devil these days. It's so evil that it's crushing a lot of players' dream down there, including ours, for Box Gaming, Circle, and that, you know, chicken that we've been craving for so long. But while the Circle will not pop just yet, we do see Alter Ego dropping himself as per usual on the southern side. XERXIA taking around Valdemar. I assume there will be some teams that happen to be clashing here due to how they want to drop themselves and how they navigate themselves across Power Grid and Graveyard. But like I mentioned before, oh boy, Circle. If it goes up to water treatment now, that's going to be interesting.
Well, whether it's Waterman, whether it's San Martin or Hacienda, GE going back to San Martin, this is their home. This is the game that they should be able to score. They have the Circle on top of them. But for Box Gaming, they drop onto Southside, Puerto Paraiso, and happen to be GEEK fam that we kind of anticipated. And for this one member of Box Gaming to be here, he took this that is very unlikely to favor him.
First comment, here comes the jump shot, the Jordan shot, we call that. But a bit of a 1-2-1 trade. Audrey again didn't manage to survive long. He's knocked out early on. But for the fam, they still kept it because the one that this map, this fight is going to be.
Wow, this nade from Namkid could land. Okay, let's see. Mika is on the bit. Oh, but I saw to the second floor. Mika is actually on the ground floor. So Audrey is back up, but back up here for Namkid on his way. Whoever it is. GEEK fell 3v2. But at the same time, they are on the other side of the circle, so they need to deal with this fast. Guang is on his way as well. We got Transient on the other side. So now surrounding GEEK fam, locking them in Puerto Paraiso.
It's time for make it or break it on the side of Box Gaming here. Managed to equal the fields again as 3v3, even though they got an early knockdown before against Audrey, but Audrey being picked up by his teammate. Now this time it's going to be Mika. Namkid coming out from the flank side, off angle entirely, giving a pressure towards the side of GEEK fam. They're swarming around GEEK fam for Box Gaming for now, but we do have some teams fighting against also. It's going to be GE against another team across the other side of the map. Box Gaming trying to surround GEEK fam, that's leaving the players, only 3 of them. But it's going to be 3v3, equal field all around again. But resources-wise, it's not going to be enough if they extended this fight.
Yeah, just look at this. Audrey has nothing onto him except that one shotgun. Sonics only has a level 2 helmet, but he used it wisely, and now he gets a knockdown. Okay, here we go. Can he secure that? But the counterfire is going to come in from the other side as well, so Sonic cannot secure the point yet. Sonics jumps out. He's going to try to make a surprise, and he will, and he gets a knock.
Sonics barely hanging on. A reload for his magazine. Right now, Box is going down the drain. Going right, left, center. Ring around the rosy we go. Try to clear out the corner. Sonics couldn't clutch it through. Namkid managed to survive still. This is heavily costed both teams.
Oh.
But damn rude. I choked myself. NumQ, that was a fast reaction. It finally triumphed this time for Box Gaming. Barely alive.
Wow, nice shot with the UMP, taking out GEEK. So at least Box Gaming survived. Although a trio, but we have seen multiple chicken dinners playing as a trio. So I know Circle's tough and all that, but okay, at least a decent start for gaming.
For Box, they should push up the adrenaline rush in their bodies right now, knowing the fact they still can win over CQC. Hopefully it will boost their morale for now, but for the side of a GEEK fam, unfortunately, this opened up opportunity for Vampires to overtake them on the second place. Might even take over by FaZe. Now FaZe did mention early on, previous days about their interview, they will try to finish in the top 3 this week. Now if that happens, Cloud, that's gonna be living down to the very last wire to see if they can make through the grand finals. And a lot of teams who are biting their nails at edge, waiting who will be relegated later.
Yeah, and they still have a good chance because FaZe Clan is played tomorrow. And so far they're doing okay. I mean, they're up there with the games in hand tomorrow. Oh, is looking good for FaZe Clan, I must say. And looking over at the teams not playing tomorrow. Okay, XERXIA's not playing tomorrow. Vampire Esports not playing tomorrow. So the teams up there, 2 of them not playing tomorrow. With Sem9 as well, somewhat nearby FaZe Clan. So with that, FaZe Clan actually has a chance of scoring the top 3.
That's kind of true. That's exactly what happened to Sem9 last week, by the way. They did not play. And then even if they're not playing, but because of the gap, it's quite huge, quite early on. So they don't even have to worry. I hope that's the case for some teams. They're not playing for tomorrow. Hopefully they have enough to stretch numbers up. They cannot be catch up by all the teams down there, including XERXIA and that. But on the side, but we're not worried for teams up there, right? We definitely worry about the teams at the bottom, which is more than 4 teams jeopardizing the positioning to get themselves a slot into the grand finals. DBD included, PBE in their MORPH is one of them. Not surprising, Team Secret and Box can make it through now. Who joins in Team Secret and Box to just wait at the bench sidelines while watching the grand finals commencing without them in it?
You mean Team Secret and Box not going through? Yeah, definitely no hope for Box. Last 2 games, no way they get up. Unless they wipe out the entire map, even then, yeah, unless they wipe out the entire map, which is definitely not going to happen. So, yeah, I mean, Bellbox, as we said, is just really playing for pride now, like 100% playing for that chicken dinner, playing for that memory of at least getting their poster up PMSL. That is the best that Box can do now. At least for them winning this GEEK fam, I know, based on their track record, isn't that good to skip it, but just putting out some hope there for Box.
Now, we did have an interview before with the teams that secured themselves a slot for the grand finals. They're definitely not pushing themselves enough when it comes to the final weekend, knowing the fact they have to save the best for later. They don't want to overexpose their strategy for the grand finals and try to read the atmosphere, try to read out and revise the teams that might actually get into the grand final, especially the bottom teams, to read out this tactical, because these teams will try to just get the slot in the grand finals. But the teams up there, they can experiment some stuff. Otherwise, the teams at the very bottom, they will be best for the bottoms, but not the ones up top. On the side of the side, we do see GEEK Center, and we do have a very interesting circle, this one. And moving from one direction south, east side. So a lot of blunder down there.
And what I see interesting also is this circle is still favored GE. They have the opportunity of taking the high ground on the left of St. Martin's. Pretty nice spot. But as what you mentioned, like the rotation of the teams, Esports prepared to try to shoot down one, but instead it's going to be Ravenclaw on his knees. PBE not in a comfortable spot as well. One of them kind of low with Vampire Esports trying to get something out of it.
Can they get something out of it? Seems Ravenclaw being knocked down there. 7-9 want to have a go. Will they with PBE coming in? They definitely heard the gun early on. Interesting to have a bit of a peek. 7-9. I think that's just more of a warning shot, jabbing him from the sidelines. Once knocked down, they will not rush into it. DBD spotted out Yoodo Alliance on top of Flex. I think that vehicle won't last long enough now. Possibly already smoked up by then. But here comes PBE versus 7-9. There's one going to be chaos because got 3 teams at the same time.
This is bad for PBE, but Monboy down depth instead, okay? Giving themselves some hope to win against 7-9. 7-9, only 2 players left. We got Tam as well as Mikkel. Ooh, PBE really for their life now. Backup is on the way. So now they have the numbers against 7-9. Though 7-9, one of them, Tam, is on the other building, but FaZe Clan sees PBE knocked down from Ventores because FaZe Clan, they will want the points for themselves.
Race for the Tom! Oh, that was a clear shot, by the way. Don't blame the 3 times scope. That distance, almost 100 meters apart on them. The hands of PBE they cannot afford to make ever mistake at all this time.
I wonder how Mikkel is going to get us. Yeah, PBE can't make a mistake. That's why they're playing a little bit conservative by hold this compound instead of going out to secure the limitation point. But Mikkel spots up FaZe Clan making the rotation, and FaZe Clan seem to be interested to try to take down P, but they must be aware that 7-9 is there too.
Tom playing this slow. He knows there's going to be an entire team right across him. And Circle happen to shrink at the very same moment here. These Avers are fanning out, coming up from the north. They're having such a great day for these Avers. Not just they got the circle, they got almost half of a circle for themselves up there. But FaZe versus PBE versus 7-9, who Tom got stuck in between there. Seems a bit too slim for him, the survival. The possibility seems a bit too short right now. DBS away, but it's not going to be enough. Wait, what? How?
How? Okay. Happened so fast. All right. Okay, maybe Mikkel was on his knees. That's pretty much the same timing as Tam, and they took out Tam, and that's it. No one's there to revive, and obviously 7-9 is out. But FaZe Clan, needing the points, happened to pick out Tam, and that will be point in the back. Now it's just PBE next to them. Both teams at the elimination. It will be interesting to see who cancels out who now.
Vampire seems like they're not interested in taking the backline of PBE, possibly because they know for a fact the priority is always about the positioning first towards the circle. PBE, on the other hand, will they commit to the fight against the side of FaZe? FaZe has been on their top form for the entire week in the final week here. It's a bit risky. They might want to take the chances, they might want to back down as well. A lot at stake for the side of PBE. Cannot afford to make any more mistake, cannot afford to even lose one man at this point. Infinity, on the other hand, oh, they're moving about in motion. Yoodo Alliance spotted out some players on top of the high grounds. But they have, I think that's going to be Alter Ego in the next. Yep, Alter Ego just next to DBD. This will be a bit gatekeeping that DBD have to cross about. It's going to be difficult.
Yeah, DBD, okay, 3. They probably still have options to rotate. This is the biggest map. So maybe they want to consider that. Or they want to crash in because they're desperate for anyway. Okay. Looks like they were trying to take the fight. Let's go DBD.
Octa. Very slippery throw. Straight crispy spray from Rosemary. Knocked down Yen with those rifles. Taps it out just to finish off the job and seal the deal here. That's going to be 1 point at the back of Rosemary. But Alter Ego is still having a 4. DBD reposition himself in a triangle, but they barely make it into the circle. This is going to be trouble spelling out for them. With less than 30 seconds away, they need to start to move because it's going to be stage 4 hits. But Rosemary got this off angle so splendidly well. How he does that?
Nicely done. I mean, it's all about the game sense, opening up the space, and he knocked out Jimmy OP, leaving DBD with only Aizen as well as Echo. The 2 players for DBD. Can they pull off a miracle here? At the same time, being pressured by the blue. The Ego. They will want a little bit of redemption for themselves as well because they went up fairly borders, and Alter Ego has this opportunity to gatekeep DBD on the outside.
Now, Okta, will there anybody try to save him instead? Isaac coming out from the back line. There's going to be a turntable for DBD. Can they actually do this? A knockdown on one, but Alva picking up his vehicle, knowing the fact the Blues start to close in, he start off the engine, waiting for the rest of the team to actually follow him in that vehicle. But Alva's still going to spray over the side of DBD. I'm not sure how much he can stay in here. It's not going to be enough since they don't have any more first aids. Echo barely have to hang on to his dear love. That minivan made it through. Rosemary devastated, but they just pulled over. They go all the way straight through. I'm not sure what they're thinking for DBD, but this is not a safe area just yet, because less than 50 seconds, Blazing starts to hit. They have no ground to run, and they're done.
Well, it was risky as well if they go straight through. So I guess like you flip a coin and then you kind of decide like, okay, do you want to stop and maybe scout, maybe buy some time, look and go, or do you want to straight go? So they took the earlier option, which is to stop, but Alter Ego, they still have on their side, and that's how DBD got eliminated. And this is another 0-point round for DBD.
Inside of Yoodo Alliance, seems like they're having a great start again. Infinity versus XERXIA. Now this is going to be super interesting, exhilarating even. Look at how Arms and Shitty has already cooked up the nade, but same goes for Chopper, Ezzy, and Megamind. RNJ even, all of them full hands on deck, and not just that, full hands on nade. Shirty and Lobby Axe try to flush out the rest of the entirety of XERXIA, but XERXIA, they have to focus on Infinity, but they have the luxury and the audacity to focus on these Xaviers on a different angle entirely.
XERXIA, now they have the circle advantage since they're on the inside, but RNG knocked down by Beer. Okay, the Infinity, now they know they have the numbers, but Megamind surprises Lobby. He didn't know that he was there. And now Megamind made it equal again between the two teams. Megamind gets another knockdown. Now Megamind, his team, to have an advantage against the Infinity.
Big brain plays here by Megamind, but Infinity have some trading done. It's going to be one bleeding out, but XERXIA definitely outnumbered them for now. Z, that was a crispy spray. Here comes another. They finish off the entirety of Infinity just like that. But XERXIA, they're not done yet. They have another contender coming in. These Xaviers creeping into it. RIQ and Vampires just across. Same neighborhood, but just across the street here. Feels like they don't like to be neighbors at all, because some fire has been shot out from their windows before. But GE might actually spot out Vampires and RQ at the same time. One more managed to land down a Kobe to the side of Ravenclaw, but they're not willing to push just yet, because the moment RQ push, GE will take advantage of this.
Wow, okay, but speaking about taking advantage though, I wonder if FaZe Clan will take advantage of the knock here to PBE. This will be really interesting. Okay, but they can also wait for the circle, 12 seconds, and the circle will close, and then they'll decide what they're going to do next. But they can gatekeep PBE. PBE, they probably have an exit, but like stage 5, so the circle is kind of small. Okay, now we have a good view. Nobody's on top of PBE, but even if they rotate on top, FaZe Clan can still see them.
Oh, PBE, they're clustered right now. FaZe, Team Secret, Yoodo Alliance, BTR, all happen to be in the same angle of that circle. GE can take advantage of this situation by trying to rank up the numbers, taking out all the teams and gatekeeping them from entering in. But if they're not being careful, they will be breached in without notice. Now that's going to be trouble spelling out for GE if two teams happen to be rushing at the same time. But PBE definitely be spotted out by FaZe here. One knock. Mela almost got chipped entirely for his HP, but he's going to still be alive. Very much alive. On the side of PBE, how to save Raimon feels impossible. A bit out in the open. Monboy attempt to flush them out, but then taking the bait. But GE, well, that's a very long shot coming out from inside of Master Ichi.
Yeah, this is a spot that is key, just beside of San Martin, and GE is there, but Alter Ego is here, up against XERXIA, stopping them from moving further forward, almost getting a knockdown. Thanks to the vehicle, XERXIA is still alright.
Not done. Okta within the smoke. Can I see the silhouettes of XERXIA right across them? Alter Ego barely hanging on. It's gonna be bullets flying and Trailbuzz even knocked down on one. Who knocked that one out from afar? It's gonna be XERXIA. all the way through it. How why? Back to the side of PBE, Monboy and Migs. Barely hanging on with Team Secret fighting against BTR and Yoodo Alliance possibly at the same time. On the side of Migs, who's going up to the rooftop, visualized by all the teams out there, and the Blues start to shrink in there. Not many space for the side of PBE to hang on, but Mela tried to force him out. Migs spotted out, Mig is down. PBE last player there is, but they're gone. They're possibly leaving, but they're done. PBE is out. FaZe, they need to leave.
2 points for PBE, where the Fan Secret is still around, so they can continue to gain points and go on top of PBE, pushing them down. GE will take advantage. The teams just right below them do not have the circle at all, and this is where GE can farm elimination points.
Oh, Onzens and Mormon. They need to push up here. Advance forward. There's only one direction for them. It's going to be forward. But Team Secret will try to stop them from pushing. And they're done. They're done with the help of the Blues. Now they need to leave as well. But the ones on top will start to shoot them. REGUM spot them out. 1 knock. 2 knock. GE taking advantage from the sideline. Can he steal away from Master Smile? He's definitely smiling right now. Spots it out. Putrazel and Halton, who's taking the immersive, submissive towards the Blues right now. It's just too much painful on that side, but they don't have a choice. The wall will block them and they have to climb up, and that gives so much opportunities for the other teams to steal away and take all the points out of Team Secret.
Ooh, the blue burning Team Secret might deny the point. Putra getting inside to the blue, but okay, cross Tony K, can he get something out of it? Maybe not, but one player. Okay, so it's going to be the blue taking out Putra, deny the point. Helton is pushing himself through, and he managed to make it. But sad for Helton, the circle got away.
Back to our side of Xavier's. Definitely capitalize over the northern side of a circle. Team Secret with Helton left. What can he do? Barely, nothing, no smoke. Only got 3 grenades and that's it. 2 first aid to last long enough. Hopefully he's not being discovered by BTR or GE, who start to close in the distance here. Definitely nerve-wracking on the side of Hilton. Stuck in a corner, hoping and hugging the corners and won't be found out by these teams. But Vampires and REGUM, his neighbors, have been shouting against each other on their throat for the longest time, not willing to leave just yet. And their position being given way to the side of GE. But these Xaviers, where are they? They're still in the outside of the circle. Still managed to secure a couple of more points. But they just fanning out, dominating over the northern side. They don't have anybody to contest for these Xaviers.
Creating a smoke bridge. Stone is across now, but Nuzi is still on his knees. So Stone has to buy a team. Unfortunately, Stone knocked down, leaving Tony K alone. Nuzi could revive, but time is not on his side. Stone will close in. RR kill, defending the ground from allowing Vampire Esports to come across. Tony K now in the critical position. Nuzi back up. RR kill, not letting him go just yet. Tony K on his knees. Nuzi the line, 40% of health. Where is Nuzi gonna go? And it's going to be a straightforward elimination for Q.
Q tried to score himself another chicken, but can BTR score a hat-trick? Can they score a hat-trick here? Triple chicken in a row for BTR, a triple chicken in a day. We haven't got that in the PMSL just yet. Can they set a new record? For the hands of BTR, they can have that shot. They have a full squad still. GE as well, and D Xaviers. XERXIA having a full squad, except for RQ, who clustered out and slowly bleed out. BTR spot out GE, giving a bit of a gunshot from afar, but BTR Satar, my god, he scares the heck out of me. Where did he came from?
Well, wherever he came from, he managed to surprise Bernard as well by going out. And Satar now with the DPS. Okay, he's reviving his teammate. Fine. She knocked down by La Paz. So it looks like BTR, they're winning the fight against GE. The only Smile that is still active at this moment. West is pleading out. But Smile, wait a second. Smile? Is he staying quiet here? Is he hoping they blends in with the surrounding? Not to be spotted out by BTR? Really?
Camouflage. That's good. Not being
Come on.
spotted out by Santa.
Come on!
No way!
No
Are
way!
you kidding me?
Come on!
I
wait.
thought I was having some lag just now, but wait, what? No, what is happening? Finally down. I mean, like, small, valiant effort, nice try. Out of the box thinking, very unorthodox, but lost him just 5 seconds a bit longer than usual. But I mean, like, that's something else entirely. Parajay spot out in a Telco. RRQ and BTR just next to each other. Here comes Satar. Here comes Satar. Oh, Satar. He knows the forfeit. He wants to go for it, but here comes the nade first. Going in with the nade to clear up the corners. But Boy Chill was slowly closing by the blue zone. While RRQ and Nepeko bleeding out. Where are Nepeko? He's not really bleeding out. He's still resetting himself down there. Nepeko got a very little land, but here comes the surprise. He shot one down. Make it two. Oh, so close.
Oh, I thought he wanted to do the smile, but yeah. I mean, Nepeko fought back. I'm still baffled by the smile moment. I mean, what just happened there? It felt like BTR, they were so confident that, yeah, he's just stay there, just passed by. I got backup anyway. But speaking about backup, RRQ wish they had extra backup because now Xavier is right on top of them.
They're running low with their throwables instead of Levi. There's going to be one more nade to go, but he got himself an AUG spot on one piece of cake for Levi just now. That's left with only one person of RRQ to survive till the very end. But BTR still up there. They can score a triple chicken in a day. It's not impossible now with a full squad. And 11 eliminations with only Zappa and Satar pull off the shots then. My God.
Yeah, this is the Sapa Lapato. That's quite a tongue twister.
Sapa.
But anyway, No Mercy still waiting by the side. Okay, he could surprise BTR though, so BTR gonna be interesting if it does. But BTR, they have a good spread, so in case it does surprise one BTR, the other members could counter on a No Mercy.
I love the Sapa combo. It's like supper, you know. And this duo is just amazing right now. Playing out of their minds while Levi and the rest of these Avians reunite once more, moving as a unit. They still have a full squad.
Hey.
What is going on?
Hello? You didn't notice that? No Mercy blended with the nature. And now this is the surprise that he's been looking for, taking out Satar. So Satar is out now, but No Mercy doesn't have the circle. He needs to climb up, and the rest of BTR, they know where he is.
No Mercy tried to pull from Master Smile just now, learning as a new disciple of camouflaging, the art of camouflaging. But finally RRQ is out. It's down to BTR with a trio. DX also has a trio. Levi coming in, trying to push up and straight into the side of Boy Chill to shot down with a DBS. But he make it through. Chua tried to open that smoke and also that grenade to the side of XERXIA, but it's not going to be enough. XERXIA do have a 4. Here comes another nade and Chua is down. Down to only BTR 2v4.
Well, XERXIA now going to take advantage. Okay, quite a difference between XERXIA and BTR. So Boy Chill has time to be revived. Just buying extra time for him. XERXIA opening up the circle. Now they have control already of the circle. It is BTR's challenge now to try to win against XERXIA. But look at their opening. Look at the off angle from Megamind. It's going to be hard for BTR unless they can take out Megamind first.
BTR at least they still have some numbers that winnable at this point. But we've seen 1v4. We've seen that happen before. For the side of XERXIA, I don't know how much elimination they actually scored themselves. Last time we saw BTA was 15. Can they score themselves an 18 by end of today?
Well, let's see here. 3. If XERXIA can wipe out, then maybe. But BTR is 15. Take out the entire XERXIA and be rewarded with 19. Okay, here we go. They're starting. We still have some time for them to hold. So I would expect that for us to drag this game until stage 9.
I expect them to be in a stage 9. And even in stage 9, we'll have to wait until the blue zone will finish off the edges of this hill right now. Unless RNJ wants to make something happen here. He already pushed himself upwards. Definitely pushing all the way to a side of BTR down there. Taking a bit of a front line, a bit dangerous game, a chance that he's willing to take anyhow. But RNJ still got him throwables. If he can knock on one, there's going to be a green light. Go for the side of XERXIA to push them off. Here comes the nades, chipping down a bit on Lapa. Spotted out Boy Chill, a bit too late now, the space comes in. Now RNJ keep the pressure on. But RNJ, he's soaking too much of damage. There's going to be one knockdown. Here comes the time for the side of XERXIA. A bit of trading done. Boychill and the rest of XERXIA coming in with a vehicle. Boychill, are they prepared? But one more knock possibly. And XERXIA also got some 2v3 here on this side. Sharper, he needs to reload. Gemforce puts out one. It's going to be 2v2. This is big for BTR.
Oh, this is big. The fact that Gemforce caught them off guard. BTR could be the one to secure the chicken dinner, but hold your horses. It is 2v2. Force shoots from the left. And he has backup on the other side as well. They're going to get a knockdown. Then BTR
No way!
overcame the odds against XERXIA, who had a full squad. BTR 3 chicken dinners today. This is insane.
XERXIA got the opening first. They got the numbers. They were 4 men. RNJ was not the most patient of them all. He pushed all out down there when we expect stage 9 to commence first before they start to push. But no, RNJ defies that and go in, try to knock on one. He got one, but they traded 1-1. Make it 2v3. It was a 2v3, but Gemforce, he sprays in through the smoke. Open the opportunity for BTR to come back, even though despite their lacking manpower compared to XERXIA. That was incredible. It just BTR. What a game! Phenomenal.
What a game. Phenomenal. Now that switching over the MVPs among them, Boysil now as the MV. 4 eliminations, 886 damage. I mean, if this was a live event, the audience is there, this is worthy of standing ovation.
I agree. He just got ourselves an interview just now. He mentioned about they're just going to focus about the performance. They play every single day. When it comes to Saturday, specifically Saturday is like doomsday for them. They have to put their hearts out there. They're like, today is the last day of them living to play PUBG Mobile, and they did just that. What a game here coming up from Boychill. Boychill just got himself 886 with 4 elimination, but the most elimination is going to be Lapa. It's going to be Lapa and Satar. This combination between the two players, we call it Sapa. Okay, we're just going to call the Sapa combination between BTR players. These two, since the start, they don't know how to rest. They don't know the meaning of word stop. They keep it going. And the moment by the end of it, Gemforce and Boychill start to catch up with those numbers too.
You know what's the next thing I want to see besides Box Gaming getting a chicken dinner? Is Box Gaming doesn't let BTR get the final chicken dinner and Gemforce be the MVP. So all 4 of them having an MVP. That's probably a new record.
It's just insane when it comes to how much of a valuable player they have for this line of BTR. Is amazing. Every single one of them just have different, unique way and such high value players on the side of BTR. But XERXIA did travel quite a distance if it compared to all the others. For these AVs, surprisingly, I thought they actually might have a shot at getting this chicken dinner. They got the northern side. It was quite vacant. They're spreading out 2 into the circle, the other 2 going on the outskirts of the circle, left and right, a bit too far apart. But the moment the circle shifted away, that's where they start to have a bit of a challenge for the side of these AVs. Even though they have very clear entry on the northern side, they did not put in calculation if the circle moving away from them. And that's where they got clustered in and being sprayed on, caught off guard.
Wow, I was kind of distracted by the excitement from Box Gaming by taking out GEEK Fam earlier on. I mean, we're talking about like one of the bottom teams taking out the top team, right? So it's worthy of a station for them. But there was also a lot of fights like from the set-in entry just because of how the circle shift. GE had a good advantage of securing a couple of eliminations from there. But it was also an exciting fight here. We saw like FaZe Clan, PE, Team Secret, like a good number of teams rotated from that area just to be later caught up by GE. But BTR is just doing the odd things today.
They are monsters. They are different beasts entirely. BTR, not just a secure double digit, a whooping amount of double digit at that. 29 points. It's been a while since week 1. We can see something that has big number like this. 29 points and a triple chicken in a day, and all their chickens caught themselves a high volume kills out there. It's not a passive chicken dinner, that sort of a game coming up from BTR today. And I'm worried for grand finals for the other teams because they did mention in an interview before they are not showing off their secret weapon yet.
Well, the secret weapon for Team Secret go up on top of PBE now, and to push them down to number 19. Scary for PBE. GE on the other hand, okay round for them, so they head back onto page 1, and they have a 12-point gap now with Boom Esports. But again, if PBE and GE is stuck down there, then both Boom and GE will go through. I mean, what a plot twist that we could be looking at tomorrow.
And I know about GE, are they safe enough? They definitely want to solidify their positioning by getting a top 5. That's the best case scenario for them. But head to head, we do have between Boychill and Shop. I mean, like, Boychill is a rare occasion for us to actually see him on stage, and always, you know, somebody else who got himself the MVP. But at his time, this is his era too, and I love to see him pushing more forward. But today, what a day for BTR, and Nation flags just flying all across the board here.
Yeah, BTR. If we don't get box, my wish list is BTR to get the chicken dinner again and give the MVP to Gen 4. That's it. I'm done for the day. Well, obviously because it's the last game after this. Man, that also means that there's only one more game for Box Gaming to that chicken dinner and not be the only team in the PMSL to not get anything. But speaking about getting something, I know you were going there. It is the PMSL Southeast Asia Limited Skin Series.
Yep, and maybe this skin will help you with how GE managed to camouflage himself among the buggy just now. Maybe you can pull that off wearing this suit. Who knows, right?
Yeah, I mean, well, if you were to ever go explode, at least you go out in style, right? And if you notice the name, it's called Sweet Buggy. What sexier name can it be?
I don't think it's sexy at all. But definitely I love this one. It's gonna be my Morzak suit, and the glide effect is just incredible. I love this one, but at the same time it's a bit obvious for the people actually trying to pin you down in Battle Royale game. But back to a sort of GE. I mean, like, that was out of the box thinking, trying to hide in a buggy just now. I don't know what happened to Satar, but definitely it took him quite a bit of a time to spot that one out.
Yeah, he's so used to frontal fight, show yourself, prone or something like that. He's so not used to somebody just sitting in the buggy. You know, this is what we call reverse psychology, you know. So you don't go all fronter. You reverse psychology, you stay there, and they don't know you're there. But what we do know is this team here. One game. That one game. Box, that one game. Come fulfill our dreams. Come on.
I don't have hopes anymore, man. You know, like, you used to know that unicorns supposed to be existing when you were 5 years old, and then notice that when you grew older, it's all just a fairy tale. Feels like a very, very, very sad fairy tale for Box Gaming to score himself that chicken here. It's going to be one last shot, one last game, and one last map for teams playing for Group D today. Sam9, Vampire, XERXIA, and Box. Now, Vampires and XERXIA definitely want to stretch the gap here, and XERXIA standing at number 1. But will be enough for them to close up their day while we're waiting for Box to get those chicken.
Oof. Box. Okay. I mean, after today, we won't be talking about Box anymore, alright? I know. By now, you guys must be thinking, like, can we stop talking about Box? Yeah, don't worry. By after this round, we're done with Box. Tomorrow, they won't be playing, and we will focus on to the other instead to try to get the chicken dinner. But, I'm still mind blown like that BTR got that chicken dinner. I mean, that was okay. Out of all the chicken dinners today, right? If we were to rate the chicken dinner by BTR, that is the best so far.
I don't know. It will be a bit too early for us to say it's just going to be the end for the chicken. What if they score the 4th one? That never happened before. I want to see if they can pull that off.
You mean this team? This team
Yeah,
never happened
don't know.
before getting a
It's
chicken
either-
in this season's PMSL.
It's either we got Box Gaming chicken or BTL scored a 4th chicken in a day.
Yeah, that's a team that's desperate. This is another team that's desperate for points. PBE here. I don't see fourth row. Oh, okay, fourth row is at the end. Okay, so he's still with his team. He's not like tantrum and it's like, okay, you guys are on your own now. He's still there with this team, the coach of PBE, because they still have tomorrow. Okay, whatever it is, he's there tomorrow. Unlike Box, who has this last game after this.
They literally have to play their heart out. They should have the mindset that how BTR teams have from their coaches. Like, play today is like there's no tomorrow. It's assumed tomorrow is gonna be Doomsday. Okay? And you love PUBG Mobile so much. You want to play your best and remember as your best memory before Doomsday hits you. They should play it like that for Box Gaming. But right now, I don't feel any heat coming up from Box Gaming when it comes to the final week. As said for earlier today and yesterday, we do see some fight from them. But it's just a fight that, you know, you can see a spark, but not a big fire yet.
Yeah, turning off your air condition and you definitely feel the heat. But whether it's a good heat or a bad heat from Box Gaming, that's going to be the last game after this. Man, I'm almost done with Box. It's like, just get the chicken today. You know, that sort of feeling right now. It's like, come on, Box. Okay. Yeah. Other than Box Gaming, if we talk about like Alter Ego even, speaking of Alter Ego, it isn't like super duper hard. Like today is like, fairly underwhelming for the, although we definitely see them in the grand finals, but Alter Ego Performance, who is the previous PMSL champion, we don't get to see of them today.
I personally don't feel like they're overwhelming today, specifically today, because based on how much they score themselves in the previous map and the entire team of Alter Ego when it comes to the week, we do have some spotlights for plays coming from MORPH specifically. And it's just that I feel like they're not showing off their best yet and waiting for the grand finals here. But speaking of the last for the map in Group D, can they finally finish off their PMSL League this week, a final week here with a bang, before we get to know tomorrow who will advance to the grand finals? But do we have some issues there? Feels like it's a bit of a hole down there when it comes to the next and final map. But yes, it's going to be Group D. Final map we go. But at the same time, we're talking about Group D. All of them are safe to get into the grand finals, except for Box.
We're gonna go down that route again. Oh no. No, the Box Gaming story. No. One more game, Box. One more game. But I also noticed something else as well, that today is a rare option that GEEK is not playing Sniper. Oh yeah, I have a new fun fact. I just stopped doing the break. You wanna hear it?
Yeah, sure.
So we always talk about the fun fact of the players and all that, right? Now I'm going to give a fun fact about a caster. So the caster's name is Choo Choo. So the fun fact about Choo Choo.
Should I worry now?
The fun fact about Choo Choo and a very special day today is that you are actually wow, you? Oh, you're here? Oh, you are actually sharing this special day with a famous Malaysian composer called Moharis Yaakob, who also composes songs for artists like Jacqueline Victor and Siti Nurhaliza and Michelle.
Really? I'm supposed to be a singer then.
Why not?
I got the wrong industry,
maybe you can try
guys.
to maybe you can try
the
to
door is that way.
you know?
I'm leaving now. I'm gonna go be a singer. See you guys on the stage. Okay, I'll sign for you my autograph one day, guys, and also you, Cloud. I'll be signing stuff for you. Don't worry.
Yay! I want to sign. I want to sign console that you have at home.
Now, why?
Yeah, because that's nice to have it. I don't know, just say it.
I thought you have a console at your place.
I don't have your console. Your console is more updated than mine, so
No, why?
I wouldn't
What the
mind that.
heck? Why do you love to take my stuff, man?
Well, especially if it's side, might as well. I mean, I could take something else, but I'm happy with that. You know, saying.
And also, if you guys happen to be, especially the viewers that's pretty close to us, I mean, you guys know who you are. You happen to be in Malaysia. If you want us to hang out, and if you happen to be in the grand finals on ground, and you want us to be with you, and even want to visit my place, I wouldn't mind. So just, you know, text me and my associate accounts, even Cloud associate accounts. We can hang out with you guys, not during the grand finals, of course, because we will be casting, maybe after or before. Speaking of which, a lot of other casters that I know of, including like my close friend Bro Pasta, is flying over to Malaysia. And there are some other region casters that might actually flying over this side as well. I think they're more towards making content instead of casting, because I do know for a fact the other regions possibly will be casting online, because we don't have that much space on the venue for casters as well. So that might be something that should, you know, if you guys want to meet some casters, mostly it's going to be Malaysian casters on site or on ground.
Yep, and it's going to happen next weekend. Friday on Tuesday. Okay, I recently happened to check like the accommodation around, right? And a lot of it is fully booked. So just saying. So there's still some, yes, but it's running fast. So if you're on arrangements, you got to do it quick because accommodation is running low. It does signal, you know, people are coming in, like some of the people that you just mentioned, and I'm sure, well, like their own supporters, like direct supporters of these teams, they will come in as well. So they're taking up part of the accommodation. So for you guys out there who are fans of the show, fans of PMSL, book your tickets quick, book accommodation quick, because I just checked this like, what, 2 days ago or something, and some of the hot ones are already out.
And if you guys don't have accommodation in Malaysia, don't forget, just tag SirCloud and he'll be offering you his place.
Wow.
So you guys can sleep at SirCloud's house.
Yay.
Which I don't think is that too far from the venue, right? Your place is nearer to the venue than mine, right?
We're quite the same.
Not really. I think yours is actually closer.
I'm like at least 25 minutes away from the venue. Drive.
Pretty much almost the same then.
Yeah.
Mine is 30 minutes from the venue.
Yeah, but if
it's still 5 minutes counts. 5 minute counts, man.
Well, I mean, the only trade-off is the one who comes to my house will need to sleep with the cats, as in S cats, like 5.
I mean, most of people that we do know, they love cats, so I don't think that's an issue.
Just that, you know, sometimes cats can get a very unstable emotionally. Just saying. You know, I recently saw a video that type of cat colors have different kind of emotional status. Yeah, you guys can check that video out wherever it is on social media. But we'll check out the final game here. I believe we're gonna fly into Miramar.
You know what? I recently kind of update myself with the same facts about cats as well. Every breeding have their own respective habits and some common issues based on the same breed themselves. Like my cat, my cat is actually Turkish Angora breed. They are very protective by nature, and also they shed too much fur. So that's my biggest issue now.
Wow. So furry, huh? At home. I have a fun fact about, like, I have a black and white cat, right? So this video told me that black and white cats, they have a personality. They can switch like emotions like very quick. Yeah, that is true, because sometimes he's very friendly to the one tabby cat that I have, and then all of a sudden they just fight. And this fight started from the black and white cat, which is like, yeah, cat.
Is it?
I don't know. I need a cat psychologist.
Does it have to have black and white, or just black, or just white?
It's like, you know, tuxedo cat.
Tuxedo cats.
Yeah, like the black and white tuxedo type.
I didn't know cats do have bipolar like humans do. I mean, like, no offense to bipolar people. I'm one of them. But speaking of a circle, we do have on top of, just similar to the previous one, which is going to be Picardo and Power Grid. But the flight pod's right on top of Picardo. We might actually do have first contact. So this is Box Gaming and GE. Oh, well, we're back here. Another drama between these two teams.
Wow, hello, Box Gaming to San Martin again. After dropping into Puerto Prado and wiping out GEEK Fam, now they're dropping into San Martin to try to wipe out GE. And man, I mean, it is Box Gaming's last game though. So they've always wanted San Martin ever since the preseason. They never really got it from GE. And if they want to get it, well, by all means, this is probably their only chance.
But at the same time, I want GE to advance to grand finals. This is going to be detrimental since they lost their one player already quite early on, straight off the bat. Less than a minute into the map here. Box got himself high grounds. I want both to win, not like this. But Box Gaming happen to be close up to the side of GE. Every angle, every direction there is. Master ET being spotted out from above. Patron's in, Box Gaming. Namkid got pistol, but he wants to go for it anyhow.
Yeah,
Master ET do have that Scar L.
Only a pistol, and he's trying. Okay, and Namkid really banking on the trade here. 10-2K just on the outside, but GE is there. 10-2K couldn't follow up. Man, that was, I mean, yeah, it was
ambitious.
Trade, but like what you say, ambitious.
Too ambitious, not cute. What was I thinking? That person have a Scar L. That's a rifle. They shoot up to, 20 to 30 bullets of a magazine down there. And he just goes in with a pistol. I don't know what going through the player's mind right now to go like that. Was he baiting out? Or was he thinking, try to bluff JE to fish them out, to take up the bait so they can leave their corners? This is really what happened on the side of Manet. I think he's the one to knock down FaZe. Oh, he should have gone the other way around. If you actually go for his left side, which is going to be our right, then it will not be spotted out by Trongzin.
To be fair, he didn't know Trongzin was there, so he just did the usual, and Trongzin was the one that's prepared. We're back onto 10-2K. Actually, I was kind of thinking that if you have to get trading, then 10-2K should have followed up, but yeah, he didn't really do that. That allowed GE to now take advantage of 10-2K instead, and he's knocked down now. Trongzin still on this high ground, but I don't think he can get much. Not
Sem9!
Much. Sem9! Hello! Sem9 saving me.
I can smell the regret from Box Gaming decision right now. Knowing the fact they barely have enough to equip themselves, they didn't spend that much time on looting and straight away reposition themselves to get a fight into GE. And now Sem9 arrive, happen to be across San Martin at the same time. And Box have a taste of their own medicine. Feels like we will end the PMSL League for Box Gaming without any chicken at this point.
I'm disappointed. I'm out of here. Okay, now I'm switching my allegiance to PR just because I want to see GeForce get the MVP. Okay, Kwang, fine. He gets one. Okay, Kwang. But maybe that's going to be about it. Okay, and plus, he will reveal the elimination fee. Me that now RQ knows that it's only Kwang alone in this compound. Peko might want to go for it, or he waits for backup. Either way, Kwang is not going to be good.
This is Napeko. He never backs out from any fight here. And Kwang tried to be a bravado fighting against one of the biggest monsters in this tournament, RRQ. Napeko, Rapface. These two players, I mean, I would literally pee myself if I have to fight them 1v1. If it's two of these players, they are one scary beast. I'm not even going to joke about that. But on the side of Kwang, that's a wise decision. You made the right decision, brother. Just go away. Run. Not worth fighting Napeko. He's too scary. He's a monster.
Okay, PUBG Mobile, you know your next show match now. Who you is Choo Choo against the two of them. Just because we want to see Choo Choo do that. We want to see FaZe Clan well because they need the points. But it's the Infinity now. Oh, they lost moment. 3 more to go against the Infinity. 2 of them knocked down. Mela needs backup.
Cooking Nate. Exchanging nates for both sides. Angles differently for the side of FaZe and Infinity. Feels like they're tight here for Destiny between the FaZe and Infinity. They always have a go against each other quite early on. Armstall and Mela. Mela almost knocked down, but Infinity definitely losing a lot of men down there. But it's going to be a Jordan jump coming up from this guys. Hopping around to find those bullets to be connecting by Infinity. This is going down the drain. As Ons and the rest of FaZe is winning over them. Even though they lost a couple of men before, but this is way early for stage 1 to get this kind of fight going on.
Well, last game moments, and FaZe Clan will save here the moment by eliminating Infinity. 4 points already in the pocket for FaZe Clan, and they circle in Power Grid.
So another patron, we have GE Box Kwang. Kwang, just find a place that you can find a peace for yourself for now, so that he can be peaceful. He doesn't have to worry about too many teams around him right now. XERXIA taking the high grounds and elevations around the abandoned building here. But it's quite vacant. And surprisingly, it's been quiet now after we got so many fights early on. Infinity out with 1 point. At least they scored 1 point. Box scores 2. And GEEK fam taking a bit of a blue zone. Here comes the circle. Finally we get a glimpse on it. But St. Martin Power Grid again once more. It's going to be the center of the circle, just like how we did before. But it moved up all the way. Water treatment. Team Secret got this by themselves. Nobody on the northern side even.
Yeah, they're glad they're there. And Boom isn't playing, so north side is a little bit Boom and MORPH GPS, because they both like to drop way up north, just next to each other. So there's a little bit more space up there. Team Secret happen to get the middle of the circle. Wait for them. And here's the bad news for PB and DVD. If Secret does well here, assuming that they get a chicken dinner, like it's the best case scenario, right? They will further leave PB and DVD down there.
Oh, PBE, DBD. It rhymes though, that name.
I know, right?
So next time choose a team name that kind of rhymes with the one with the best in the world. Maybe you can actually have a bit of that vibe down there. But not like this on the side of PBE and DBD. Vampires on the other hand. Oh, they have a very good run today. Despite their quietness and being silent for week 2 and the first half of the final week. But definitely to show what they're made of. I cannot wait to see what they have to offer to us. What they can actually perform in the finals and the grand finals itself. It will be an absolutely a big banger, explosive game.
And speaking about choosing team names, why not choose a team name that is creative and memorable, right? Like the Guys of Asia, for example. Come on, guys. You know, get creative.
I miss those guys.
Yeah, I miss that name too. It's like the best. The second best might be Harame Bros. But the Guys of Asia, that name, yeah, chef's kiss.
But 7-9, here comes Vampires. Try to visit them warmly, greeted with grenades. Close the door when you have visitors and guests coming in. You're just gonna close the doors. That's what we learned from PUBG Mobile. But back on the side of Alter Ego, Zral, Team Secret, they're spreading out. Rosemary tried to blend himself with the bushes. Is one with the nature for now. It's a very nature-like person. But Healthin might spot out Fnatic. It might be shot down. One tick of health away. Oh, so close. Here comes Alva next. Alva got stuck. He made a bit of U-turn. Oh, Alva finally being knocked down. And Rosemary not being spotted out yet.
Oh, thanks to Chua shooting on the other side. Knocking down Alva. And now trying to get a knock onto Raizai. Raizai at the peak of that hill. Should be okay. But we have Zral move on to the left. Okay, they're just surrounding each other right now. But Team Secret is the one surrounding Alter Ego at this moment. Raizai on an off angle on the top of the hill, rather than Zral on the other building. Alter Ego only has 2 players left. Team Secret will be happy to win this.
I mean, what is happening today? Everybody tried to play camouflage and tried to blend with the nature so many times by now. Is that a different strat, a new strat coming in for grand finals? Is that the secret weapon they've been talking about? Being one with the nature and blend themselves with the bushes? Is that it? But back to the side of Sam 9, spotted out Vampires. GEEK fam closing into the side of Vampires. So now Vampires, they're attracting too much attention on their side. Hacienda Patron do have around 5 teams around the same corner here. Only one team will survive out of this.
Oh, Rosemary knocks her out. Okay. Putting out the smoke. Okay. In the next building. Okay. Helton alone. Okay. Outer Ego. 2v1. Okay. This is their moment to come back against Team Secret.
Now back to a side of Alter Ego. Spot out Team Secret and finish off straight away. Helton cannot even get a breather at all. Down to Ryza to call the shots. BTR just next to XERXIA. Too many fights happening on the second stage and third stage, since the first stage even. We're down to only 15 teams, yes, but barely have enough players hanging on. It's going to be Mega Mind shoot his art out to a side of BTR. But the rest of BTR, where are they? They're willingly giving their bodies to Mega Mind. Oh, finally Mega Mind.
Well, guess who? Still Sata. BTR getting it. Oh, but
okay.
Team Secret. Okay.
You know, your voice sometimes got some stutters and cut down, maybe due to the connection. And I've been listening to the okay. It feels like a broken record. It's just okay all the way. I didn't get the sentence before.
Okay.
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 Okay, back.
Okay.
We have to focus the game now. Now, GE. Can they push the numbers up? They still have a trio. PERSIJA spot out Rosemary. Alter Ego left with the 2 players. These Avis, they really have consistency here today. They try to finish off the day with at least a chicken dinner.
Xavier almost got a chicken though in one of the previous rounds. I mean, they came kind of close. But let's see if they do it this time. And if they can get a chicken dinner, how far would they go? They'll go pretty nice. So, yeah, they will give them like more, obviously, for the grand finals. So I'm honestly not too worried about these Xavier. I'm looking at PBE, DBD. We don't see them in action yet. So that is a key point. And we saw them in action, so they got 4 points now. And with that 4 points, they come a little bit closer to Vampire Sports, who is not playing tomorrow. And looking at the current situation, we talked about FaZe Clan. FaZe Clan, with that 4 eliminations, probably get the circle. Go shift. If they got it, it's going to be nice because it's like the high ground. On the left side of San Martin, on the Hacienda, that is a good spot to farm elimination points. That is a spot that GE took earlier on, and they got a good amount of points. So FaZe Clan is going to take the same spot, and they can potentially do the same thing. FaZe Clan, good spot right now to farm eliminations. And if they can do well, potentially go up against, on top of that, potentially even GEEK. Hey, potentially even BTR. I mean, BTR is still in this, so they can continue to collect points, right? So, yeah, they gotta hope that they get eliminated as well. Anyway, FaZe Clan, they are still playing tomorrow.
Well, we're gonna have to wait and see if they can actually score those. If everybody have the same mindset to take Hacienda de Patron to want to take those eliminations, now they will have to fight each other first, don't they? And they might actually get distracted from the teams that are passing by, even if they got themselves that Hacienda de Patron. It happens so many times here today. But speaking of Yoodo Alliance, they take a bit of a longer rotation up north, going on the side, left side entirely, which is going to be crossing, not even crossing St. Martin. They just go around St. Martin instead. But I'm not sure about the other teams though. Since they are in the center, including FaZe. But Yoodo Alliance, treading it like on thin ice right now. Spot out 1 player. That's going to be DBD. Izing, quite obvious. His has been peeking out. Rapper Boy ambitious. Spray. Bold and brazen, but still going to go for it. But I think, look, the push is real on this side. But D Xavier is coming out in the back end. I'm not sure if Yoodo Alliance want to take this fight like this because they kind of walk themselves in a trap between Yoodo Alliance and FaZe Clan and D Xavier at the same time.
Well, the idea is to man road and get into the circle first, so they use the terrain to their advantage. But unfortunately, they got a couple of knocks. now DBD will try to get the point. Ooh, Jimmy OP trying to get the best angle possible, but the smoke is not helping his view of, unfortunately for them as well. Isaac knocked down by D Xavier, so he has for the safe instead.
4 teams, fatal 4-way up here. FaZe, Yoodo Alliance, DBD, D Xaviers. And Mela got shot by Yoodo Alliance earlier. Here comes again. Echo spot out D Xaviers, but Eyes and the rest of us still bleeding at the back line. While FaZe Venturas jumps down, trying to save Mela. They're down to only 2 players on the side of FaZe Clan. Yoodo Alliance, on the other hand, they still have a trio, if I'm not mistaken, and only try to save out Olio right now. But Adiluk tried to open up the flank side. But the other end, it's going to be D Xaviers waiting, and D Xaviers happen to be just passing through as well. And DBD, they don't know which one they should focus on. Is it going to be D Xaviers? Is it going to be Yoodo Alliance? Or is it going to be Chuan right across Echo? Knock down on Echo.
That's going to be a knock on the Echo. Okay, the other members of DBD on the other side, but Chuan knocked down by Adiluk from Yoodo Alliance. So directly kind of helping but DBD not giving back the favors towards Yoodo Alliance. It's a point to take. They will take it.
Yoodo Alliance, Flax now try to cook up the night, hoping it will land a Kobe on top of DBD. FaZe Clan not being given enough attention right now, but they have one player of Yoodo Alliance to guard over the side of FaZe in case they try to push. And it happens their circle as well. These Xaviers, they can just not be a part of this and go to the northern side and have a peaceful start and a peaceful landing. But no, they know for a fact last time they had it a bit quiet, didn't serve them well. But Yen finally being shot down by Yoodo Alliance. Adik Luke trying to finish things off. But next is going to be Jimmy OP and DBD being decimated by the hands of Yoodo Alliance. But they need to make it fast because these Xaviers is approaching. FaZe Clan interested to commit to this fight as well.
Nevertheless, it's DBD out without a single point. Rooted at number 20 for DBD by the end of the day. Man, but okay, Kwang, if you can somehow pull off an insane hero, you will be crowned the king of box gaming. Come on, I know it's Vampire. Pull off something. Looking at weapon, okay, pretty much the dependent weapon in the CQ Sunnis M4. So, good luck, Kwang. Salute to you.
Now, Kwang, he survived long enough. Despite the entire team he got. Never mind. I jinxed him.
We're done.
I'm sorry, Kwang.
Yep. That's it. We're done. Okay, we can close the show now. Thank you so much for watching, ladies and gentlemen. See you again next week in the Grand Finals. Okay, nah, just kidding. Oh, man. I mean, the last game, we have a lot of hope box, and they just have to be box.
Yeah. Box, the only team, didn't secure any chicken for the entirety of PMSL. But thank you so much for participating in this season PMS on the side of Box Gaming. Yeah, same goes for the side of Team Secret. Right, Team Secret's still playing tomorrow, so I'm going to say thanks yet. But Box, definitely that's going to be the last map just now. And that's the end of their journey in PMSL. Because, I mean, hate me all you want, but definitely they cannot make it through for the Grand Finals right now. They're definitely on the chopping block of relegation next.
Ooh, okay. These two teams not in the chopping block. But it will be nice to see either one of these teams win. And one of these teams will cancel out each other for sure. 7-9 charging in. They have one player on at this moment on the outside of the circle. 7-9, 3 of them in the same building as RRQ. Napico needs to retreat. They're playing as a trio now without the help of Hexas. Napico knocked out Kenny. Kenny counterfire upon by No Mercy with the Vector. Kenny on his knees now. Thumb as well by No Mercy. Is No Mercy going to be the hero for RRQ? One more to go.
Oh, no way!
Oh!
What? What is 7-9 doing? Willingly giving their bodies to taken over by the side of RRQ one by one while they can actually move as a unit. That was everything in vain coming out from the side of 7-9 and being eliminated entirely. Alter Ego next. We do have GE still well and alive as a trio. But here comes GEEK Fam to the side of RRQ. They won the fight just now but at a great cost. There's 3 knockdowns before. I just hope time still on their side to pick themselves up, but the circle will have to shift now. Vampires BTR will not be in the circle. Same goes for the side of GEEK Fam and RRQ. These Xaviers, on the other hand, split it again amongst themselves, with 2-2 formation so far apart, but the side of RRQ, can they hold their ground for one more fight?
Well, hello, GEEK Fam, to RRQ's house. Now they have invaded. They will try to take down RRQ before proceeding into the circle. Audrey with the nade it up, tossing on across. But a counter nade from knocks down Audrey instead. Nepeko on his knees, more together with him. No mercy gonna hold the front while Nepeko been revived by his other teammate.
RRQ having a bit of a trade here, not doing great as GEEK Fam will outrun them with their numbers. But BTR fighting Vampires at the same time. Back to the side of RRQ, no mercy holding on with a Vector. And now trying to reload. Got another one! No way! They got himself 2 teams back to back to fight, but no mercy. Can he do this? Can he try to clutch out for the entirety of GEEK Fam? This is just a great fight for the side of RQ, but he's running low with his bullet. His ammunition is running low for no mercy. Here comes Nepeko back up to his feet with MORPH. They will finish off 4-3. Where is the last player of GEEK Fam? The Blues start to close in. No mercy have to leave. No mercy shown by the Blues. No mercy needs to leave. But at the same time, RQ needs to hop onto those vehicles. Living down. RRQ still clutched one out with 8 eliminations.
Oh, but gotta give it to RRQ. I mean, that was insane defense against GEEK Fam, who had a full squad. Now it's Yoodo Alliance and FaZe Clan by the edge of the circle. Here we go. FaZe Clan needs the points. FaZe Clan can't afford to drop against Yoodo right now. Yoodo Alliance, only Leo getting the vehicle. Already prepared to crash, join in with his teammates in the building.
On the side of FaZe, Yoodo Alliance breathing behind their necks here. Mela and Onzon's left. They got himself 4 eliminations, only secured by these 2 players that remains on the side of FaZe Clan. These Avians start to approach as well. It's going to be too crowded on top of these elevations, just on the side of Hassan and the Patron. Vampires try to hike up. FaZe Clan fighting Yoodo Alliance. RQ trying to leave but not willing to give it away. Vampires start to shoot. GE taken down on PBE. RQ is the clear side. Ultra down. Newsy. Oh, you nasty guy. Well, we're so glad you're back. This is the Newsy we love, man.
Wow, okay. Choo got excited with that. I mean, yeah, Newsy and all, right? Yeah.
Okay.
Cool. Okay. This is a different kind of, you know. It is okay. But wait for Vampire Esports. 5 points to the bag. Thanks to that. Thanks to Newsy. Well, I'm actually glad that to see Newsy perform like this. I do miss Newsy from the days.
Okay.
Okay.
Ravenclaw. The Vampires. I have a feeling, a bad feeling for the southern side. Were they favored by the circle? Not really. Mela got at least the circle. New Zealand Stone plays himself in the 2-2 formation with Vampires, Tony K and Ravenclaw at the back. They have their eyes on towards Yoodo Alliance, who's moving as a unit, synchronizing their movement towards the northern side. But Lamborghini opened up the flank here. These Avis were not willing to let an entry point on the northern side towards Yoodo Alliance. Now that's going to be tough. A lot of gatekeepers. And Yoodo Alliance barely hanging on, barely getting in. FaZe have their eyes onto Yoodo Alliance. Vampires have their vision on Yoodo Alliance. Even the Xaviers have a bit of interest on Yoodo Alliance. Everybody wants Yoodo Alliance.
Well, you know what? This is the part where I'm worried for PBE. Because they don't have the circle at all. The one that has the circle is GE. They have a call, need to cross the road. It's actually the same location that Vampire Esports tried to cross the road against RRQ the previous round and they failed. So it was that difficult. PB is going to try it. Okay, this time, the difference is that they have a vehicle. They get it across. But these Xavier! What are they doing there?
And also coming up, it's going to be PBE trying to rush into the side of GE. I couldn't hold on. FaZe! Taking on Yoodo Alliance. The GE taking out of PBE. And also with the help of the Xaviers up from above. Well, we're down to 5 here. FaZe taking a fight against Yoodo Alliance. They are reaching and they are bridged into where FaZe Clan has been standing for the longest time. Yoodo Alliance, they can have the push now since Mela being knocked down. But Olio going around the corners. Olio slowly approaching. And FaZe Clan down to only Onzons. And it looks Bodymon. That's going to be a spray down and dust. We're down to only 4.
Yeah, sitting in the washroom waiting for Ade Luke to hand him the toilet paper. But it's not handing the toilet paper, it's handing him bullets instead. And they are out. Now, out of all these 4 teams, I must say eyes on GE. How many points they can collect in this round? Or can they surprise us with a chicken dinner? Looking really hard because they're on the lower ground. But hey, if all the teams on the high ground battle with each other, well, GE can come up with a surprise.
Oh, but full squad on these Xaviers and Vampires right now. And GE definitely not having those elevation. Unless if they got themselves a circle, that's a shot they can actually win this. But the circle just shifted away. And these Xaviers got the circle once more. Can they close this game this time? Last time we saw them, they got the circle as well. But didn't manage to get their forms right. But Vampires will try to pin down the side of GE. GE, they need this map. They need this game to work.
Oh man, but it's not favoring GE as well. Circle, but Vampire Esports not letting them go. Ichi is knees now, thanks to Tony K with a mini 14. 2 more to go. On his way to pick up his teammate. Smart not able to move. Oh man, this could be the end for GE.
I really want GE to make it work, at least top 2 here. But Stone, like a rock, standing and staring and just locked down to GE. Not even give the man his space to pick out. But here comes the zone, here comes the taps. Tony K got punished instead. But DX won GE as well. DX, and also coming up from Vampires, all eyes down to GE. And GE have to say goodbye for now. But they're still going to be here tomorrow on the side of Empires and knock on 1. These Avis, can they close the game this time?
Or could it be Yoodo Alliance surprising these 2 teams now? All of them in the circle. We don't have the next circle. It's going to close entirely. It's going to be stage 9 next. Okay, Yoodo Alliance staying out of it. They see the smoke, so they know Vampire coming from the angle. They do have the information where Xavier is at. So for Yoodo Alliance, the best for them is just to hold their ground and hope for these 2 teams clash onto each other and Yoodo Alliance to come in later.
I don't know how much later they can come in, because we do know in less than 5 seconds now, the Blues will possibly closing up on their end first, and they have a wall in between, and that's a bad sign if you try to cut across, because the wall will try to put you in the corner against the blue zone. The Xavier start the opening to a side of Empires with that nade coming up from Levi. Try to spot out Yoodo Alliance players. That smoke will give away the position here. And I'll focus on the side of Yoodo Alliance. Both DX and Vampires scouting out towards Yoodo Alliance. Oh man, this is not great. But Vampires versus DX is going to be fun. It's going to be full squad versus full squad. Here comes Levi again.
Yep, here comes Levi with a nade. Will he be able to get a knockdown? Should be able to. Yes, he will. On to Newsy. This could be the opportunity for these Xavier. They know they have the knockdown. They have to forward because the zone is on their behind. Vampire Esports needs to move as well with Newsy have to be picked up. Newsy, yes, he's up now. But Tony K is low as well. Knock back the Levi's. Levi's nading out Tony K. Vampire Esports, they need to be prepared. Yoodo Alliance will come out and compound soon. Levi's needs to heal up with a medkit. PUBGM buys time as he secure another elimination point. Knocking down at the same time, managing 2 teams.
Olio barely hanging on, leaving only himself, but Vampires being eliminated first. This gave opportunity for Yoodo Alliance, but you have to clutch out. It's going to be DX finally closing up the game after the entire day. Even the last Miramar, he got himself second, and finally got himself the chicken they've been waiting for. They dominated and capitalized over the northern side of the circle of Miramar multiple times, and finally can close the game with a banger. But for the teams down there, for BTR, didn't secure the 4 chicken. They couldn't break the record. For Box Gaming, the team without any chicken, still being a vegetarian. But other than that, these Xaviers, what a game.
Oh, Lambo. Come on. Okay. I can't tell his expression. Like, is he happy or is he angry or what is he right now? Okay, Lambo, I think you chill out. Okay, I can see the happiness right now. Okay, they're done for the day. They're going to have their show after this. So, Xavier, longest time since we last saw him in Chicken Dinner. Or maybe he's like, hey, I should be the MVP. But it's nice to see Chua as the MVP instead.
Yeah, this time he's not yawning. every single time you can look at Chua's face and you thought he'd just woken up from a very deep sleep. That's my impression every single time I've met him. But at the same time, you see, that's what I mean. It's like he's just woken up. But on the side of these AVs, a bit of delayed emotion being expressed to his camera just now. I don't think they realized they actually just got chicken, didn't they? They were like, oh, we got chicken. And did we? Yeah, we did. And it's kind of, yeah, okay, we got a chicken. But back to a side of these AVs, you have to give it to Chua. I mean, like, this guy is just the pivotal player. I mean, every single player of the Axe is just so great. But it's all down to about teamwork till the very last end.
Yeah, wake me up when we get chicken dinner. And twice up after they got the chicken dinner. How many did they got? 10, 11 points for these areas. So that's 20 points in this round. And based on the teams to watch, Yoodo Alliance overtook Vampire Esports in terms of the points collected. But we've got FaZe Clan up there. So with FaZe Clan up there still performing, having games again tomorrow, bam! Great escape in the making.
Possibly true. But you know, the moment you say, wake me up if I got a chicken, then I'm sorry, Box, I don't mean it. I know it's harsh, but then Box never wake up. Do you mean by that?
Well, looks like that's the case. I mean, yeah. I mean, how are we going to justify that, right? Like the fact that they didn't get a chicken dinner at all in the entire PMSL.
They can definitely refer to DVD, what it feels like, how they overcome that trauma. Because it's going to be traumatizing even for them. But just now, for RRQ, that was a big one against two teams. Two teams, by the way. It's not just one. They don't even have enough time to reset. But unfortunately, Newsy is just Newsy.
Newsy is just Newsy up there. And we also have Mela here. Look at this Mela. 2 knockdowns, 2 eliminations in the pocket of FaZe Clan. They could use every single point they get right now. But at the end of the day, it's just Xavier just wrapping things up. Did they eliminate Vampire first? Yes, they did. And then it's Yoodo Alliance. So Yoodo Alliance second place with the eliminations. So they came up with a second place among points collected.
Now, 10-10 is going to be 20 points in total on the side of these Xaviers, with Yoodo Alliance of Empires actually do score the same number of eliminations. It's going to be 1 point different because of their placement. 2 teams going zeros down there, GEEK Fam and DVD. Well, GEEK Fam, they definitely have the luxury to, you know, casually just leave it be because they're going to play tomorrow. But for the side of DBD, I mean, DBD, they need the points. Same goes for the side of PBE. I don't know how this will actually fair for them when it comes to the overall standings, and by tomorrow, if things did not progress and things happen to be stagnant on the side of DBD and PBE, that's gonna be trouble.
Yep, and despite PBE doing okayer than before, but they're still at number 18. Team Secret dropped down to number 19, and they're only 2 points difference. And you know, Team Secret is kind of like the kingmaker right now since Box Gaming is out, and the Team Secret can do better than PB and DBD, leaving them at number 19 and 20. Well, say sayonara to the both of them.
Not yet. Come on, it's too early. We still have tomorrow. But Box, sayonara to you.
Sanonana? What?
But Box Gaming, I mean, like, they're definitely vegetarians. We confirm it by the end of the show now. They don't like chicken, that's it. That's the only reason I can think of right now. It's either they're allergic to chickens or they just don't like chicken, that's it. But also you guys that love chicken and more than that, don't forget to join us at the Grand Finals. It's going to be in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia from the 25th to the 27th of August in the main atrium Sunway Velocity Mall. But man, today has been such a fun and great day. BTR, they're blowing our minds off with that triple chicken here.
And we didn't get Gen Force MVP. So, didn't get the second choice as well. We obviously didn't get the first choice with Box Gaming, second choice BT and Force MVP. Too bad, you know. But we got something entertaining towards the end. I mean, Xavier, it's been a long time since we last saw the chicken dinner. So, yeah, I'm trying to be positive here.
So positive. Wow.
Yeah.
Shining so bright, so cheery. So fun. Okay. But you know what? We kind of miss our host for now. We're going to want to know who she's interviewing. It's going to be Tash. So Tash, take it away and surprise us.
And there goes another day here at the PMSL SEA Fall 2023. I'm Tash, your host today, and this is week 3, the second last day as we go to the final day tomorrow for the grand finals in the next week. With me, I have Man Parang, one of the faces for Sem 9 coming into today. And you all know that Sem 9 will not be playing tomorrow. So technically today is their last day. So Man Parang, how do you feel about your overall performance in this league? Sebab Man Parang tahu yang hari ni adalah hari terakhir Sem 9 akan bermain. Jadi apakah perasaan Man Parang tentang performance Sem 9 dalam turnamen ni?
So far berpuas hati. Tapi nak cakap kita orang dah buat yang terbaik, saya rasa tak lah.
Kenapa tu?
Sebab kita orang macam rasa player-player ni boleh buat lagi baik daripada apa yang diorang buat dekat Liga. So hopefully dekat grand final diorang akan all out lah.
Right, so Man Parang says that he was overall satisfied, but he feels that his team could do so much better. So what he expects from the team is that they can do a lot more and go all out in the grand finals next week. Now, let's talk a little bit about the obstacles. What is the biggest obstacle you faced in the league? Apakah berkaitan dengan kesusahan yang paling sukar dihadapi oleh tim Sem 9 dalam liga ni?
Saya rasa adaptation dekat PMSL ni lah. Benda yang sukar untuk fix, dan kita orang minggu ke minggu kita orang cuba untuk adapt lobby ni, dan untuk grand final kita orang akan cuba paling baik lah.
So he says that adaptation has been the biggest issue for them in PMSL. They've been trying to change the way they play and adapt from week to week, but it has been very, very hard. And they're hoping that they can adapt a lot faster in the grand finals. So boleh tak share sikit dengan kita orang, apakah contoh adaptasi permasalahan yang telah korang jumpa? Can you share with us a little bit about which adaptation problem did you guys meet?
I think mostly rotation punya adaptation is the biggest issue lah untuk sekarang.
So he said that the rotations have been a problem, and it is understandable because they don't usually play with these other regions. Regardless, so you know that Man Parang plays in certain maps and not all maps. So who decides that you play and why? So Man Parang tak main dalam semua map, tapi kadang-kadang Man Parang akan masuk kan? Jadi siapa yang decide Man Parang akan masuk dan kenapa?
Kadang-kadang saya masuk tu sebab ada masalah sikit. So yang suruh saya main adalah coach, dan bila ada masalah tu saya akan masuk lah. Tapi bukannya saya masuk tu untuk membuat satu perubahan yang besar lah. So just main untuk relaxkan mental, something macam tu lah.
Right. So he said that when he comes in, it's always because the coach would tell him to go in, and it's usually because there is something wrong. Can you share with us what is the problem when you join the game? Apakah permasalahan yang membuatkan Man Parang kena masuk game sebenarnya?
Saya rasa untuk resetkan mental player. So saya masuk, saya akan macam happy kan teammate sikit. So then macam okay lah. So let's go next day. Macam tu lah.
So basically, he's saying that he joins the games to kind of reset the players' mentals, because he's sort of like the team's cheerleader, and he helps the team sort of like reset and just have fun and just relax and prepare them for the next day. Now, out of all the players in Sem 9 in Malaysia, you are the only player who has won a SEA championship back in season 1. Do you think Sem 9 will be able to achieve this with you? So dalam semua tim daripada Malaysia, Man Parang seorang saja yang pernah menang SEA championship. Itu pun waktu dalam season pertama dulu. So rasanya Man Parang mampu tak untuk membawa dan bersama dengan Sem 9 untuk mendapatkan championship untuk PMSL ni?
Saya tak pasti nak cakap, tapi saya boleh cakap 80% boleh untuk champion. Tapi itu pun kalau diorang dapat fix problem-problem selepas apa yang jadi dekat Liga lah.
Right, so he says that he is 80% sure that the team will be able to win the championships, but only if they're able to fix the problems when it comes to the rotations and other problems that they have seen here during the league. So that is all from Manparang. Thank you so much, Manparang, for spending time here on stage. Terima kasih banyak. And for now, we're going to end the night because there is still one more day of the league tomorrow. So can say good night and goodbye to Manparang and Sem9 for at least for the time being, and we'll see you next week. Good night, everyone. Going to toss it back to the casters.
I have another idea now for the teams, right? Since Manparang, I feel like he's a therapist for the team. So it feels like next season, every single team have to sign their therapist under the rosters lineup in case they're hitting mental block and they are having such a stressful situation. The therapist will go in and join the roster and try to calm them down during the game, like breathe in and breathe out, listen to my voice, that kind of stuff, you know. And that's actually a very good idea to calm people down during competition.
Yeah, funny enough, I just watched a podcast today relate that, just had to be mentioned. Manparang, he is one of the, say, if compared to him, Superboy and also Sly DD. Superboy is the noisy, very cheerful type. And then you got Sly DD, who's a serious guy. And then you got Manparang, who's like, brings the balance to the team based on personality. So I guess, despite whatever people talk about his contributing game, but he does contribute a lot outside the game as well. Seeing him doing work, and he does bring value to the team. So that's why Manparang is still there. And obviously he is, so being an emergency sub is great. So why not register him as a player?
So maybe next time we have veteran players to be their therapists and take some courses and might sign up in case they need them to play as well. So the therapists need to know how to play PUBG Mobile. So far, that's it for our show for the day. We're going to wrap things up. We still have one more day tomorrow, which is going to be the last day in the finals. In the final week of PMSL South Asia Fall 2023. We're going to sign off for today. I'm going to be Choo-Choo, and that's going to be Defunky as per usual. So, I'll see you guys tomorrow, same time, same place. Good night. Have a nice evening. Bye.